Hey everyone. Welcome back to the Nexus 616. Today we're diving into an amazing story called What If Snape Found Harry in the Cupboard at age 4 and Swore a Life Debt to Raise Him as a Prince. If you love story content like this, please hit that subscribe button and ring the notification bell so you never miss an upload. Without further ado, let's begin. Chapter 1, The Boy Under the Stairs. The bottle was nearly empty, which meant Severus Snape was nearly brave enough. He sat on the edge of his bed in Spinner's End, the mattress sagging beneath him, and watched amber fire whiskey catch the light from the single lamp he'd bothered to turn on. The rest of the house was dark. The rest of the house was always dark. He'd grown up in this darkness, his mother's silence filling the rooms like fog, his father's voice cutting through it like something with teeth. Now there was only his own silence, which was worse, because at least the others had been honest about what they were. 3 years. 3 years since the Dark Lord fell. 3 years since Lily died. 3 years since he'd gotten her killed. He'd tried the usual methods of forgetting. Work helped. Dumbledore had given him a position at Hogwarts, potions master, the youngest in a century, a reward for his espionage or a leash to keep him close, depending on how generous Severus felt about the old man's motives on any given day. Teaching occupied his hands and his mind, if not his conscience. The students were uniformly dreadful, which at least gave him something to feel other than the black pit that opened in his chest at 3 in the morning. But it was October again. October, when the leaves turned the color of her hair and the air smelled like the beginning of something that would end in death. He'd gone to Godric's Hollow last year. Stood at her grave until his feet went numb. Read her name on the stone until the letters lost meaning. It hadn't helped. Nothing helped. So this year, in the particular cruelty of fire whiskey logic, he'd decided to visit the boy. Not to see him. Not to introduce himself. God, no. Just to verify. To confirm that the sacrifice had meant something, that the child Lily died for was alive and whole and loved in a way that justified the price she'd paid. Severus stood. The room tilted, then steadied. He wasn't as drunk as he wanted to be, which was probably for the best. He pulled on his black traveling cloak, caught his reflection in the cracked mirror by the door, lank hair, sallow skin, eyes like bruises, and disapparated before he could talk himself out of it. He appeared on the corner of Privet Drive, Little Whinging, at 9:30 on a Tuesday evening. The street was obscene in its normalcy. Identical houses stretched in both directions, each one a masterwork of aggressive mediocrity, trimmed hedges, polished cars, curtains drawn against the autumn dark. Number 4 was indistinguishable from its neighbors except for a garden gnome by the front path wearing a tiny waistcoat. Severus stared at it with undisguised contempt. This was where Dumbledore had placed the last scion of the Potter line. This monument to the mundane. Lily's sister lived here, Petunia, who had once written a desperate letter to Dumbledore begging to attend Hogwarts, and who had spent the rest of her life punishing the magical world for saying no. Severus remembered her as a sharp-boned girl who called Lily a freak. He remembered Lily crying about it behind the bushes at the park. He should leave. This was maudlin and pointless, and he had classes in the morning. Instead, he walked closer. The driveway was empty, no car. The house lights were off except for a faint glow from the kitchen, the kind left on a timer to discourage burglars. The Dursleys were out, apparently. He wondered if they'd taken the boy with them, and felt a strange pang at the thought that he'd come all this way for nothing. Then he heard it. A sound so small it was almost nothing. A hiccup, or a whimper, muffled by wood and plaster. Coming from inside the house. Severus went still. His hand moved to his wand without conscious thought. 12 years of war and espionage had burned certain reflexes into his nervous system. He listened. There it was again. A child crying. Not the theatrical wailing of a toddler denied a sweet, but the thin, exhausted crying of someone who'd been at it for hours and no longer expected anyone to come. He knew that sound. He'd made that sound, in the closet at the top of the stairs in this very house of misery, while Tobias Snape drank himself through another evening downstairs. The front door lock surrendered to a whispered Alohomra. He stepped inside. The hallway was dark, smelling of floor polish and something artificial, air freshener, aggressively floral, masking something staler underneath. Coats hung on pegs. Shoes lined up in a row. Everything in its place. The crying was coming from under the stairs. Severus looked at the cupboard door and felt the floor shift beneath him, not physically but in some deeper way, as if the axis of his life had just tilted. There was a bolt on the outside of the door. A sliding bolt, the kind you'd put on a garden shed. Positioned too high for small hands to reach. He slid the bolt open. The door swung inward on a space barely large enough to lie down in. A camp bed, the mattress thin as cardboard. A bare bulb overhead, unlit. Crayon drawings taped to the walls, clumsy suns, a broomstick, a woman with red scribbles for hair. And on the bed, curled into a ball with his knees drawn up, a boy. He was small. Impossibly, wrongly small for a child of 4, closer to the size of a 2-year-old. His clothes were enormous, a t-shirt that hung off one shoulder, trousers bunched and rolled at the ankles, hand-me-downs from someone 3 times his size. His black hair stood up in wild tufts. His skin was pale, not in the way of children who didn't play outside enough, but in the way of things that grew in the dark. He looked up. Lily's eyes. Severus stopped breathing. The boy, Harry, his name was Harry, Lily's son, the boy who lived, the child the wizarding world celebrated and toasted and printed on chocolate frog cards, flinched backward so hard he hit the wall. His hands came up to cover his face. Not to wipe away tears. To shield himself. "I'm sorry," Harry whispered. "I'm sorry, I'll be quiet, please, I'll be quiet." Severus couldn't move. His body had locked in place and something was happening in his chest that he refused to name, a cracking sensation like ice on a river in early spring, and beneath it, something dark and hot and very, very old. He knew this. He knew this. The cupboard was different and the child was different, but the geometry of it was identical, the small dark space and the bolt on the outside and the learned reflex of apology. "Sorry, sorry, sorry, please don't, I'll be good, I'll be quiet. I'll be quiet. Harry." His voice came out wrong. Too rough. He tried again. "Harry. I'm not going to hurt you." The boy peered through his fingers. Those green eyes, Christ, those eyes, were wet and red-rimmed and ancient with a knowledge no 4-year-old should possess. The knowledge of how to make yourself small enough to be overlooked. "Who are you?" Harry whispered. Severus opened his mouth. Closed it. What was he supposed to say? "I knew your mother. I loved your mother. I'm the reason she's dead. My name is Severus," he said. "I was a friend of your mother's." Something shifted in the boy's face. A flicker of interest beneath the fear, delicate as a candle flame. "Mum?" "Yes. Aunt Petunia says I haven't got a mum. She says my mum and dad were drunks and they died in a car crash because they were no good." The words were delivered in a flat little voice, recited rather than spoken, the cadence of a phrase heard so many times it had been memorized like a nursery rhyme. Severus felt his fingernails cutting into his palms. "That," he said carefully, "is a lie. Your mother was the brightest, most extraordinary person I have ever known. And she did not die in a car crash." Harry absorbed this with the wary patience of a child who had learned not to trust adult words. He hadn't lowered his hands entirely. He was watching Severus the way prey watches a predator that hasn't attacked yet, not with hope, but with calculation. Trying to determine the angle of approach. Trying to figure out where the blow would come from. Severus sank down until he was sitting on the hallway floor, his back against the wall opposite the cupboard. It put him below the boy's eye level. He'd seen it in a book somewhere, years ago, a muggle book about child psychology he'd read for no reason he could justify. You made yourself smaller to seem less threatening. He hadn't expected to ever use the knowledge. Harry. Are you hurt? A pause. Too long. The kind of pause where a child calculates what answer will cause the least trouble. I fell down, Harry said. Where? Another pause. Then, slowly, Harry lowered his left arm. The oversized sleeve slid back, and Severus saw the bruise. It wrapped around the boy's forearm like a bracelet, dark purple fading to yellow at the edges. The shape was unmistakable. 4 fingers and a thumb. A handprint, pressed deep enough to mark the bone. Severus's vision went white. When it cleared, he was standing, his wand was in his hand, and every light in the house had shattered. Glass tinkled down from overhead. Harry had pulled the cupboard door shut from inside, and Severus could hear him whimpering again, and the sound cut through the rage like a blade. He put his wand away. He pressed his hands flat against his thighs. He breathed. Harry. He kept his voice level with an effort that cost him something he would never get back. I need you to open the door. Silence. Then, very quietly, are you angry? Yes. But not at you. Never at you. The door creaked open an inch. One green eye peered out. I am going to take you away from here, Severus said. You do not ever have to come back to this house. Do you understand? Uncle Vernon says I have to stay in my cupboard when they go out. Your uncle, Severus said, with a precision that could have etched glass, is a worthless sack of meat who is not fit to speak your mother's name, and you will not be seeing him again. Harry stared at him. Then something happened that nearly destroyed Severus entirely. The boy's face crumpled, not with fear but with a hope so raw and desperate that it looked like pain, and he reached out both hands. Severus Snape had never held a child in his life. He had never wanted to. He found the concept vaguely repulsive. Children were sticky, loud, irrational, and smelled of milk and chaos. He was a man who valued control, silence, and the precise measurement of volatile ingredients. He was not built for this. He picked Harry up. The boy weighed nothing. He was all bone and angles and that enormous t-shirt, and he buried his face in Severus's neck and clung with a ferocity that belied his size. His body was shaking, not from cold but from something deeper, a tremor that seemed to come from the core of him, as if his very atoms were vibrating with the effort of not breaking apart. Severus walked out of number 4, Privet Drive. He did not look back. He did not close the door. He apparat. They landed in the sitting room at Spinner's End, and Harry promptly vomited on his shoes. Severus set the boy down, vanished the mess with a flick of his wand, and realized, with a lurch of something close to panic, that he had no idea what to do next. The boy needed food. Medical attention. Clean clothes. A bed. Safety. Severus had precisely none of these things available in any form suitable for a child. Spinner's End was a mausoleum, cold rooms, bare shelves, books and potions, ingredients stacked on every surface, and a kitchen whose contents consisted of black coffee, stale bread, and a questionable sausage. Harry stood in the middle of the room, his 2 large clothes pooling around his feet, looking up at Severus with those impossible eyes, and said, "Is this your house?" "Unfortunately. It's dark." "Yes. That's okay. I'm used to dark." Something in Severus's chest made that cracking sound again. He lit the fire with a wave of his wand. Harry's eyes went wide, not with fear, but with wonder. The first genuine, unguarded emotion Severus had seen on his face. "How did you do that?" "Magic." Harry looked at him as if testing whether this was a joke. Finding no evidence of humor, which was typical, as Severus's face had not produced a smile since approximately 1976, the boy seemed to accept it. "Can I learn?" "Yes. You are a wizard, Harry. Like your mother." "Oh." Harry considered this. "Then, can wizards make food?" Severus summoned his wand, transfigured the stale bread into something vaguely resembling toast, and sent it floating toward the boy. Harry caught it with both hands and ate with a desperate speed that made Severus's stomach clench. The boy was starving, literally starving, and he ate the way Severus had eaten as a child after Tobias had locked the pantry, with the frantic knowledge that food could be taken away at any moment. Slowly, Severus said. "You'll be sick again." Harry slowed. Marginally. Severus stood in his own sitting room, watching Lily's son eat conjured toast by firelight, and tried to think. He was a spy. He was a professor. He was a former Death Eater operating under the dubious grace of Albus Dumbledore. He was 24 years old and had never been responsible for anything more vulnerable than a cauldron of wolfsbane potion. He could not keep this child. It was insane. There were protocols. Dumbledore had placed Harry with the Dursleys deliberately, the blood wards tied to Petunia's blood, the protection of Lily's sacrifice anchored through the family connection. Taking Harry meant breaking those wards, defying Dumbledore, and painting a target on both their backs. Harry finished the toast. He looked up. "Can I have more?" "Yes," Severus heard himself say. "You can have as much as you want." Sometime after midnight, with Harry asleep on the sofa under a transfigured blanket, he'd refused the bedroom, choosing the smallest space he could find, and Severus hadn't pushed. Severus sat at his kitchen table and stared at his hands. He could return the boy. Take him back to Privet Drive, repair the door, modify the Dursleys' memories, file a report with Dumbledore about the conditions. Let someone else handle it. Let the system work. Except the system had put a 4-year-old in a cupboard with a bolt on the outside, and no one had checked. Not Dumbledore with his monitoring charms. Not the Ministry with its child welfare protocols. Not the Order members who had fought and bled for the boy's parents. No one. You left him there, Albus. You put up your wards and your charms and you left him there and you never once looked. Severus could hear Harry breathing in the next room, fast, shallow, the breathing of a child who even in sleep expected to be woken by something unpleasant. He thought of Lily. Not the Lily of his guilt, the dead woman, the ghostly accusation, but the real Lily, the living one, who had sat beside him on the riverbank at age 10 and said, "I know you're scared, Sev, but it's going to be different at Hogwarts. We'll have each other." The girl who had hexed James Potter for calling Severus Snivellus before Severus had ruined everything between them. The woman who would have burned the world down if anyone had touched her child. She had died for this boy. And the world had shoved him in a cupboard. Severus stood. He walked to the doorway of the sitting room. Harry had curled into a ball on the sofa, one hand clutching the edge of the blanket, the other fisted near his mouth. In sleep, without the wariness animating his features, he looked very young and very small and very much like someone who needed, more than anything in the world, for one adult to choose him. Severus knelt. He didn't plan what happened next. It rose from a place deeper than thought, the place where oaths lived, where magic met blood, where the things you swore in the dark were more binding than any contract written in daylight. He placed his wand hand over his heart in his left hand, palm down, above the sleeping boy's head, and he spoke. "I swear on my life and on my magic, by the blood of the prince line and the sacrifice of Lily Evans, that I will protect this child. I will raise him. I will teach him. I will not fail him as others have failed him. This I swear." Magic answered. It came not from his wand but from somewhere else, from the boy, from the air, from the old house itself, which shuddered on its foundations as if something enormous had shifted in the earth beneath it. A light bloomed between Severus's hand and Harry's sleeping form, golden and warm, and it smelled like lilies, not the cloying funeral flower scent but the living green smell of them, growing wild in a garden, and for one instant Severus felt a presence in the room, a warmth like hands on his shoulders, like forgiveness, like a voice he would never hear again saying, "Yes, Sev, this one, take care of this one for me." Then the light sank into both of them and was gone. Harry slept on, undisturbed. Severus remained on his knees for a long time, breathing, feeling the magic settle into his bones like mortar setting in stone. Something had changed. Something fundamental, ancient, irrevocable. The vow was sealed. He was a father now. God help them both. Prince Manor had been empty for 16 years. Severus had inherited it when Eileen died, a rambling stone house on 40 acres of overgrown Welsh hillside, warded to the teeth and hidden from Muggle eyes by enchantments older than Hogwarts. He'd never lived there. He'd visited twice, once after Eileen's funeral to collect her books, and once during the war to hide a cache of potions he'd brewed for the Order. Both times, the house had felt less like a home than like a held breath, waiting, patient, full of potential energy. When he apparat to the front gates with Harry balanced on his hip, the boy had woken clinging to him and hadn't let go. The wards pulsed in recognition. Not of Severus, though they knew him. They pulsed for Harry. The golden light of the vow flared briefly along the iron gates, and Severus felt the ancient protections shift, restructure, incorporate. The wards had accepted the boy as family. Harry stared at the manor with his mouth open. It wasn't grand, not like the Malfoy estate or the old black townhouse, but it was large and solid and real, built of grey stone with a slate roof and more chimneys than any house had a right to possess. Ivy crawled up the eastern wall. The garden was a magnificent ruin. Decades of neglect had turned Eileen's carefully cultivated beds into a jungle of magical plants growing in cheerful anarchy. "Is this yours?" Harry asked. "It was my mother's. It's ours now." Harry tested the word. "Ours." Yes. The inside was dusty but intact, the preservation charms had held, keeping the furniture, the books, the kitchen, the 4 bedrooms in a state of suspended animation. Severus spent the first morning cleaning with aggressive spellwork while Harry explored with the careful, disbelieving wonder of a child who had never been allowed to touch things. He gave Harry the bedroom next to his own, small but bright, with a window overlooking the garden and a bookshelf built into the wall. Harry stood in the doorway and didn't enter. "This is mine." "Yes." "The whole room?" "The whole room." Harry walked in slowly, as if the floor might give way. He touched the bed. He touched the bookshelf. He opened the window and leaned out, breathing in the green Welsh air, and when he turned around, there were tears running down his face and he was smiling. Severus turned away before the boy could see his expression. He had a reputation to maintain. Even if, at the moment, he wasn't entirely sure with whom. The first months were terrible. Severus Snape was not, by any reasonable metric, suited to parenthood. He was impatient, sharp-tongued, prone to brooding silences, and possessed of a temper that could strip paint at 20 paces. He knew nothing about children's nutritional needs, bedtime routines, or the apparently infinite capacity of a 4-year-old to ask questions. "Why is the sky blue?" "Rayleigh scattering." "What's that?" "Light physics." "What's physics?" "The Muggle science of, will you eat your breakfast?" Harry ate his breakfast. "Then, why do you wear all black?" "Because I am in perpetual mourning for my patients." Harry giggled. It was the first time Severus had heard him laugh, and the sound disarmed him so completely that he forgot to scowl. But beneath the daily friction, the questions, the meals, the arguments about bedtime, something was growing. Not warmth, exactly. Severus didn't do warmth. But a structure. A framework of routine and expectation that, over weeks and months, began to feel less like an obligation and more like a life. The nightmares were the worst part. Harry woke screaming at least twice a week, thrashing in his bed, crying for someone, though he never said who. The first time it happened, Severus stood in the doorway of Harry's room feeling utterly helpless, his wand in his hand as if he could hex a nightmare into submission. "Harry. You're safe. You're at the manor. They locked me in, I can't get out, there's no lock. Look." Severus opened the bedroom door wide and left it open. "No lock. No bolt. The door stays open. Harry stared at the open door, breathing in ragged gasps, his small body trembling. Severus sat on the edge of the bed because he didn't know what else to do, and reached for the only book on the nightstand, one of Eileen's old potions journals, leather-bound and dense with notation. The properties of moonstone, he read aloud, his voice flat and professorial, vary according to the phase of the moon at the time of harvest. Moonstone collected during the waning crescent exhibits higher concentrations of, he read for 40 minutes. Somewhere around the detailed analysis of Moonstone's interaction with valerian root, Harry's breathing slowed. His eyes closed. His hand, which had been gripping the blanket with white-knuckled intensity, relaxed. Severus kept reading until he was certain the boy was asleep. Then he closed the journal, stood, and retreated to his own room, where he sat on the edge of his bed and pressed the heels of his hands against his eyes until the burning stopped. Neither of them mentioned it in the morning. It happened again 3 nights later. And again. Until it became routine, Harry's nightmares, Severus's voice, the potions journal in the lamplight. The nightmares grew less frequent. The journal never ran out of pages. Harry was 6 when he brewed his first potion. It was a simple thing, a basic burn salve, 3 ingredients, 12 minutes of preparation. Severus set up a child-height workstation in the Manor's Potions laboratory and walked Harry through each step with the exacting precision he brought to everything. Dittany. 3 leaves, no more. Cut, not torn, tearing bruises the cellular structure and releases the oils prematurely. Your knife angle is wrong. Again. Harry cut the leaves again. And again. His small hands were clumsy, and the knife was too large for his grip, and the dittany kept tearing instead of cutting cleanly. Again. I can't. You can. You're holding the knife incorrectly. Here. Severus adjusted Harry's grip, his long fingers repositioning the boy's hands with clinical care. The blade does the work. You guide it. Don't force. Again. Harry cut the dittany. This time, it fell in clean strips. Adequate, Severus said, which from him was practically a standing ovation. The finished salve was the wrong consistency, too thick, slightly discolored, and would have earned a failing mark in any classroom Severus ran. Harry looked at it with obvious disappointment. It's rubbish. It's your first attempt. It will improve. Yours would be better. Mine would be flawless. I have been doing this for 20 years. You have been doing this for 12 minutes. Perspective, Harry. Harry looked up at him, and there was something fierce in those green eyes, not anger, but determination. The stubbornness of a child who had decided, in the absolute way that children decide things, that he would master this. He brewed the salve again the next day. And the next. By the 4th attempt, it was passable. By the 10th, it was good. By the 20th, Severus stopped correcting him. Potions became their language. When words failed, and words often failed between them, because Severus was not built for emotional articulation and Harry had learned to survive by saying nothing, the laboratory provided. The rhythm of chopping, measuring, stirring, waiting. The shared focus on something outside themselves. The quiet satisfaction of getting it right. Harry was 7 when he blew out every window in the manor. It happened on a Tuesday afternoon in April. Severus was in the library reviewing a particularly tedious ministry regulation about restricted potions ingredients, and Harry was in the garden attempting to befriend a garden gnome, which was going about as well as could be expected, which is to say, the gnome had bitten him twice and Harry was bleeding cheerfully on the lawn. Severus heard the gnome shriek. Then the sound hit, not an explosion but an exhalation, as if the manor itself had drawn a breath and released it all at once. Every window in the house blew outward simultaneously. Glass erupted in a glittering cascade, catching the afternoon light, and the wards flared golden for an instant before settling. He found Harry standing in the garden, eyes wide, surrounded by a circle of flattened grass. The gnome had been launched approximately 30 feet and was wobbling away, concussed. "I didn't mean to," Harry said quickly. "He bit me and I got angry and then, accidental magic." Severus repaired the windows with a sweep of his wand, examining the boy critically. "Raw power, significant raw power. The kind that, unchecked, would only grow more volatile as Harry approached puberty. You need to learn control." "Control of what?" "Your mind. Your emotions. Your magic. They are connected, and at the moment, you are a very small person with a very large engine and no steering." He started Harry on a clemency that evening. Not the brutal, invasive version he himself had learned, the Dark Lord's method of hammering at mental defenses until they either held or shattered. This was gentler, though Severus would have hexed anyone who used that word in his hearing. He taught Harry to breathe. To visualize. To sort his thoughts like potion ingredients, each one examined, categorized, placed in its proper container. Your mind is yours, Harry. No one gets to rattle around in there but you. Harry took to it with startling aptitude. Within months, his accidental magic incidents dropped to near zero, not because the power had diminished but because the boy had learned to hold it, to channel it, to let it flow through him without breaking things. The occlumency also helped with the nightmares, building walls around the worst memories, the cupboard, Vernon's hand, the dark. It doesn't make them go away, Harry observed one evening, sitting cross-legged on the library floor with his eyes closed, practicing. No. Nothing makes them go away. But you can decide whether they control you or you control them. Harry opened his eyes. Is that what you do? Severus met his gaze. Every day. Something passed between them, an understanding that required no words. They were both survivors of small dark rooms. They both knew the geography of fear. And they had both, in their different ways, decided to build something on the ruins. Harry was 8 when he asked about his parents. They were in the potions lab, side by side, brewing a modified pepper-up potion. Severus was demonstrating the proper technique for powdering bicorn horn, firm, circular motions, consistent pressure, when Harry said, without looking up from his mortar, "Tell me about my mum." Severus's hand stilled on the pestle. He'd been expecting this. Had been dreading it, preparing for it, rehearsing answers in the shower like a man preparing for a trial. Which, in a sense, he was. What do you want to know? What was she like? Really like, not just nice things. Severus set down the pestle. He leaned against the workbench and crossed his arms and looked at the far wall, where bottles of ingredients glinted in rows, orderly, labeled, everything in its place. Unlike memories. She was brilliant, he said. Top of our year in charms, nearly top in everything else. She could see the theory behind a spell the way most people see colors, instantly, intuitively. She made it look effortless, which infuriated everyone who had to work at it. Were you infuriated? Frequently. A ghost of a smile crossed Harry's face. What else? She had a temper. The kind that arrived quietly and then burned the room down. When she was angry with you, she didn't shout, she went very still and very precise, and you knew you were in serious trouble because her grammar improved. Harry laughed. Her grammar. She would switch from contractions to full words. I don't care became, I do not care, and at that point, you began looking for exits. Sounds like someone I know. Severus gave him a withering look that had approximately zero effect. Harry had long since become immune to his withering looks, which was simultaneously infuriating and, though he would never admit it, evidence that the boy felt safe enough to ignore them. She was kind, Severus added, more quietly. Genuinely kind, not the performative kindness of people who want to be seen being kind. She saw the best in people. Even people who didn't deserve it. Even me. He didn't say it. Harry heard it anyway. The boy had developed an inconvenient talent for hearing the things Severus didn't say. What about my dad? the temperature in the room dropped by several degrees. Severus's jaw tightened. He picked up the pestle and resumed grinding with more force than the bicorn horn required. He was a Gryffindor, he said, and the word contained multitudes of contempt. Harry waited. When nothing further came, he said, "That's all. For now." Harry watched him for a long moment. Then he turned back to his own mortar and resumed grinding, matching Severus's rhythm. He didn't push. He was learning when to push and when to wait, reading Severus the way Severus read a potion, noting the subtle signs, the shifts in color and consistency that indicated what was brewing beneath the surface. Severus felt a flicker of something that might have been gratitude, and crushed it like a bicorn horn. At 9, Harry began learning to fight. Not dueling, not yet. Severus called it defensive awareness, which Harry quickly shortened to how to not die, which Severus privately admitted was more accurate. They used the manor's back garden, warded against detection, in the grey light of Welsh mornings. Severus taught Harry shields first, protego and its variants, layered defenses, angled deflection. Then movement, how to read a room, identify exits, position yourself with your back to a wall. How to spot a wand being drawn before it was aimed. How to fall without breaking anything. "You will not be helpless," Severus told him on the first morning, standing in the dewy grass in his shirt sleeves, looking distinctly uncomfortable with physical activity. "Not ever. The world will try to make you a victim or a weapon. You will be neither." "What will I be?" "Prepared." Harry was a natural. Not because of innate talent, though the talent was there, considerable and growing, but because of something harder to teach, he refused to stay down. Every time Severus's training spells knocked him flat, he got up. Every time a shield failed, he rebuilt it. He didn't complain. He didn't cry. He set his jaw in a way that reminded Severus painfully of Lily, and he tried again. By 10, Harry could cast a shield charm strong enough to deflect most jinxes, move through a room without exposing his back, and identify the most common offensive spells by their wand movements alone. He was not a prodigy. He was something more useful, a relentlessly determined student. "You're pushing him too hard," Minerva McGonagall said during one of her rare visits to Prince Manor, watching from the kitchen window as Severus drilled Harry through shield exercises in the garden. "I'm preparing him. He's a child, Severus. He's a child with a target on his back and a prophecy over his head. He doesn't have the luxury of being unprepared." Minerva pressed her lips together. She didn't argue further, because she knew he was right, and because she'd seen the bruises too. Severus had shown her the memories, just as he'd shown Dumbledore, and the knowledge of what had been done to Harry in that house had haunted her ever since. "Does he know?" she asked. "About the prophecy?" "Not yet. Not until he's ready." "When will that be?" Severus watched Harry deflect a stinging hex with textbook precision, pivot, and fire back a disarming charm that hit the practice dummy square in the chest. The boy turned and looked toward the kitchen window, not to seek approval, but to confirm that Severus had seen. "When he asks," Severus said. Harry found the book when he was 10. He'd been exploring the Prince family library, a cavernous room on the manor's second floor, walls lined floor to ceiling with volumes that ranged from commonplace Hogwarts texts to tomes so old they hummed with residual magic. Severus had given him free access with a single restriction: the locked case on the western wall is off limits until I say otherwise. Naturally, Harry gravitated toward the locked case. He didn't try to open it. He respected boundaries, mostly because Severus had earned his trust and partly because the wards on the case would have turned his fingers blue, but he read the spines through the glass. Most were in Latin or Old English. One was in a language he didn't recognize, its spine marked with a symbol that matched the crest above the manor's front door, two serpents intertwined around a cauldron. He found the book on a lower shelf, unrestricted, a slim volume in Eileen Prince's handwriting, titled simply Notes on the Covenant. He read it in his room that night by wand light, and understood approximately a third of it. What he understood was enough to bring it to Severus the next morning. What's the Prince Covenant? Severus looked at the book in Harry's hands, and his face did something Harry had never seen before, it went blank. Not angry blank or annoyed blank, which were familiar, but afraid blank. Controlled fear, held on a very tight leash. Where did you find that? The library. It wasn't locked. Severus took the book. His fingers lingered on Eileen's handwriting on the cover, spidery, precise, familiar. Not yet, he said. But, Harry. Not yet. The tone was final. Harry recognized it, the tone that meant the conversation was over and pressing further would result in either silence or an argument neither of them would win. He let it go. But he watched Severus carry the book away, and he saw the troubled set of his shoulders, and he filed it in the careful mental archive he'd been building since he was 5, the archive of things Severus wasn't telling him. It was a growing archive. And Harry was patient. Albus Dumbledore arrived at Prince Manor on a Thursday morning in the summer of 1986, nearly 2 years after Harry's disappearance from Privet Drive. Severus felt the wards alert him, a distinctive magical signature, immensely powerful, pressing against the gates with the courteous insistence of a man who expected every door to open for him. "Stay in your room," he told Harry, who was 9 and old enough to know when Severus was bracing for a fight. "Who is it?" "The headmaster of Hogwarts. We have matters to discuss." Harry's occlumency was good enough to read the tension in Severus's voice that he wasn't bothering to hide. "Is he dangerous?" "He's the most powerful wizard alive. Whether that makes him dangerous depends on whether you agree with his decisions." "Do you?" Severus looked at his ward, this sharp, perceptive, stubbornly brave child who had become the axis around which his entire reformed life turned, and said, "I used to." He opened the gates. Dumbledore stood on the gravel path in robes of deep blue, his silver beard catching the morning light. He looked, as always, like everyone's favorite grandfather, eyes twinkling, expression benign, radiating warmth like a hearth fire. The effect was calculated to perfection. Severus knew, because he'd seen what lived behind the twinkle, a chess player of incomparable skill who considered every living person a piece on his board. "Severus." Dumbledore's voice was warm. His eyes were not. "What a charming property. I don't believe I've visited since Eileen's funeral." "You weren't invited then either." "Quite." Dumbledore's gaze swept the manor's facade, lingering on the wards, visible to someone of his caliber as a faint shimmer in the air. His expression shifted subtly. "These wards are unusual. They've been modified. They've been strengthened." "By what mechanism?" "The Prince family wards were standard protective enchantments. These feel like," he paused. The twinkle faded entirely. "These feel like blood wards." Severus said nothing. Severus. The warmth was gone now, replaced by something harder, the steel beneath the velvet. "Where is Harry Potter?" "His name is Harry Prince. And he's safe." The silence that followed lasted approximately 4 seconds, but contained enough tension to pressurize coal into diamond. Dumbledore's expression underwent a series of rapid transformations, shock, anger, calculation, and something that might have been grief, before settling into a mask of grave concern. "I see. Perhaps we should speak inside." They sat in the manor's drawing room, because Severus refused to have this conversation standing. It gave him the home field advantage, which he suspected he would need. Dumbledore declined tea. He sat in an armchair that was slightly too small for him, his long fingers steepled, and said, "I placed Harry with his mother's sister for a reason, Severus. I know. The blood wards, Lily's sacrifice, channeled through Petunia's blood, were the only thing keeping him alive. The Death Eaters who escaped Azkaban, the sympathizers, the remnants of Voldemort's network, they would have found him within weeks without those protections. I know. Then you understand that by removing him, you have potentially signed his death warrant." "I have done nothing of the sort." Severus reached for his wand, slowly, deliberately, showing his movements, and drew out a silvery thread of memory. He let it pool in his palm, glowing faintly. But before we discuss protection, Albus, I want you to see what you were protecting him from. He offered the memory. Dumbledore hesitated. Then he drew his own wand, conjured a small pensieve from thin air, because of course Albus Dumbledore could conjure a pensieve from thin air, and accepted the thread. He leaned forward and fell into it. Severus waited. He counted the seconds. He knew exactly what Dumbledore was seeing: the cupboard, the bolt, the handprint bruise, the flinch, the whispered "I'm sorry, I'll be quiet," because he'd lived with those images for 2 years and would live with them for the rest of his life. Dumbledore emerged after 6 minutes. He was pale. His hands, resting on the arms of the chair, were not entirely steady. "You didn't know," Severus said. "Not a question. I had monitoring charms. Your monitoring charms measured vital signs and the integrity of the blood wards. They didn't measure whether a 4-year-old was being starved and beaten and locked in a cupboard under the stairs. You designed a system to keep him alive, Albus. You didn't design one to keep him safe." Dumbledore closed his eyes. When he opened them, the grandfatherly mask was gone, and beneath it was something older and more terrible, a man who had made a calculation that had cost a child, and who was now confronting the bill. "You're right," he said quietly. "I failed him." The admission, freely given, threw Severus off balance. He'd prepared for argument, deflection, justification. Not this. "But," Dumbledore continued, "and the steel returned, that does not change the strategic reality. Voldemort will return. The prophecy can burn. The prophecy exists whether you burn it or not. And when Voldemort returns, not if, Severus, when, Harry must be ready. He must be shaped by, if you say, suffering, I will hex you out of this house." Dumbledore met his eyes. "I was going to say, understanding. Understanding of sacrifice. Of love. Of what it means to choose to die for someone else, as his mother did. He is 9 years old. He will not always be 9 years old. And the boy who faces Voldemort must be willing to sacrifice everything. That is what the prophecy demands. The prophecy demands nothing. It predicts. There is a difference, and for a man of your intelligence, your inability to grasp it is either deliberate or damning." They stared at each other across the drawing room, two of the most formidable minds in the wizarding world, locked in a conflict that was not about magic or strategy but about one small boy asleep upstairs. "The blood wards," Dumbledore said finally. "Without them, they've been replaced." Dumbledore went very still. "Replaced? How?" Severus told him about the vow. Not everything, not the golden light, not the scent of lilies, not the presence he'd felt in the room, but enough. The oath sworn on his life and magic, bound to Lily's sacrifice, anchored through the prince bloodline. "That's not possible," Dumbledore said, but his voice had the quality of a man watching the impossible happen in front of him. "And yet. The wards you felt when you arrived, they're not the old prince protections. They're something new. Lily's sacrificial magic, channeled through my vow, sustained by the prince blood. I've had them analyzed by every diagnostic spell I know. They're stronger than what Petunia's blood provided. Considerably stronger." Dumbledore's fingers tapped slowly on the armrest. His eyes were calculating, not with malice, but with the relentless strategic processing of a mind that never stopped evaluating possibilities. "The prince bloodline," he murmured. "Eileen's line. There were always rumors about the princes, old magic, pre-Hogwarts. I never investigated fully. Perhaps you should have. Perhaps I should have done many things differently." Dumbledore rose. He seemed, for the first time in Severus's memory, old. Not the performative age he wore like a costume, but genuinely tired. "You have legal guardianship. Filed with the ministry 6 months ago." The Prince family retains sufficient connections to expedite the process. Lucius Malfoy helped you. It wasn't a question. Severus didn't insult them both by denying it. Lucius has his own reasons. I have mine. And you trust his reasons? I trust his self-interest. Harry, raised by a former Death Eater, educated in Slytherin values, connected to the Malfoy network, it serves Lucius's vision of the future. He doesn't need to know that my vision differs from his. Dumbledore regarded him for a long moment. Then something extraordinary happened, the corner of his mouth twitched. You've become a spy again, Severus. But this time you're spying on everyone. I'm protecting my son. The word landed like a stone in still water. Severus hadn't planned to say it. He wasn't sure he'd ever said it before, even to himself. But there it was, and he didn't take it back. Dumbledore nodded slowly. I will not fight you on this. Not publicly, not through the ministry. But I will be watching, Severus. Harry's fate is larger than either of us. Harry's fate is his own. Not yours. Not Voldemort's. Not the prophecies. His. We shall see. Dumbledore left. The ward sealed behind him like a sigh. Severus stood in the drawing room for a long time. Then he went upstairs, knocked on Harry's door, and found the boy sitting on his bed, a book open in his lap, watching the door with those green eyes that missed nothing. Is he gone? Yes. Did he want to take me back? Severus sat on the edge of the bed. The mattress dipped under his weight. No one is taking you anywhere. Ever. Harry looked at him with an expression that was too old for a 9-year-old, knowing, grateful, and fiercely possessive. Good, he said. And went back to his book. The Hogwarts letter arrived on Harry's 11th birthday, carried by a handsome screech owl that landed on the breakfast table and knocked over Severus's coffee. Harry read it twice, his face carefully neutral, and said, I expected it to be more dramatic. It's an acceptance letter, not a theatrical production. In all the books, there's a magical reveal. The letter arrives and changes everything. Your life has been magical since you were 4. The letter is a formality. Harry grinned, sharp, quick, the grin that reminded Severus of neither of Harry's parents but was entirely, uniquely Harry's own. Can we go to Diagon Alley today? They went. Harry had visited Diagon Alley before. Severus had taken him several times over the years, glamour to avoid recognition, but never openly, never as himself. Walking through the leaky cauldron without glamours felt like stepping onto a stage. Tom the barman recognized the scar, and the whispers started before they'd reached the back courtyard. Ignore them, Severus murmured, his hand on Harry's shoulder, a steady pressure that said I'm here without requiring acknowledgement. I intend to. They moved through the alley with purpose. Books from Flourish and Blots. Harry selected his required texts plus 4 supplementary volumes that Severus approved with a curt nod. Potion supplies from Slug and Jiggers. Harry evaluated the ingredient quality with a critical eye that made the shopkeeper nervous. Robes from Madame Malkin's, where Harry stood on the fitting platform and met, for the first time, Draco Malfoy. The Malfoy boy was already there, pale, pointed, dressed in clothes that cost more than most families earned in a month. He appraised Harry with the quick, cataloging look of a child raised in politics. Hogwarts? Draco asked. Obviously. I'm Draco Malfoy. You must be Harry Prince, Father's mentioned you. Said your Professor Snape's ward. Harry. He didn't offer his hand. He didn't refuse it either. He waited, letting Draco determine the terms of engagement. Draco's eyes flicked to the scar, barely visible beneath Harry's hair. Recognition flickered. You're also Harry Potter. Depends on who's asking. A smile, genuine, surprised. Draco hadn't expected to be parried. I'm asking. Then I'm Harry Prince, and Potter is a surname on a vault at Gringotts. Anything else? Draco studied him with renewed interest. Whatever he'd been told to expect, a grateful orphan eager for pure-blood patronage, perhaps, this wasn't it. I think we'll be seeing each other at school, Draco said. I expect so. Severus observed the exchange from the doorway, arms crossed, expression unreadable. It was, he reflected, exactly the kind of interaction he'd prepared Harry for, neither aggressive nor submissive, giving nothing away, conceding nothing, establishing without confrontation that Harry Prince was not a piece to be moved on anyone's board. The wand chose Harry at Ollivander's. 11 inches, holly, phoenix feather core. It leapt into Harry's hand with a shower of gold and green sparks, and Ollivander's pale eyes went wide, not with surprise, exactly, but with the particular intensity of a man who had been waiting 30 years for a theory to be confirmed. Curious, Ollivander whispered. Very curious. Harry looked at him steadily. What's curious? The phoenix whose tail feather resides in your wand gave another feather, just one other. And that feather lives in the wand that gave you that scar. The shop went cold. Severus stepped forward, his hand closing on Harry's shoulder. The wand chooses the wizard, Mr. Prince, Ollivander said, his eyes moving between Harry and Severus. We can expect great things from you. Terrible, yes, but great. I'll settle for competent, Harry said, pocketing the wand. Thank you. Outside, Severus's face was a mask. Harry glanced up at him. You went white. I did not. You went white and your hand on my shoulder tightened. You do that when something scares you, you grip things. I was not. Severus stopped. He looked down at Harry, at this impossible child who read him like an open book and didn't have the decency to pretend otherwise. The connection between the wands is significant. We'll discuss it later. You always say that. And I always follow through. Have I ever lied to you? Harry considered this with genuine care, the way he considered everything. No, he said. You haven't. Then trust me. Later. Harry nodded. He didn't push. He was learning when to push and when to wait, and Severus was learning that the boy's patience was not passivity, it was strategy. Harry waited because he trusted that the answer would come, and because he was already assembling the pieces himself. Platform 9 3/4 was chaos, families milling, owls screeching, trunks banging, and an atmosphere of barely contained hysteria that made Severus want to retreat to the nearest soundproofed room. They stood apart from the crowd, in the shadow of a pillar, and Severus looked at the boy he'd raised for 7 years. Harry was dressed in well-fitted robes, not ostentatious, not shabby. His black hair was as untamable as ever. His green eyes were clear and alert behind his glasses, scanning the platform with the tactical awareness Severus had drilled into him. He looked calm. Severus was not calm. Severus was, behind his impenetrable facade, experiencing something he grudgingly identified as separation anxiety, a condition he had previously believed afflicted only golden retrievers and weak-willed Hufflepuffs. You know the Slytherin common room entrance, he said, because practical information was his love language. You know the castle layout. You know which professors are competent and which are deadweight. Do not trust Quirrell. You've told me that. 3 times. Then the repetition should concern you rather than bore you. The man has the Dark Lord attached to his skull. Allegedly. My left forearm disagrees. Severus's voice was very quiet, meant only for Harry. The mark has been, restless. Quirrell is wrong. I need you to observe and report. Nothing more. I know. Nothing more, Harry. I know. They looked at each other. The platform churned around them, a red-haired family with more children than seemed logistically possible was arguing about a missing rat, a bushy-haired girl was lecturing her terrified parents about the ceiling enchantment in the Great Hall, but in their small space, there was only the 2 of them and 7 years of shared silence and potions, journals and nightmares held at bay. Don't blow up any windows, Severus said. Harry's mouth twitched. No promises. Write to me. Every week. Don't, Severus stopped. He didn't know what he'd been about to say. Don't grow up. Don't change. Don't leave me alone in this house with nothing but ghosts and the echo of your voice. He was being absurd. He straightened his spine and reassembled his expression into its default state of mild disdain. Go, he said. The train leaves in 4 minutes, and I have no intention of performing a dramatic farewell on a railway platform. Harry looked at him for one more second. Then he stepped forward and wrapped his arms around Severus's midsection in a brief, fierce hug. Severus's arms remained at his sides for approximately 1.3 seconds before folding around the boy's shoulders. He held on. Just for a moment. Just long enough. Harry let go, picked up his trunk, and walked toward the train without looking back. Severus stayed on the platform until the Hogwarts Express had disappeared around the bend, trailing steam. Then he operated back to Prince Manor, sat down at the kitchen table, and poured himself a cup of tea that he forgot to drink. The train was everything Harry had expected and several things he hadn't. He found an empty compartment near the back. Severus had taught him to choose positions with minimal foot traffic and a clear view of the corridor, and settled in with a book. He managed approximately 4 pages before the door slid open. Anyone sitting here? Everywhere else is full. The red-haired boy from the platform, the one from the large family, hovered in the doorway, looking hopeful and slightly out of breath. Go ahead. The boy dropped into the opposite seat with the graceless relief of someone who'd been walking for too long. I'm Ron. Ron Weasley. Harry Prince. Ron's eyes did the familiar journey, up to the forehead, searching for the scar, then quickly away. You're, Harry Potter, right? I mean, Prince, sorry, it's fine. Yes, I was born Harry Potter. My guardian is Severus Snape, I go by Prince now. Ron's face underwent a fascinating series of expressions, like weather systems passing across a landscape. Snape. Professor Snape. My brothers say he stopped, suddenly aware he was about to insult Harry's parent to his face. Brilliant. Really brilliant. At potions. He is. Right. Yeah. So. Ron rallied admirably. What house d'you reckon you'll be in? All my family's been Gryffindor. Slytherin, probably. The weather on Ron's face shifted to overcast. Oh. Is that a problem? Ron struggled visibly with decades of family prejudice versus the social instinct to not offend someone he'd just met. No. No, I mean, it's just, well, you know who was Slytherin, wasn't he? And, sorry, this is coming out wrong. It usually does. Harry's tone was dry rather than cold. Slytherin produced a Dark Lord. It also produced Merlin. Context matters. Ron blinked. Then, unexpectedly, he grinned. You sound like a professor already. Occupational hazard of being raised by one. They were still talking, Ron explaining Quidditch with the evangelical fervor of a true believer, Harry discovering that there existed a sport that even Severus hadn't adequately prepared him for, when the compartment door opened again. Has anyone seen a toad? A boy named Neville's lost one. The girl was already in her Hogwarts robes, her bushy brown hair enormous, her front teeth slightly too large for her face. She spoke at a pace that suggested her mouth was perpetually racing to keep up with her brain. No toads, Ron said. Sorry. The girl's eyes landed on Harry's book, Advanced Defensive Theory by Wilbert Slinkard, which Harry was reading to see how wrong it was. Her eyes lit up. That's not on the first-year reading list. I've already read the first-year list. So have I. All of it. I've also read Hogwarts, A History twice. Did you know the ceiling in the Great Hall is bewitched to look like the sky outside? Yes. Harry met her eyes, and something clicked. the recognition of a fellow obsessive, someone who read not because they were told to but because they couldn't stop. I'm Harry Prince. Hermione Granger. She sat down without being invited, which Harry respected. Is that Slinkard's edition from 1979 or 1982? The 82 has a revised chapter on shield charms that's actually worse than the original. It's the 79. And the shield charm chapter is wrong in both editions. He recommends a stationary stance, which is suicidal against anyone who can aim. Hermione stared at him with the particular intensity of someone who had just found a soulmate in the language of academic criticism. I said that. I wrote it in the margins. My parents thought I was being dramatic. You were being accurate. There's a difference. Ron looked between them with the expression of a man watching a tennis match conducted in a foreign language. The compartment door opened a third time. Draco Malfoy, flanked by two large boys who served the apparent function of decorative bodyguards. Prince. Draco nodded, then clocked the company, a Weasley and a girl who was clearly Muggle-born. His lip curled with the reflexive snobbery of a boy who'd been marinated in pure-blood superiority since birth. Interesting choice of companions. I choose my companions based on their conversation, Draco. Not their bloodline. The words landed with precision. Draco's eyes narrowed, not with anger, but with reassessment. He'd been prepared for this by his father. Lucius had undoubtedly briefed him on how to approach Harry Prince, the boy who lived raised by a Slytherin. But the briefing clearly hadn't covered this, a Harry who was neither hero nor sycophant, who spoke to Draco as an equal and set his own terms. Fair enough, Draco said, and the concession cost him something. I'll see you at the sorting. He left. Ron exhaled loudly. Malfoy. My dad says his dad is. I know what Lucius Malfoy is, Harry said quietly. And I know what Draco Malfoy might become, which is not necessarily the same thing. Hermione looked at him with sharp eyes. That's a very careful thing to say. I was raised to be careful. The Hogwarts Express carried them north through gathering darkness, and Harry watched the countryside blur past and felt, in a quiet way, the beginning of something. The Great Hall was impossible and Harry loved it instantly. Not the enchanted ceiling, though that was extraordinary. Not the floating candles or the long house tables or the staff table on its raised platform. What Harry loved was the density of magic in the room. He could feel it in his skin, in his bones, in the golden warmth that had lived beneath his ribs since the night of the vow. Hogwarts was alive. The castle breathed magic the way a forest breathed oxygen, and Harry was breathing with it. He found Severus at the head table immediately, black-robed, pale, expression set in its customary contempt, radiating don't talk to me energy with the intensity of a small sun. Their eyes met across the length of the hall. Severus gave no sign of recognition. Harry hadn't expected one. Professor McGonagall placed the sorting hat on a stool, and it sang its song, and then the names began. Granger, Hermione. Hermione walked to the stool with her chin up and her hands clenched at her sides. The hat deliberated for nearly 2 minutes before shouting, Gryffindor. She looked relieved. Harry caught her eye and nodded, she'd do well there. Longbottom, Neville. A round-faced boy who tripped on the way to the stool. The hat took even longer with him. Gryffindor. Neville looked astonished, as if he'd expected to be sent home. Malfoy, Draco. The hat barely grazed his head. Slytherin. Draco strutted to the table like he'd conquered a kingdom. Names and names and names, the alphabet grinding forward, and then, Prince, Harry. The whispers erupted. Every head in the hall turned. Prince. But that's Potter, isn't it? That's the boy who lived. Why is he called Prince? Is it true Snape raised him? Is it true? Harry walked to the stool. The hall fell silent. He sat. McGonagall placed the hat on his head. Well, well, said a voice in his mind. Harry Prince. Or is it Potter? Or is it something else entirely? I know who I am, Harry thought. Do you? Let me see. The hat rummaged through his mind, not roughly, but thoroughly. Harry felt it passing over memories like fingers over pages: the cupboard, the vow, the golden light, the potions lab, Severus reading by lamplight, the garden at Prince Manor, the locked bookcase, the covenant, the training, the wand, the phoenix feather. Fascinating, the hat murmured. You have courage, considerable courage. Gryffindor would shape it into something legendary. You have a mind that Rowena herself would envy. An ambition? Oh yes. But it's not ambition for yourself, is it? It's ambition for the people you've chosen. Is that a question? It's an observation. You are a very unusual child, Harry Prince. The prince blood runs deep in you, deeper than you know yet. And the magic your guardian's vow awakened. The hat paused. I remember the princes. I sorted the first of them, 1,000 years ago. They were never simple. I'd like Slytherin. Would you? You'd do well anywhere, you know. Gryffindor would give you allies among people who value action over strategy. Ravenclaw would feed that hungry mind. Slytherin will test you every day, the politics, the prejudice, the legacy. You'll have to fight for every inch of who you are. I know. That's why. A beat of silence inside his head. Then, with something that sounded almost like approval, Slytherin. The green and silver table erupted. Harry removed the hat and walked toward them, toward Draco Malfoy's delighted, calculating welcome and Daphne Greengrass's cool, evaluating gaze, and the complex, treacherous web of Slytherin house politics that would either make him or break him. At the head table, Severus Snape watched Harry sit. Their eyes met again across the hall. The smallest nod, barely a movement, invisible to anyone not looking for it. Dumbledore watched them both. His expression was benign, grandfatherly, and as readable as a locked door. That night, in the Slytherin dormitory beneath the lake, Harry lay in his bed and felt the water pressing against the enchanted windows, green light, rippling, alive. The common room had been everything Severus had described: stone and shadow, dark leather, the kind of beauty that had teeth. The other first years were sleeping, or pretending to sleep, or lying awake evaluating alliances and threats. Harry closed his eyes. He breathed the way Severus had taught him, deep, controlled, clearing his mind. The golden warmth pulsed. It came from beneath his ribs, from the place where the vow lived, a beat like a second heartbeat, warm and ancient and aware. It felt like the manor's wards. It felt like the magic in the great hall. It felt like something waking up. He pressed it down with a clemency, layered walls of calm thought over the warmth until it subsided. Whatever this was, whatever the Prince Covenant was, whatever Eileen's journals had warned about, it would have to wait. He had school in the morning. He slept. 3 floors above, in the headmaster's office, a spun-glass instrument on a high shelf began to spin, slowly at first, then faster. It had been still for 100 years. Dumbledore had nearly forgotten what it measured. He stood before it now, watching it whirl, and his expression was not grandfatherly at all. It was the expression of a man watching a variable he hadn't accounted for enter an equation he thought he'd solved. Interesting, he murmured. Then, more quietly, oh, Severus. What have you done? The instrument spun on, measuring something old and deep and patient, something that had waited in the blood of the Prince line for a keeper who would not run. Something that had finally found one. Chapter 2, The Prince of Slytherin. Harry learned 2 things about Slytherin House in his first 72 hours. The first was that the common room operated on rules that had nothing to do with Hogwarts. The professors set academic standards, awarded points, assigned detentions. That was the surface. Beneath it, Slytherin ran on a system of influence, obligation, and carefully maintained hierarchies that would have made a Renaissance court blush. The prefects enforced house discipline, not the teacher's version, but the real version. First years didn't speak to seventh years unless spoken to. Debts were tracked with accountant precision. Alliances shifted like tides, and every conversation was a negotiation. The second thing Harry learned was that most of this could be navigated by simply refusing to play. Marcus Flint, fifth year, prefect, built like a troll and roughly as charming, cornered Harry on his second evening. The common room was half full, students scattered across leather sofas and study tables, all pretending not to watch. The social hierarchy demanded that Flint establish dominance over the notable first year. Harry had been expecting it since dinner. Prince. Flint planted himself in Harry's path, arms crossed, flanked by two sixth years whose names Harry hadn't bothered to learn. Or should I say Potter? You should say Prince, since that's my name. Funny. Because the whole school's talking about the boy who lived getting sorted into Slytherin, and I want to know what you think that means for us. Harry looked up at him. Flint had 6 inches and 60 pounds on him. It didn't matter. Harry had spent years being smaller than everyone in the room, and Severus had taught him that size was the least important variable in any confrontation. It means I live here, Harry said. Same as you. Yeah, see, it's not that simple. You've got a reputation. People expect things from the boy who lived. And when they look at you, they look at Slytherin. So I need to know, are you going to be a problem? Define problem. Flint leaned closer. The kind that draws attention. The kind that makes the other houses think we're harboring the enemy. Harry's voice was mild. You're worried that having Harry Potter in Slytherin makes the house look dark. Or you're worried it makes you look weak because you can't control me. Which is it? The common room went very quiet. Flint's jaw tightened. I'm not here to be controlled, Flint. I'm not here to make trouble either. I'm here to learn, earn my marks, and represent this house well. If that's a problem for you, we can discuss it further, but I'd suggest you pick a time when the entire common room isn't watching you try to intimidate a first-year half your size. The optics aren't great. Someone on a nearby sofa made a sound that might have been a smothered laugh. Flint's face went red, then white, cycling through anger into calculation. He was a bully, but not a stupid one. He could read the room, and the room was tilting away from him. We'll see, Prince, he said, and walked away with what dignity he could salvage. Harry sat down in the armchair Flint had been blocking and opened his charms textbook. His hands were steady. His pulse was not, but nobody needed to know that. Across the room, Daphne Greengrass watched him from a study table where she'd been writing a letter. She had a quill in her hand and ink on her fingers and an expression that gave away precisely nothing. Their eyes met. She held his gaze for 3 seconds, an eternity in Slytherin social calculus, then returned to her letter. Harry filed it away. First contact. Evaluation in progress, on both sides. Draco Malfoy arrived at Harry's elbow moments later, dropping into the adjacent chair with the proprietary ease of someone who considered proximity a statement of alliance. Nicely done. Flint's been insufferable since he made prefect. I wasn't trying to be nice. Which is what made it effective. Draco studied him with open curiosity, the calculating kind, not the cruel kind. Father says you've been trained. Potions, occlumency, defensive magic. He says Snape's been preparing you since you were 4. Severus values preparedness. Severus. Draco's eyebrows rose at the first name. What's it like? Being raised by him? Harry considered the question. Most people who asked it were fishing for horror stories, the greasy dungeon bat, the cruel professor, the former Death Eater. Draco, Harry sensed, was asking something different. Draco was asking what it was like to have a father who paid attention. Demanding, Harry said. Honest. Never boring. Something flickered across Draco's face, quickly hidden, but Harry caught it. Envy. Not of Harry's fame or his scar, but of the word honest. Lucius Malfoy was many things, but honest was not among them. "I think you and I should work together," Draco said, recovering smoothly. "The house respects strength, and between the two of us, your reputation, my connections, I'm not interested in a power block, Draco." "Then what are you interested in?" "Right now." Chapter 4 of Flitwick's Standard Book of Spells. The section on levitation is actually quite interesting if you ignore his notation. Draco stared at him for a beat, then laughed, a real laugh, startled out of him, and Harry noted that it sounded completely different from the polished chuckle Draco deployed in social situations. This was the actual boy, surprised into authenticity. "You're going to be a problem, Prince." "So I've been told." Classes began, and Harry discovered the peculiar frustration of being simultaneously overprepared and under-socialized. Potions was a masterclass in masks. Severus stood before the first-year Slytherin Gryffindor class and delivered his opening speech, the one about bottling fame, brewing glory, putting a stopper in death, and his eyes passed over Harry with the same contemptuous sweep he gave everyone else. No flicker of recognition. No warmth. Nothing. "Prince," Severus snapped during the practical. "Your lacewing flies are over-chopped. Do it again." They weren't over-chopped. Harry knew they weren't over-chopped. He'd been chopping lacewing flies since he was 7, and his technique was, if anything, better than most adults. But he also knew what Severus was doing. In public, at Hogwarts, Harry was a student and Severus was a professor, and any hint of favoritism would destroy them both in Slytherin's internal politics and in the wider school's perception. "Yes, sir," Harry said, and rechopped the flies. Beside him, Draco looked smug. Even his ward isn't safe. He has standards. He has a personality disorder. Harry bit the inside of his cheek to keep from smiling. Charms was better. Professor Flitwick, tiny, enthusiastic, prone to toppling off his stack of books mid-lecture, recognized genuine aptitude immediately. When Harry performed a successful levitation charm on the first attempt, 3 weeks before the rest of the class, Flitwick squeaked with delight and awarded 10 points to Slytherin. "Remarkable, Mr. Prince. Your wand movement is exemplary, the slight twist at the apex is often overlooked, but you've incorporated it naturally. Have you practiced before?" "Extensively, Professor." "With whom, if you don't mind my asking?" "Professor Snape." Flitwick's eyebrows climbed his forehead. "Severus taught you charms?" "Severus taught me everything." The little professor beamed. "Well, he's done a magnificent job. I'll have to tell him so, though I suspect the compliment will kill him." Hermione Granger, sitting 2 rows ahead in the Gryffindor section, turned around and caught Harry's eye. Her expression was complicated, competitive admiration, a recognition that she'd found someone who might actually match her, and a determination to close any gap immediately. She performed her own levitation charm 30 seconds later, textbook perfect. They nodded at each other across the aisle. Respect acknowledged. Battle lines drawn, but not unfriendly ones. Transfiguration under McGonagall was rigorous and fair. History of magic under Binns was a criminal waste of everyone's time. Harry brought supplementary reading and studied independently during lectures, which Binns never noticed, being dead. Herbology under Sprout was practical and surprisingly engaging. Harry found that potions training gave him an intuitive understanding of plant properties. And then there was defense against the dark arts. Harry felt at the moment he walked into Quirrell's classroom, a pressure at the edges of his occlumency shields, subtle as a draft under a door. Not an attack. A probe. Something testing the perimeter of his mind the way you test a fence for weak points. He reinforced his shields and sat down. Quirrell was performing, the stammer, the nervous twitching, the absurd turban. It was a good performance. Most of the students were either bored or contemptuous, which was presumably the point. A professor nobody took seriously was a professor nobody watched closely. Harry watched closely. The probing continued throughout the lesson, gentle, persistent, always pulling back before it became overt. Whoever was behind it was skilled. Not Quirrell himself. The man's visible behavior was too coordinated, too consistent in its apparent incompetence. Someone else was driving. Someone riding behind those frightened eyes. After class, Harry walked straight to the dungeons. Enter. Severus didn't look up from the essays he was marking, eviscerating, more accurately, based on the amount of red ink. Close the door. Harry closed it and cast a privacy charm. Severus glanced up at that, a brief flicker of approval at the precaution. Quirrell probed my shields during class. The quill stopped moving. Severus set it down with careful precision, the precision of a man controlling a visceral reaction. Describe it. Harry described it. The subtlety, the persistence, the sense of a second consciousness. Severus listened without interrupting, his face growing progressively more still, which, in Severus's emotional vocabulary, meant progressively more alarmed. The mark has been burning, Severus said quietly. Intermittently, since September. Low grade, like an ember. I've felt nothing like it since, he stopped. Since Voldemort was alive. Severus met his eyes. Between them, in the familiar space of their shared understanding, the word alive sat like a stone. I believe the Dark Lord is present in this school, Severus said. Attached to Quirrell in some capacity. Possessing him, perhaps, or parasitically sustained. The turban is not a fashion choice. And the third-floor corridor? Severus's jaw tightened. You noticed. Dumbledore told the entire school it was off-limits and would result in a painful death. That's not a warning, it's an invitation. What's up there? Something Dumbledore is using as bait. An object of considerable value, protected by a series of obstacles that a sufficiently motivated individual could overcome. Severus's voice was acid. The headmaster is conducting an experiment. He wants to see who comes for the bait, and he wants to see what you do when they do. So Dumbledore knows about Quirrell. Dumbledore suspects. Dumbledore always suspects. But he won't act until he has certainty, because acting on suspicion would prevent him from learning what he truly wants to know, which is how the Dark Lord has survived, and how he might be permanently destroyed. And I'm the variable. You are the variable he cannot control and cannot ignore. Which makes you both valuable and, in his calculus, expendable. Harry absorbed this. The potions lab was quiet, smelling of brimstone and preserved ingredients, and the candlelight threw shadows that made Severus's angular face look carved from something harder than bone. What do you want me to do? Harry asked. Severus looked at him for a long moment. Observe. Learn. Report to me. Nothing more. And if Quirrell makes a move, then I will handle it. Severus, I will handle it, Harry. The words were steel wrapped in velvet. You are 11 years old. You are my ward. You are not a soldier, and I did not spend 7 years teaching you to survive so that Albus Dumbledore could deploy you as bait. The argument sat between them, not spoken yet, but present, like a potion reaching the point of volatility. Harry recognized it. He backed down. Not because he agreed, but because pushing Severus on this, now, would produce heat rather than light. Okay, he said. I'll observe. Severus nodded. His shoulders dropped a fraction, the only sign of relief he would permit. Your lacewing flies were perfectly chopped, he added, returning to his essays. Don't tell anyone I said so. Your secret's safe. Get out of my office. Harry got. October brought the troll, and with it, the first real test of what Harry Prince was made of. He was at the Halloween feast when Quirrell burst through the doors, screaming about a troll in the dungeons, and collapsed in a theatrical heap that Harry noted was perfectly positioned to avoid actually injuring himself. The hall erupted into panic. Dumbledore's command for students to return to their dormitories was barely audible over the screaming. Harry didn't panic. He thought. The Slytherin common room was in the dungeons. Quirrell had just reported a troll in the dungeons. Dumbledore was sending Slytherin students directly into the troll's path, either through negligence or design. Neither option inspired confidence. But that wasn't the first problem. The first problem was Hermione Granger. Harry had seen her leave dinner early, upset about something, her eyes red. Ron Weasley had said something cruel about her in Charms class. It's no wonder she hasn't got any friends, and she'd spent the afternoon crying in the girls' bathroom. She didn't know about the troll. She was alone. "Where are you going?" Draco hissed as Harry peeled away from the Slytherin group in the entrance hall. "Granger doesn't know. She's in the second-floor bathroom." "That's not our problem. It's mine." Harry turned to go, and found, to his surprise, a round-faced Gryffindor first-year falling into step beside him. "I heard what Ron said to her," Neville Longbottom said. His face was pale, but his jaw was set. "Someone should have gone after her then." "I'll come." Harry looked at him, this anxious, uncertain boy who was afraid of his own shadow and still chose to walk toward danger because it was right, and felt something click into place. "Stay behind me." They ran. The troll was already at the bathroom when they arrived, 12 feet of grey-green muscle and stupidity, dragging a club that gouged trenches in the stone floor. The door was smashed inward. Inside, Hermione was pressed against the far wall, frozen with terror. Harry didn't hesitate. Hesitation was death, Severus's voice in his head, calm and precise. "Assess, plan, execute. You have seconds, not minutes. Neville. Stay at the door. If it comes toward you, run. Don't be brave, be alive." Neville nodded, gripping his wand with both hands. Harry stepped into the bathroom. The troll saw him. It was slow, trolls were always slow between strikes, and it turned with the ponderous momentum of a falling tree. The club swung. Harry dove left. Tiles exploded where he'd been standing. He came up on one knee, wand out, and cast the levitation charm, not on the club, which was too heavy, but on the debris. Shattered tiles, chunks of sink, broken pipe, they rose in a swirling cloud around the troll's head, battering its face, blinding it. The troll bellowed and swung wildly. Harry rolled under a stall divider, came up behind the creature, and cast a tripping jinx at its ankles. The spell wouldn't work on a troll, too much magic resistance, but the floor was wet from the smashed pipes, and the jinx was enough to upset the troll's already compromised balance. It went down. The impact shook the room. The club bounced from its grip and skidded across the floor. Harry hit it with a levitation charm, the club this time, rising 6 feet, 10 feet, and released. The club fell on the troll's head with a sound like a melon hitting pavement. The troll twitched once, then went still. Silence. Harry stood in the wreckage of the bathroom, breathing hard, wand still raised. His robes were soaked, his glasses cracked, and his heart was hammering with the particular intensity of a first real fight. Training was one thing. Application was another. Hermione peeled herself off the wall. Her face was white, her eyes enormous. How did you, are you hurt?" "No. No, she looked at the unconscious troll. "You did that in about 20 seconds. Closer to 30. Harry pushed his broken glasses up his nose. "We need to move. Teachers will be here soon and I'd rather not explain why a Slytherin first year is in a girl's bathroom." Neville appeared in the doorway, wide-eyed. "Is it dead?" "Unconscious." "Come on." They made it halfway down the corridor before McGonagall found them, sweeping around the corner with her wand drawn and her expression set to maximum severity. Snape was behind her, and behind him, Quirrell, looking suitably terrified. "What on earth?" McGonagall began. "It was my fault, Professor." Hermione stepped forward. Her voice was shaking, but the words were clear. I went looking for the troll because I'd read about them and thought I could handle it. Harry and Neville came to get me out. Harry looked at her. She looked back, and in her eyes was something he recognized, the deliberate choice to take a hit for someone else. She was lying, badly, but the intent was clear, she was protecting them. McGonagall was not fooled. But she was also not willing to punish 3 first-years who had just survived an encounter with a mountain troll, and the calculation showed on her face. 5 points from Gryffindor, Miss Granger, for sheer foolishness. She turned to Harry and Neville. And 5 points each to your houses, for dumb luck. Behind her, Severus caught Harry's eye. His expression was unreadable to anyone else, but Harry could translate it fluently. We are going to discuss this, and you are going to hate the discussion. Quirrell had gone very quiet. Harry felt the pressure at his occlumency shields again, stronger this time, probing with something that felt like hunger. He pushed back, not aggressively, but firmly, the mental equivalent of slamming a door, and felt the probe recoil. For an instant, he could have sworn something behind Quirrell's eyes flinched. Severus noticed. His gaze shifted to Quirrell. The temperature in the corridor seemed to drop. The conversation happened that evening, in Severus's office, behind locked doors and 3 layers of privacy enchantments. You were supposed to observe. Hermione was in danger. You were supposed to report to me and let me handle, there wasn't time. The troll was already in the bathroom. If I'd come to find you first, she'd be dead. Severus's hands were flat on his desk. The tendons stood out like bridge cables. He was furious, not at Harry's actions, Harry understood, but at the situation that had demanded them. Your spell work was competent, Severus said after a long, grinding silence. Thank you. It was reckless, foolhardy, and precisely the kind of Gryffindor heroics I have spent 7 years trying to train out of you. I'm in Slytherin. I assessed the threat, formed a plan, and executed it using the resources available. That strategy, not heroics. Severus's eye twitched. It was, Harry knew, the closest the man came to acknowledging that he'd been outmaneuvered in an argument. Quirrell let the troll in, Severus said, changing tack. While the school was distracted, he attempted to access the 3rd-floor corridor. I intercepted him. And? Severus pulled up his trouser leg, revealing a deep gash, still raw, crudely healed. The 3-headed dog guarding the trapdoor took exception to my presence. There's a 3-headed dog. A Cerberus. Belonging to Hagrid. Because Dumbledore's security measures apparently run on the principle of escalating absurdity. Harry looked at the wound. Have you treated that? I am a potions master, Harry. I have treated it. With what? Because the edges are inflamed, which means you used Didney without cleaning the wound first, which you've told me 100 times, go to bed. Let me see it properly. Go to bed. Harry went. But not before leaving a jar of properly brewed wound cleaning paste on Severus's desk, which he'd prepared 3 weeks ago because he'd known, in the way he always knew, that eventually, Severus would need it and refuse to ask. November brought something Harry hadn't anticipated, friendship. Hermione Granger started appearing at his library table. Not by invitation, she simply materialized, book-laden and intense, and began studying beside him as if their shared near-death experience had established a contract neither of them needed to sign. The Standard Book of Spells, Grade 1, has 17 errors, she announced on her 3rd appearance, dropping into the chair opposite him. I've catalogued them. Would you like to see? I've found 19. Her eyes narrowed. Which 2 did I miss? They compared lists. Harry had caught 2 notation errors in the unlocking charms section that Hermione had overlooked. She'd caught 3 historical inaccuracies he'd dismissed as irrelevant. They're not irrelevant, she insisted. Historical context affects theoretical understanding. If you don't know why a spell was developed, you can't fully understand its limitations. I know. Severus says the same thing. Then why did you dismiss them? Because I was being lazy, and you've just made me aware of it, which is both helpful and annoying. She smiled, the real smile, not the anxious-to-please smile she deployed in class. Happy to help. Their study sessions became a fixture. Hermione brought rigor, Harry brought practical experience, and together they covered ground that left their respective classmates bewildered. Neville Longbottom joined occasionally, quiet, often struggling, but with a genuine talent for herbology that emerged when he stopped being afraid. "Why do you sit with a Gryffindor?" Theodore Nott asked one evening in the common room, his tone carrying the precise weight of Slytherin disapproval. "Because she's the smartest person in our year, and I'd rather learn from the best than sit with the comfortable." Nott looked like he wanted to argue. He glanced at Draco, who shrugged one shoulder, a gesture that said I don't control him, and neither do you, and Nott let it drop. Daphne Greengrass said nothing during the exchange. But later, when the common room had emptied, she moved from her usual chair by the fire to the one beside Harry's. "You're making enemies," she said. Harry looked up from his Transfiguration essay. She was sitting with her legs tucked beneath her, a book open in her lap, Political Structures of the Wisengamot, which was not assigned reading for any first-year class, and told Harry everything he needed to know about how she spent her time. "I'm not trying to. That doesn't matter. You're disrupting the hierarchy. Flint can't control you. Malfoy can't recruit you. Nott can't categorize you. You're a half-blood who outperforms the purebloods, a Potter who chose Slytherin, and a war orphan who was raised by a Death Eater. You don't fit any box, and people who don't fit boxes make other people nervous. You seem calm. I'm not other people." She turned a page. "My family is neutral. Has been for 3 generations. Do you know what that means in this house? It means you don't have allies. You have options." She looked at him. Her eyes were blue-gray, the color of winter sky over the Welsh hills, and they contained a sharpness that most people would mistake for coldness but Harry recognized as clarity. "Yes," she said. "And right now, you're the most interesting option in the room." "I'm flattered." "Don't be. Interesting isn't the same as safe. I don't think you're looking for safe." A pause. The fire crackled. The lake pressed against the windows, deep green and full of shadows. "No," Daphne said. "I'm not." She returned to her book. Harry returned to his essay. They sat in silence for an hour, not companionable, not uncomfortable, but aware. The particular silence of two people who have recognized each other and are deciding what to do about it. Harry wrote to Severus that night, "I think I'm making a friend. She's terrifying." The reply came the next morning by School Owl, written in Severus's razor-sharp handwriting, "Good. The terrifying ones are the only ones worth having." Christmas arrived, and with it, the Mirror of Erist. Harry stayed at Hogwarts for the holidays. Prince Manor was home, but Severus was at the castle, and where Severus was, Harry preferred to be. Most of the Slytherins went home. Draco departed with a wave and a promise to write. Daphne left more quietly, pausing at the common room door to look back at Harry. "Don't do anything too interesting while I'm gone. I'll try to contain myself." "You won't. You never do." She almost smiled. Almost. Then she was gone. Harry found the mirror on his second night of wandering the castle, not aimlessly, but systematically. Severus had taught him to know his environment, and Hogwarts was vast and full of secrets that rewarded exploration. The room of requirement. The hidden passages. The way the staircases moved in patterns that could be predicted if you watched long enough. The mirror was in an unused classroom on the 4th floor. Tall, ornate, with an inscription carved along the frame that Harry read backward without effort, "I show not your face but your heart's desire." He stood before it. The mirror showed him a room, warm, firelit, lined with books. The potions lab at Prince Manor. Severus stood beside him, not as the professor with his armor of contempt, but as the man Harry knew, tired, sharp, fundamentally kind in ways he'd rather die than admit. And behind them, her hand on Severus's shoulder, a woman with red hair and green eyes and a smile that broke Harry's heart. His mother. She looked at him the way he'd always imagined she would, with love so complete it didn't need words, so natural it didn't need performance. And she looked at Severus the same way, with a forgiveness that went beyond anything Harry fully understood yet but felt in his bones. A family. Not the family that existed, complicated, scarred, built on grief and guilt and stubbornly chosen love, but the family that could have been, if the world had been kinder. Harry stood before the mirror for a very long time. Long enough for the candles to burn low. Long enough for the ache in his chest to become familiar, then manageable, then simply present, part of him, like the scar or the golden warmth or the memories he'd locked behind occlumency walls. Then he turned away. He didn't go back. He knew, the way Severus had taught him to know, through discipline and self-awareness and the brutal honesty of occlumency, that the mirror was a trap. Not malicious, but magnetic. It showed you what you wanted so perfectly that wanting became all you did, and doing became impossible. He walked back to the dungeons, climbed into bed, and lay awake until morning, thinking about a woman he'd never known and a man he loved in the present tense. Dumbledore found him 2 days later. It was in the library, which Harry suspected was not a coincidence. The headmaster appeared between the shelves like a benevolent ghost, robes of purple and silver, half-moon spectacles glinting. "Harry. I hope the holidays find you well." "They do. Thank you, headmaster." Dumbledore settled into the chair across from him with the casual grace of a man who owned every room he entered. "I noticed you found the mirror of Eriste." Harry closed his book. "You placed it where I'd find it." A twinkle, the real one, not the manufactured version. Dumbledore was genuinely amused. "You are very like Severus in some ways." The suspicion. The assumption that everything is a test. Is it? Sometimes. Not always. I was curious what you would see in the mirror, and more importantly, what you would do afterward. Most people who find it go back. Night after night, unable to resist. You went once. It shows desire, not reality. I prefer to deal in reality. And what did you see? Harry held the old man's gaze. Blue eyes meeting green, and in the space between them, all the complicated history they shared, the prophecy, the cupboard, the vow, the boy Dumbledore had placed and the boy Severus had raised. "Something I already have most of," Harry said. Dumbledore blinked. For just an instant, the mask slipped, not far, but enough for Harry to see surprise underneath, and beneath the surprise, something that might have been sadness. "The mirror will be moved to a new location tonight," Dumbledore said, recovering. "It has a role to play in protecting something of great importance. The Philosopher's Stone." The silence that followed was exquisite. Dumbledore's expression didn't change, his control was far too good for that, but something shifted behind his eyes, a recalculation running at speed. "You've been busy," he said mildly. "I've been paying attention. Nicholas Flamel, the three-headed dog, the protections provided by various professors. Severus told me the outline. I filled in the details. Did Severus also tell you why the stone is here? Bait. You want to see who comes for it, and how. And you disapprove. I think you're playing chess with live pieces, headmaster. And I think you're too comfortable with sacrifice." The words landed harder than Harry intended. Dumbledore's face went very still, not with anger, but with the particular intensity of a man hearing his own worst fear spoken aloud by a child. "You are remarkable, Harry," Dumbledore said quietly. "But you are also 11, and there are dimensions to this situation that you cannot yet, then explain them." "Not yet. But soon." Dumbledore rose. "I will tell you this much, the stone is bait, yes. But not for Quirrell. For something riding behind him, something I need to understand before I can destroy it." And Harry, he paused at the library door. The mirror of Eriste is the final protection on the stone. Only someone who wants to find the stone but not use it can retrieve it from the mirror. I chose that protection very carefully. He left. Harry sat alone in the library, turning the conversation over in his mind like a complex equation. Dumbledore had told him about the mirror's role deliberately. He was placing information like puzzle pieces, guiding Harry toward a specific conclusion, toward the stone, toward Quirrell, toward a confrontation the headmaster wanted to happen. And the infuriating part was that Harry couldn't tell if this was manipulation or genuine trust. The spring term accelerated. Quirrell grew bolder. Harry felt the probes more frequently now, in class, in the corridors, once in the Great Hall during dinner. Whoever was behind Quirrell's eyes was becoming impatient, pressing harder against Harry's shields with a hunger that had shifted from curiosity to desperation. "He's drinking unicorn blood," Severus said one evening in March, his voice flat with controlled disgust. Hagrid found a dead unicorn in the forest, drained. There have been others. Harry's stomach turned. Even at 11, he understood what that meant. Unicorn blood sustained life, but at a terrible cost, a half-life, a cursed existence. Whoever was consuming it was not living but refusing to die. How long can he sustain himself like that? Not indefinitely. He's weakening. Which makes him more dangerous, not less. Severus's hands were folded on his desk, perfectly still, the stillness that meant he was holding himself together by force of will. "I believe he will make his attempt soon. End of term, perhaps. When the school is distracted. And Dumbledore? Dumbledore will conveniently be elsewhere. A summons from the ministry, an urgent meeting, some fabrication that removes him from the castle at the critical moment. He wants this to happen, Harry. He's been engineering it all year. Why? Because he believes you must face the Dark Lord. Not next year or the year after, now. He believes the confrontation is necessary for your development." The word was spoken with acid precision. Severus despised it, the idea of Harry's suffering as pedagogy, his danger as curriculum. "Then let me face him." "Absolutely not. Severus, I said no." Severus stood, his chair scraping back. He was pale, and his eyes were burning, and for the first time in months, Harry saw the father beneath the professor, the man who had pulled him from a cupboard and sworn an oath and read potions journals by lamplight to hold back the dark. "I did not raise you to be Dumbledore's sacrifice. I did not spend 7 years, you didn't raise me to hide, either." The words hit. Severus flinched, actually flinched, a physical recoil, and Harry felt the cruelty of them and pressed on anyway because this mattered. This was the point where their positions had been grinding against each other all year, and one of them had to break through. "You taught me to fight. You taught me shields and occlumency and how to read a room and how to not be helpless. You taught me all of it so that when this moment came, I'd be ready. And now you're telling me to stand down because you're scared, and I understand that, but, of course I'm scared." Severus's voice cracked. Just a fracture, a hairline split in the mask, but enough for everything behind it to blaze through. "You are the only thing in this world that he stopped. The sentence hung unfinished, enormous and raw. Harry crossed the room and stood before him. 11 years old. 4 feet 8 inches. Looking up at the man who had been his entire world since he was 4. "Then help me," Harry said. "Don't send me alone. Come with me." The silence lasted 5 heartbeats. Then Severus closed his eyes, opened them, and nodded. "Together, then. Together." It happened in June. Dumbledore was called away, an urgent owl from the ministry, exactly as Severus had predicted. The castle felt different that evening, charged and expectant, like the atmosphere before a storm. Harry knew the moment Quirrell made his move. He felt it in his shields, the probing ceased abruptly, replaced by a silence that was somehow louder. The hunter had stopped circling. The hunter was going in. He found Severus in the potions office. No words were needed, their eyes met, and the decision was already made. They went through the trapdoor together. The Cerberus was asleep, someone had enchanted a harp to play, its melody filling the chamber with drowsy sweetness. They dropped through the trapdoor into Devil's Snare, which Severus dispatched with a bluebell flame so contemptuous it bordered on insulting. Sprout could have made this more challenging with a common garden weed, he muttered, brushing soil from his robes. The flying keys were next. Harry mounted a broomstick, he'd practiced at Prince Manor, though he'd never played Quidditch, and caught the right key in under 2 minutes. His reflexes were sharp, his flying clean if not spectacular. Severus waited below, watching with an expression that wanted to be critical but couldn't quite manage it. The chess set. Life-sized, enchanted, violently enthusiastic about its purpose. Harry assessed the board while Severus stood at the edge, arms crossed. Knight to h3, Harry said. Then bishop takes, Harry. We don't have time for chess. Severus drew his wand and blasted the white queen off the board. She shattered against the wall. The remaining pieces froze. Harry stared at him. That's cheating. That's efficiency. The protections are designed to be overcome, Dumbledore wants them overcome. I'm simply declining to play his game at his pace. They moved on. Through the troll room, another troll, already unconscious, Quirrell's handiwork. Through the potions puzzle, a line of bottles, a riddle in verse. Severus read the riddle, glanced at the bottles, and selected the correct one in approximately 3 seconds. I wrote harder riddles when I was 12, he said, handing the smallest bottle to Harry. Drink. What about you? There's only enough for one to go forward and one to go back. Severus's hand closed on Harry's shoulder, the old gesture, steady and grounding. I will go forward. You, no. Harry, we do this together or not at all. You promised. They looked at each other in the purple firelight. Then Severus pulled a vial from his robes, a potion of his own making, clear as water, prepared weeks ago for exactly this contingency, and drank it. Fire resistance draft, he said, stepping through the black flames without flinching. It pays to be paranoid. Harry drank from the smallest bottle and followed. The final chamber was vast and empty except for the mirror of Eriste and the man standing before it, not Quirrell's nervous persona but something else, someone standing straight and still, the stammer gone, the fear gone, replaced by a focused intensity that filled the room like heat. I wondered if you'd come, Quirrell said, and his voice was different, layered, as if 2 people were speaking at once. Severus stepped in front of Harry. His wand was drawn. His face was the mask, the perfect, impenetrable mask of the spy who had stood before the Dark Lord and lied and survived. Quirinus, he said. Or should I address the other one? Quirrell smiled. It was terrible. Severus. My faithful servant. How disappointing you turned out to be. The voice. Low, sibilant, coming from everywhere and nowhere. Harry felt it in his scar, a bolt of pain, sharp and sudden, and gritted his teeth against it. Quirrell reached up and unwound the turban. The face on the back of his head was barely human. White as chalk, with red eyes and slitted nostrils, a face that had been reconstructed from something that should have stayed dead. Voldemort. The boy, Voldemort whispered. Bring me the boy. Quirrell turned. His wand came up. Severus moved. The duel was unlike anything Harry had seen in training. Severus fought with lethal precision, no wasted movement, no theatrical flourishes, spells flowing in rapid sequence like the steps of a potion, each one building on the last, each one setting up the next. Stunning spells, binding curses, a vicious cutting hex that opened a gash on Quirrell's arm. But Quirrell, Voldemort, was not fighting like a professor. He was fighting like a parasite with nothing to lose, channeling magic through a body he didn't mind destroying. Curses that should have been impossible flew from his wand, dark magic, the kind that left scorch marks on stone and made the air taste of copper. Severus deflected, shielded, countered. A spell caught his shoulder and spun him sideways. He staggered but didn't fall. "Dad!" The word tore out of Harry before he could stop it, raw, instinctive, the word he'd never used because they'd never needed it and suddenly needed it more than anything. Severus's eyes snapped to him. Just for a moment. Just long enough. Quirrell's curse hit him square in the chest. Severus went down. Harry moved without thought. He didn't run to Severus. Severus would have been furious, would have told him never turn your back on an active threat. He ran at Quirrell. His wand came up, and every spell Severus had taught him fired in sequence: Expelliarmus, Impedimenta, Petrificus Totalis. Quirrell batted them aside like flies. He was too powerful, too experienced. Harry's spells were first-year work against a Dark Lord. Quirrell's hand closed around Harry's wrist, and the world exploded. Not with pain, for Harry. For Quirrell, the contact was agony. His skin blistered where it touched Harry's, splitting and blackening as if burned by something far worse than fire. He screamed, a double scream, Quirrell and Voldemort layered together, and released. "What?" Quirrell staggered backward, staring at his ruined hand. "What magic is this?" Harry felt it. The golden warmth beneath his ribs, the prince's vow, the ancient magic, Lily's sacrifice fused with something older, it surged through him like a tide. His skin was glowing, faintly, golden light emanating from his hands, his face, his scar. "Touch him again," Voldemort hissed. "Use both hands, he cannot sustain it," but Quirrell hesitated. The pain had been real, and whatever was burning him was getting stronger with every second. Harry could feel it growing, the golden pulse building like a wave, fed by his fear and his fury, and the sight of Severus crumpled on the stone floor. Harry grabbed Quirrell's face with both hands. The scream was inhuman. Quirrell's skin disintegrated beneath Harry's palms, flesh crumbling like ash, and beneath it, beneath the shell of the man, something dark and formless tore free. Voldemort's wraith ripped itself from the dying body with a shriek that shattered the mirror of Eriste and sent glass cascading across the chamber. The wraith hung in the air for one instant, red eyes fixed on Harry with a hatred so pure it was almost beautiful, and then it fled. Through the ceiling, through the stone, out into the night, leaving nothing behind but the smell of burned flesh and the echo of a promise: "I will return, boy. I will return and you will pay for this." Then Harry was on his knees beside Severus, hands on his chest, feeling for a heartbeat, finding one, thready, uneven, but there, and the golden light was fading and the room was dark and Quirrell's body was crumbling to dust on the floor and Harry was saying, "Dad, Dad, wake up, please wake up." Severus's eyes opened. Black, deep, focused. His hand found Harry's arm and gripped. "Are you hurt?" His voice was a rasp. "No. I'm fine." "You're not." "I've had worse." He almost certainly hadn't. "Help me up." "You shouldn't, help me up." Harry helped him up. Severus leaned against the wall, one hand pressed to his chest where the curse had struck, breathing in controlled gasps. His eyes swept the room, Quirrell's remains, the shattered mirror, the dissipating dark magic. "He's gone?" Severus asked. "The wraith. It fled. But not destroyed." "No." Severus closed his eyes. When he opened them, they were wet. Harry pretended not to see. Severus pretended he didn't notice Harry pretending. "You called me Dad," Severus said. "I was under stress." "Naturally. It won't happen again. See that it doesn't." They looked at each other. The chamber was settling around them, dust falling, magic fading, the adrenaline crash making everything soft and distant. In the ruin of Dumbledore's grand design, with the Dark Lord driven off and the Protector lying wounded and the mirror destroyed, they were simply what they'd always been, two people who had chosen each other in a dark room and never let go. "We should get to the hospital wing," Harry said. "In a moment." Severus's grip on Harry's arm hadn't loosened. In a moment, Harry sat beside him on the cold stone floor and waited. The hospital wing was quiet and bright. Madame Pomfrey had healed Severus's chest wound, dark curse damage, requiring 3 separate counter-curses and a potion cocktail that made Severus critique her brewing technique from the bed, which Pomfrey tolerated with the patience of someone who'd been dealing with him for a decade. Harry sat in the chair beside the bed and refused to leave. Pomfrey gave up trying after the 3rd attempt. Dumbledore arrived at midnight. He stood in the doorway of the hospital wing, robes of midnight blue, expression grave, and looked at the scene, Severus in the bed, Harry in the chair, the wreckage of his careful plan scattered like broken glass. "May I?" he asked. Harry looked at Severus. Severus nodded, fractionally. Dumbledore sat in the chair on the other side of the bed. The 3 of them formed a triangle, the old man, the spy, and the boy who was supposed to be a weapon. "Quirrell is dead," Dumbledore said. "The stone is destroyed, I've spoken with Nicholas, and he agrees it's for the best. Voldemort's wraith has fled. By any strategic measure, tonight was a success." "A success." Severus's voice could have stripped paint. "You engineered a confrontation between an 11-year-old and the Dark Lord and you call it a success." "I engineered a confrontation between a possessed professor and the protections I put in place. You chose to intervene. Harry chose to follow. Because you left us no other option. There are always options, Severus. You simply didn't like the ones I offered." Dumbledore's gaze moved to Harry. "The protections I designed were meant to be overcome, by you, Harry. The final protection, the mirror, would only have surrendered the stone to someone who wanted to find it but not use it. That was my test. You were testing whether I could resist the stone. I was testing whether you understood that some things are more important than immortality." Dumbledore's voice was gentle. "You passed. I didn't take your test. I wasn't trying to get the stone. I was trying to stop Quirrell. And in doing so, you demonstrated exactly what I hoped you would, the willingness to face darkness not for power but for love." Dumbledore's eyes moved to Severus. "Both of you." The word hung in the air. Love. It was not a word anyone in this triangle used comfortably. Severus looked like he wanted to hex someone. Harry felt his face heat. "You knew," Harry said. "You knew the stone was bait. You knew Voldemort was in the school. You were testing me." Dumbledore didn't deny it. He met Harry's eyes with a directness that, for once, contained no twinkle, no performance, just the unvarnished truth of a man who had made a terrible calculation and was willing to stand behind it. "Yes. And if Severus hadn't been there? If I'd come alone, like you wanted? The protections were designed to be survivable. Survivable isn't safe. Survivable means you accepted a percentage chance of my death." Dumbledore was silent. "I'll decide who I need to be," Harry said. "Not you. Not the prophecy. Not the mirror of Erist. Me." The old man regarded him for a long moment. Then he nodded, slowly, with a weight that suggested something shifting in his calculations. Not agreement, necessarily. But acknowledgement. A recognition that the piece he'd been trying to position had developed a will of its own, and that this was either the best thing that could have happened or the worst. "Get some rest, Harry," Dumbledore said, rising. "The end-of-year feast is tomorrow, and I believe Slytherin is in the running for the House Cup." He left. The hospital wing door closed behind him. Severus exhaled through his nose. "I despise that man." "No, you don't. I profoundly, categorically, you respect him and you're furious with him and you can't figure out if he's right about any of it. That's not the same as despising him." Severus turned his head on the pillow and looked at Harry with an expression that mixed exasperation with something deeper, the unwilling pride of a man watching his child become someone he couldn't entirely predict. "When did you become so perceptive?" "I was raised by a spy." Observation is genetic. It is absolutely not genetic. Environmental, then. Go to sleep, Harry. Harry leaned back in his chair, pulled his robes around him like a blanket, and closed his eyes. Severus watched him for a long time, this boy, this impossible, stubborn, brilliant boy who had called him dad in a moment of terror and would probably never do it again, which was fine, which was absolutely fine, which was not at all the reason Severus's eyes were stinging. He closed his own eyes. The hospital wing was quiet. Tomorrow there would be consequences, questions, politics, Dumbledore's calculations and Lucius Malfoy's inquiries and the entire weight of a world that wanted Harry Prince to be someone he hadn't chosen to be. Tonight, there was this, a father and son, alive, together, in the aftermath of a fight they'd chosen to face side by side. It was enough. The train ride home was warmer than the one in September. Harry sat in a compartment with Hermione, Neville, and, in a development that had evolved so naturally it felt inevitable, Daphne Greengrass, who had claimed the window seat and was reading a book with the focused intensity of someone ignoring everyone in the room while absorbing every word they said. "So you actually fought you-know-who," Neville said, for the third time, as if repetition might make it more believable. "A version of him. He was weakened. You and Professor Snape. Together." "Yes." Neville shook his head slowly. "My Gran's going to lose her mind." Hermione was watching Harry with the particular expression she wore when processing information that didn't fit her existing frameworks. "The golden light you described, when Quirrell touched you. That's not any defensive magic I've read about. It's not the shield charm or the Aegis ward or any standard protective enchantment." "What was it?" "I don't know," Harry said honestly. "But it's been happening since I was small. Severus thinks it's connected to my mother's protection." "Connected how?" "He's still working on it." Hermione's eyes narrowed, the look of a researcher denied data. "I'm going to look into it." "I'd expect nothing less." Daphne turned a page. Without looking up, she said, "The Prince family has a history of blood-based protective magic. Pre-Hogwarts era. If you're researching, start with Bathilda Bagshot's appendices on pre-Norman magical lineages." Everyone looked at her. She continued reading as if she'd commented on the weather. "How do you know that?" Harry asked. "My family keeps records on every notable magical bloodline. It's what neutral families do, information is more valuable than allegiance." She finally looked up, and her eyes met Harry's with that winter sky clarity. "The princes are interesting, Harry. More interesting than most people realize. Including me. Especially you." She returned to her book. The conversation was over, but the implication lingered, a thread of something larger, something Harry could feel pulling at the edges of his understanding. The train pulled into King's Cross. Harry said goodbye to Hermione, a promise to write, exchanged with the gravity of a diplomatic treaty, to Neville, a handshake and a mutual nod of survivors, and to Daphne, a look that lasted 2 seconds longer than necessary and said things neither of them was ready to articulate. Severus was waiting on the platform. Not among the crowd of parents, off to the side, in shadow, arms crossed, robes black as a promise. He looked tired. The curse wound was healed but the recovery was ongoing, and Harry could see it in the careful way he held himself, favoring the right side, breathing shallowly. They walked to the apparition point in silence. "Good term?" Severus asked, because he knew Harry needed to hear the question even if the answer was obvious. "I fought a troll, uncovered a conspiracy, and drove the Dark Lord out of a professor's skull. I asked if it was good, not eventful." Harry considered. "I made friends." Severus glanced down at him. "The Granger girl?" "Hermione. And Neville Longbottom." "And," he hesitated. "Daphne Greengrass." Something shifted in Severus's expression, a flicker of knowledge, of history. The Greengrass family was old, neutral, and dangerous in the way that information brokers were always dangerous. Daphne was not a casual choice of ally. She's sharp, Severus said. Be careful. She told me to research the prince bloodline. Severus's step faltered. Just a fraction, barely visible, but Harry saw it. Did she? She said the princes are more interesting than most people realize. What did she mean? They stood at the apparition point. The platform was emptying around them, families reuniting, trunks clattering, owls screeching. In the noise and chaos, their conversation occupied its own pocket of quiet. There are things I need to show you, Severus said. At the manor. Things I've been waiting to share until you were ready. Am I ready? Severus looked at him, really looked, the way he'd looked the night he'd found Harry in the cupboard, seeing not just the boy in front of him but everything the boy would become. After tonight, he said, I believe you might be. They brought home. Prince Manor was unchanged, the grey stone, the wild garden, the wards humming with familiar warmth. Harry felt the house recognize him as he stepped through the gates, a pulse of welcome in the golden warmth beneath his ribs. Home. They ate dinner in the kitchen, simple food, properly cooked, eaten at the scarred wooden table where Harry had eaten thousands of meals. Neither of them spoke much. The silence was comfortable, the silence of people who didn't need to fill space. After dinner, Severus led Harry to the second floor. Past the library. Past Harry's bedroom. To a door at the end of the corridor that Harry had never seen open. Severus placed his wand against the lock. It didn't click, it sang, a single clear note that resonated in Harry's chest. The door swung inward. The room was small and lined with shelves, every surface covered in journals, scrolls, and loose papers. Eileen Prince's handwriting was everywhere, the same spidery, precise script Harry had seen on the locked book 2 years ago. A desk sat in the center, covered in research notes, and above it, mounted on the wall, a family tree drawn on parchment so old it was nearly translucent. The Prince lineage stretched back over 1,000 years. Harry traced it with his eyes, names and dates and connections, branching and converging, marked with symbols he didn't recognize. At the bottom, Eileen Prince, married to Tobias Snape. Their son, Severus. And beside Severus, in new ink, added in a handwriting Harry knew as well as his own, Harry James Prince. Grandmother spent her entire adult life studying the family history, Severus said. He stood by the desk, one hand resting on the stack of journals. His voice was controlled, careful, the voice of a man choosing his words with the precision of a potion's measurement. She told me some of it when I was young. I didn't listen. I was too busy hating my father and idolizing the Dark Lord to care about old family legends. And now? Now I think the legends may not be legends. Severus opened the topmost journal. Inside, Eileen's handwriting described something called the Prince Covenant, an agreement made between the first prince and an entity of immense magical power, predating the founding of Hogwarts. The details were dense, scholarly, and Harry absorbed them with the focused attention Severus had trained into him. The princes were keepers, Severus said. Guardians of something old. The covenant gave them power, parseltongue, blood magic, the ability to weave sacrificial wards, in exchange for containment. The princes kept something locked away. And in return, they were, more than ordinary wizards. And when Eileen died, the keepership ended. There was no heir willing to take it up. The covenant went dormant. Severus paused. Until the night I swore the vow. Harry felt it then, the golden warmth, pulsing in recognition. Not alarming. Not painful. But aware, as if something inside him was listening to this conversation and nodding along. The vow woke it up, Harry said. I believe so. Lily's sacrificial magic, channeled through the prince bloodline, it created something new. Something the covenant recognizes. The protection you carry isn't just your mother's love, Harry. It's older. It's tied to whatever the princes were keeping. What were they keeping? Severus turned to the last page of Eileen's final journal. The handwriting was different here, shakier, rushed, the writing of someone who was running out of time or out of courage. A single line, underscored 3 times, "The debt always comes due." "I don't know," Severus said. "Not yet. But I intend to find out." Harry looked at the journal, at the family tree, at the room full of his grandmother's obsessive research. The golden warmth pulsed steadily, patient as a heartbeat. "Together?" he asked. Severus met his eyes. In his face, Harry could see everything, the fear, the determination, the fierce protective love he would never name and could not hide. The father he had chosen to be, not because it was easy but because it was right. "Together," Severus said. Outside, the Welsh hills stretched into the summer dark, and the wards of Prince Manor hummed with an ancient, patient power, and something deep beneath the earth stirred in its sleep, tasting the magic in the air, magic it recognized, magic it had been waiting for. The debt was patient. But the debt was waking. Chapter 3, Blood and Serpents. The summer between first and second year was the best of Harry's life, and the worst of Severus's. Harry didn't know this at the time. He spent July and August in the rhythms that had defined his childhood, potions in the morning, research in the afternoon, defensive practice in the garden as the Welsh sun tracked across the sky. The manor felt different now, charged with purpose. Eileen's research room had become their shared project, her journals spread across the desk and the floor and eventually the kitchen table, her cramped handwriting decoded line by line. Severus worked through them with the methodical fury of a man who had discovered that the house he'd been living in was built on something he didn't understand. He brewed analysis potions to test the age of the parchment. He cross-referenced Eileen's citations with volumes from the Prince Library. He sent carefully worded letters to contacts in the Department of Mysteries, anonymous, untraceable, asking questions about pre-Hogwarts magical lineages without revealing why. Harry helped. He was 12 now, sharp, patient, and possessed of an intuitive understanding of magical theory that Severus privately acknowledged surpassed his own at the same age. Together, they assembled the pieces. The Prince Covenant was real. Not legend, not metaphor, a binding magical agreement made roughly 1100 years ago between a woman named Morwenna Prince and an entity that Eileen's notes referred to only as the Deep. The details were fragmentary, but the structure was clear. The princes would serve as keepers, their bloodline sustaining a containment ward that kept the Deep locked beneath what would eventually become the site of Hogwarts. In exchange, the prince line received gifts, Parseltongue, an affinity for blood and sacrificial magic, an enhanced connection to the fundamental forces of the magical world. Salazar Slytherin wasn't the first Parselmouth, Harry said one evening, sitting cross-legged on the floor surrounded by scrolls. The princes were. That appears to be the case. Severus was at the desk, comparing 2 of Eileen's journals side by side. Slytherin married a prince, 3rd generation. The ability passed through marriage, not through Slytherin's own blood. So when people say Parseltongue is the sign of a dark wizard because of Slytherin, they're attributing the ability to the wrong family. The princes predate Slytherin by centuries. But the princes faded from prominence and the Slytherin name grew, and history, as always, was written by the loud rather than the accurate. Harry turned this over. My Parseltongue. Is it from Voldemort's scar, or from the prince blood? Severus set down his quill. This was the question he'd been dreading, the question that sat at the intersection of everything they were uncovering and everything he was afraid of. I believe it's both, he said carefully. The scar may have created a connection to the Dark Lord, but the ability itself, the capacity to speak it, to understand it, that's Prince. Your grandmother could speak to serpents. I cannot, which tells us the gift skips inconsistently. But in you, with the Prince vow active and Lily's sacrifice fused to the bloodline. He trailed off, his expression troubled. I'm the first keeper in a generation. You may be. We don't fully understand what that means yet. But the Covenant is waking up. Severus met his eyes. Yes. The golden warmth pulsed beneath Harry's ribs, steady, patient, and increasingly hard to ignore. 3 days before term began, a house elf appeared in Harry's bedroom at 6 in the morning. Harry woke to find a creature the size of a small child standing at the foot of his bed, wearing what appeared to be a pillowcase with armholes and wringing its bat-like ears with an anxiety so intense it seemed to generate its own gravitational field. "Harry Prince must not go back to Hogwarts," the elf squeaked. "Terrible things are planned. Terrible, terrible things." Harry sat up slowly. His wand was under his pillow, always under his pillow, a habit Severus had instilled before he could read, and his occlumency shields were up before he was fully awake. "Who are you?" "Dobby, sir." "Dobby the house elf. Who sent you?" Dobby's eyes went enormous. He began slamming his head against the bedpost with alarming force. "Dobby cannot say. Bad Dobby, bad, stop." Harry caught the elf's shoulders, gently, firmly. The creature froze at his touch, staring up at him with an expression of total shock, as if being handled without violence was an experience outside his frame of reference. Harry recognized that expression. He'd worn it himself, once. "Dobby. No one is going to hurt you in this house. Sit down. Tell me what you can." Dobby sat on the edge of the bed, trembling. He told Harry what he could, which was less than he wanted and more than his master would have allowed. Terrible things planned at Hogwarts. A plot. A weapon. Harry must not return. "Who is your master, Dobby?" The elf's mouth worked soundlessly. He couldn't say the name, the binding prevented it, but his enormous eyes dropped, just for an instant, to the pillowcase he wore. Harry looked at it. Looked more closely. There. Barely visible, stitched into the hem in thread almost the same color as the fabric, a crest. A serpent and a capital M, Malfoy. Harry filed it away with the precision Severus had taught him. He didn't confront the elf. Dobby was terrified and bound and trying, within the limits of his servitude, to do something brave. Punishing that would be monstrous. "Thank you, Dobby. I hear your warning. I'm going back to Hogwarts anyway." Dobby's face crumpled. "But sir, because whatever's planned, someone needs to stop it. And I'd rather be there than hiding here while other people are in danger." The elf stared at him with a reverence that made Harry deeply uncomfortable, then vanished with a crack. Harry went downstairs and told Severus everything. Including the crest. Severus listened without interruption. When Harry finished, the silence in the kitchen was the particular quality of silence that meant Severus was thinking at full speed and didn't appreciate being disturbed. "Lucius," he said finally. "He's planning something at the school. Something he's using a house elf to execute, which means he needs distance, deniability." "A weapon," Dobby said. "An artifact, most likely. Lucius collected extensively during the war. The Dark Lord entrusted several objects to his inner circle for safekeeping." Severus's jaw tightened. "I warned Dumbledore about Lucius's collection years ago. He chose not to act." "What kind of objects?" "The kind that should be locked in the deepest vault in the Department of Mysteries and never touched again." Severus stood, pacing, a rare concession to agitation. "I'll increase the wards on your trunk. I'll ward your person as well, detection charms for dark artifacts, compulsion awareness enchantments. If Lucius is planting something at Hogwarts, it will have a dark magical signature, and I want you to feel it before it gets near you." "And Draco?" Severus paused. "What about Draco? Does he know? Whatever his father is planning, is Draco part of it?" "I doubt it. Lucius uses Draco as a social asset, not an operative. The boy is 12. So am I, and you just warded me against dark artifacts." Severus gave him a look that could have curdled milk. "You are a special case. Lucky me." The new defense against the dark arts professor was Gilderoy Lockhart, and Harry despised him within approximately 90 seconds. It wasn't the vanity. Harry could tolerate vanity, having spent 2 years watching Draco Malfoy treat every mirror as a personal audience. It wasn't even the incompetence, though that was staggering. It was the fraud. Lockhart's books were beautifully written accounts of other people's achievements, claimed as his own through memory charms applied to the actual heroes. Harry had read them the previous summer at Severus's suggestion, not for the content, but as an exercise in identifying inconsistency. The timeline in Travels with Trolls doesn't work, Severus had said, tapping the relevant passage. He claims to have been in Wagga Wagga and Minsk on the same weekend. No portkey network connects those locations within the timeframe described. So he's lying. He's fabricating. There's a difference. Lying requires awareness of the truth. Lockhart has told his stories so many times he may actually believe them. That makes him not merely dishonest but delusional, which is considerably more dangerous in a teaching position. Harry entered the first defense class with his assessment already formed. He sat in the second row, beside Daphne, and waited. Lockhart did not disappoint. He released a cage full of Cornish pixies, 30 of them, electric blue and vicious, and then retreated behind his desk when they immediately began destroying the classroom. Students screamed. Neville was lifted by his ears and hung from the chandelier. Lockhart's wand produced precisely nothing useful. Harry stood. He drew his wand, centered himself, and cast a single spell, a wide-area freezing charm that Severus had taught him for crowd control scenarios. The incantation was immobulous, and Harry put enough power behind it to lock every pixie in the room in mid-air, frozen like bizarre blue ornaments. The classroom went silent. Lockhart emerged from behind his desk, adjusting his robes. Well done, Mr. Prince, I was just about to do that myself, of course, wanted to give you students a chance to practice, Professor Lockhart. Harry's voice was polite, measured, and carried the precise weight of a blade being unsheathed. Which variant of memory charm do you prefer? The precision wipe, which targets specific recollections, or the blanket erasure, which is faster but risks permanent cognitive damage? The color drained from Lockhart's face. Not gradually, all at once, like a plug had been pulled. I ask, Harry continued, in the same pleasant tone, because I've been reading your books very carefully, and the technical details of the memory modifications you describe in Wandering with Werewolves suggest someone familiar with the blanket method. The precision in Year with the Yeti, however, implies a different caster entirely. Almost as if two different people performed the charms described in your published works. The classroom was deadly quiet. Lockhart's smile had frozen on his face, a rictus grin, all teeth, no warmth. That's a very creative interpretation, Mr. Prince, it's a textual analysis. Would you like me to publish it? No, that won't be necessary, I didn't think so. Harry sat down. Lockhart avoided him for the rest of the year. He taught his classes from behind the desk, set written assignments from his own books, and never again released anything more dangerous than his ego. That was brutal, Daphne murmured after class, falling into step beside Harry in the corridor. Effective, but brutal. He's a fraud who's been mind-wiping heroes for years. Brutal seems proportionate. Oh, I'm not criticizing. I'm admiring. She glanced at him sideways, that winter sky gaze, cool and evaluating. You've changed since last year. Have I? You're more settled. Last year you were careful, watching, measuring, testing the environment. This year you're acting. Like you've decided you belong here. Harry considered this. She was right, as she usually was about the things she bothered to comment on. Last year had been reconnaissance. This year felt different, more certain, more urgent, more like the opening moves of something that wouldn't wait for him to be ready. Something's coming, he said. I don't know what yet. But I'd rather face it standing than crouching. Daphne nodded, as if this confirmed something she'd already concluded. If you need someone to watch your flank, I'm available. Is that a political offer or a personal one? A pause. The corridor was busy, students flowing between classes, robes and books and chatter, and in the middle of it, they occupied their own still point. Both, she said. The first attack happened on Halloween. Mrs. Norris was found hanging by her tail from a torch bracket on the second floor, stiff and glassy-eyed, and on the wall behind her, written in something that looked horribly like blood, "The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware." The school erupted. Harry stood in a crowd of students staring at the message and felt two things simultaneously, the cold recognition that Dobby's warning had been real, and the warm pulse of the golden magic beneath his ribs, responding to something in the castle that had just shifted. The Chamber of Secrets, Hermione breathed beside him. She'd been at the Halloween feast and had arrived with the first wave of students. "It's real. I read about it in Hogwarts, a history. Salazar Slytherin built a hidden chamber somewhere in the castle, sealed it before he left, and supposedly left a monster inside that only his heir could control." Slytherin's heir, Harry repeated. His mind was racing. Slytherin. Parseltongue. The Prince bloodline. The connections were obvious and precisely the kind that would make him suspect number one. Harry. Daphne materialized at his elbow, her voice low. "You need to be very careful about what you say and do in the next 24 hours. Half the school already thinks a Parselmouth in Slytherin is suspicious. This is going to make it worse." She was right. By morning, the whispers had started. The dueling club made it worse. Lockhart, in a spectacular display of poor judgment, organized a student dueling demonstration. He brought Severus as his co-instructor, a choice that suggested Lockhart was either brave, stupid, or didn't know the difference. Severus agreed with the barely concealed eagerness of a man who had been handed a legitimate excuse to humiliate someone he despised. The demonstration itself was brief and one-sided. Lockhart cast a flashy disarming charm, Severus deflected it without effort, sent a silent Expelliarmus that launched Lockhart across the stage, and resumed his position as if nothing had happened. The students loved it. Then came the student duels. Severus paired Harry with Draco, a choice that was either strategic or sadistic, and with Severus, the distinction was often academic. Draco opened with a Serpensortia, a conjuration that sent a large black snake slithering across the stage. It was a show-off move, designed to intimidate. It worked on most of the audience. Harry watched the snake coil toward him and felt the words rise in his throat like instinct, not learned, not practiced, but native, as natural as breathing. "Stop," he said, and the word came out as a hiss, a sibilant slide of sound that wasn't English, wasn't any human language, but was understood, by the snake, by every Parselmouth who had ever lived, and by something deep beneath the castle that shivered in recognition. The snake stopped. The great hall went silent. 300 students stared at Harry Prince standing on the dueling platform, speaking to a serpent in a language that hadn't been heard at Hogwarts since the founder himself walked these halls. "He's a Parselmouth," someone whispered. "He's the heir of Slytherin." He opened the chamber, the noise swelled like a wave. Harry stood in the center of it, his face carefully blank, his occlumency shields holding the anger and frustration at bay. He'd known this would happen eventually. Severus had warned him, years ago, that his ability would provoke fear, but knowing and experiencing were different animals. He vanished the snake with a flick of his wand and stepped off the platform. Draco fell into step beside him before he'd reached the doors. "Well," he said. "That was dramatic. I didn't plan it. I know. The Serpensortia was my fault, Father taught it to me, and I wanted to show off. I didn't realize that I'd respond in Parseltongue. That the whole school would lose its collective mind, actually. I knew about the Parseltongue." At Harry's sharp look, Draco shrugged. "Father mentioned it. Professor Snape told him, apparently. I thought it was interesting, not terrifying." They walked in silence for a moment. Around them, students parted like water, giving Harry a wide berth, the instinctive recoil of people confronting something they didn't understand. "You know this makes you suspect number one for the chamber," Draco said. The heir of Slytherin, the Parselmouth, sorted into Slytherin, the narrative writes itself. The narrative is wrong. Doesn't matter. Perception is reality in this school, and right now, the perception is that Harry Prince is either the heir of Slytherin or knows who is. Harry stopped walking. He turned to face Draco, and something in his expression made the blonde boy's smirk falter. Your father planted something in this school, Harry said quietly. An artifact. A weapon. I don't know what it is yet, but I know it came from him. Draco went pale. Not the theatrical pallor he deployed for social effect, genuine, bloodless white. How do you? It doesn't matter how. What matters is whether you're going to help me stop it or help him hide it. The question landed like a stone in a pond. Draco stared at Harry, and Harry watched the calculations run behind those grey eyes, loyalty to his father against the evidence of what his father was doing, the Malfoy name against his own emerging conscience. I don't know what he planted, Draco said slowly. He doesn't tell me things like that. But you can find out. A long pause. The corridor was empty now, students had retreated to their common rooms, and the torchlight threw shadows that made everything feel clandestine. Maybe, Draco said. What do I get? The chance to be better than him. Draco flinched. It was small, a tightening around the eyes, but it was there, and Harry knew he'd struck something real. I'll see what I can find, Draco said, and walked away. Severus's reaction to the dueling club incident was characteristically controlled and deeply alarming. He summoned Harry to his office that evening, sat behind his desk, and said nothing for 30 seconds. This was unusual. Severus always had words, sharp, precise, occasionally devastating words. Silence meant he was either furious or frightened, and Harry couldn't tell which. The Parseltongue, Severus said finally. It felt natural. It always does. Like speaking English, but deeper. Deeper. Severus repeated the word as if tasting it. The Prince gift, then. Not just residual magic from the scar. That's what you and I concluded over the summer. Yes. But hearing it confirmed in front of 300 witnesses changes the strategic landscape considerably. Severus pressed his fingers to his temples. Dumbledore will use this. The chamber, the attacks, your ability, he'll see patterns and he'll want you at the center of them. The attacks aren't connected to me. I know that. You know that. The school does not know that, and Dumbledore may find it convenient to let the ambiguity remain. Harry felt a flare of anger, hot, quick, pushed down by a clemency before it could reach his face. He'd let people think I'm dangerous. He'd let people think you're relevant. Dangerous and relevant are different concepts, and Dumbledore manipulates both with equal skill. Severus leaned back. Tell me about the snake. When you spoke to it, what did you feel? Harry thought about it. The golden warmth. The Prince magic. It pulsed when I spoke, like it was resonating with the language. And I felt. He struggled for the right words. I felt the castle respond. Like something underneath recognized the Parseltongue and leaned toward it. Severus's expression went carefully, dangerously blank. Something underneath. The covenant. The deep. Whatever's down there, it heard me. The room was very quiet. We are accelerating our research, Severus said. Immediately. Whatever Lucius has planted, whatever is attacking students, it's connected to the chamber, and the chamber is connected to the Prince legacy. This isn't coincidence. It's convergence. The attacks continued. Colin Creevey, petrified in November. Justin Finch-Fletchley and nearly headless Nick in December. Each victim found rigid, glassy-eyed, with an expression of frozen terror. Hermione threw herself into research with the single-minded intensity of a woman possessed. She commandeered a corner of the library, surrounded herself with books on magical beasts and Hogwarts history, and barely ate. A basilisk, she announced one evening in January, slamming a book down on the table with enough force to make Madame Pants look up from 3 aisles away. Harry and Daphne looked at her. They'd been studying together, the three of them an unlikely unit, Gryffindor and Slytherin, drawn together by capability and mutual respect. "The monster in the chamber is a basilisk," Hermione repeated, her voice low and rapid. "King of serpents. Kills with its gaze, direct eye contact is instantly lethal. But none of the victims are dead, which means none of them saw it directly. Colin had his camera. Justin saw it through nearly headless Nick. A ghost can't die again, so the gaze was diffused. Mrs. Norris saw its reflection in the water on the floor. They were all petrified because they saw it indirectly." Harry felt the logic click into place, clean, elegant, irrefutable. "How is it moving through the castle?" "A basilisk is enormous. The pipes." Daphne said it before Hermione could, and they exchanged a look of mutual recognition, two sharp minds arriving at the same conclusion from different angles. "Hogwarts has a plumbing system that was retrofitted in the 18th century. The original infrastructure would have been much larger, big enough for a serpent to move through. It hatches from a chicken egg beneath a toad," Hermione added. "It can live for hundreds of years. And it's controlled by a Parselmouth, whoever is commanding it is speaking to it in Parseltongue." "Which everyone thinks is me," Harry said. "Which everyone thinks is you. But it isn't, because you've been in class during every attack, and you didn't know the chamber existed until Halloween. So who's controlling it?" This was the question none of them could answer. Harry had his suspicions, Lucius's artifact, Dobby's warning, the sense of something dark and parasitic operating through an intermediary, but suspicions weren't proof. "Ginny Weasley," Daphne said quietly. They both looked at her. Daphne had set down her quill and was watching them with an expression of careful certainty. "I've been watching her. Since October. She's different. Thinner. Distracted. She writes in a diary constantly, a black leather diary that she guards obsessively. I've seen her talking to it. Not writing in it. Talking to it." Harry's blood went cold. A dark artifact. Planted by Lucius. Something that could talk back. "A cursed object," he said. "Something with a consciousness." "Or a piece of one," Hermione whispered, and the horror in her voice said she understood exactly what that implied. Harry went to Severus. It was past curfew. He used the passages he'd mapped during first year, moved through the castle with the silent efficiency Severus had drilled into him, and reached the potions office without being seen. Severus was awake. Of course he was awake, he slept in fragments, always had, the insomnia of a man whose conscience kept irregular hours. He was marking papers and drinking black coffee and looked up when Harry entered with an expression of unsurprise that was almost insulting. "Miss Granger's research or Miss Greengrass's observation?" "Both." "You knew." "I suspected. The basilisk theory has been my working hypothesis since November, the petrification pattern is consistent, and the pipes explain the mobility. As for the diary." Severus set down his quill. "I've been monitoring Ginny Weasley since October. The behavioral changes are textbook possession symptoms, withdrawal, mood swings, gaps in memory. She's being consumed by something, Harry. Something that's feeding on her life force to build its own." "What is it?" Severus was quiet for a moment. When he spoke, his voice had dropped to the register he used for things that truly frightened him. During the war, the Dark Lord created objects of profound dark magic. Vessels for pieces of his soul, anchors that would prevent his death even if his body was destroyed. They're called Horcruxes. The word fell into the room like a stone into deep water. "I believe Lucius Malfoy had one," Severus continued. "A diary. The Dark Lord's diary, from his school days. And I believe Lucius planted it at Hogwarts, through Ginny Weasley, most likely slipped into her belongings at Diagon Alley. The diary is using her as a channel to open the chamber and control the basilisk. A piece of Voldemort's soul is possessing a first-year student. Yes. Harry's hands were steady but his mind was roaring. Lily's sacrifice, the scar, the golden warmth, and now this. A fragment of the same dark wizard, embedded in a diary, feeding on an 11-year-old girl. We need to take the diary from her. I've tried. Twice. Both times, the diary's compulsion reasserted itself, she recovered it within hours. The object has bonded to her. Separating them by force risks shattering what remains of her own will. Then we need to destroy it. With what? A Horcrux is nearly indestructible. Fiend fire would work, and also destroy whatever room we used. Basilisk venom would work, but obtaining it requires killing or subduing a creature we haven't located yet. The irony was not lost on either of them. The chamber, Harry said. I need to find the chamber. Absolutely not. Severus, you want to enter Salazar Slytherin's secret chamber, confront a 1,000-year-old basilisk that can kill with its eyes, and destroy a piece of the Dark Lord's soul. You are 12. And the only Parselmouth in this school who isn't a fragment of Voldemort. If the chamber responds to Parseltongue, I'm the only one who can open it. The argument hung between them, the same argument they'd had last year, the same fundamental tension between Severus's need to protect and Harry's refusal to hide. Not alone, Severus said, and the words came out like they'd been dragged from him by force. Not alone, Harry. Promise me. I promise. Lucius Malfoy made his move in February. Not at the school, at the ministry. He'd been building his case for months, using the attacks and Harry's Parseltongue revelation as ammunition. The petition landed on the desk of the Wisengamot's Family Services Committee, a formal challenge to Severus Snape's guardianship of Harry Prince, citing concerns about the child's safety in the care of a former Death Eater who was also employed at a school where students were being petrified by dark forces. The irony of Lucius Malfoy, Death Eater, the man who had planted the diary, the architect of the very attacks he cited, filing a child welfare complaint was not lost on Severus. But irony didn't win legal battles. Evidence did. The hearing was held in a small courtroom in the ministry's lower levels. Wood-paneled, cold, lit by floating candles that made everyone look slightly jaundiced. Severus sat at the respondents' table in his best, only, formal robes, looking like a man prepared to commit murder if the proceedings went poorly. Harry sat behind him, in the gallery, flanked by Daphne and Hermione, both of whom had refused to stay at school. Draco was there too, seated across the aisle with his mother. Narcissa Malfoy's face was porcelain perfect and utterly unreadable. Draco looked sick. Lucius presented his case with the smooth, practiced charm of a man who had been buying influence for decades. Severus Snape, former Death Eater, known associate of Lord Voldemort, holder of the Dark Mark. The child Harry Potter, excuse him, Prince, raised in isolation, denied contact with his mother's family, trained in combat and occlumency at an age when he should have been playing with toy broomsticks. And now, at the school where Snape taught, students were being attacked by dark forces, and the boy was revealed as a Parselmouth, a trait associated with the darkest wizards in history. I ask the committee, Lucius said, his grey eyes finding each member in turn, whether this is truly the environment in which the boy who lives should be raised. Whether a man with Professor Snape's history is fit to shape the future of our world's most important child. Severus stood. He was not a man built for courtrooms. He lacked Lucius's polish, his ease with audiences, his ability to make manipulation look like concern. What Severus had instead was precision, and when he deployed it, the effect was surgical. Mr. Malfoy's concern for Harry's welfare is touching, Severus said, and the temperature in the courtroom dropped by several degrees. Particularly given that Mr. Malfoy has never met my ward, has never visited our home, and has expressed no interest in Harry's well-being in the 7 years since I assumed guardianship. His concern appears to have materialized precisely at the moment when Harry's abilities and choices became politically inconvenient. He let that land. The committee members shifted in their seats. I am a former Death Eater. This is a matter of public record. I am also a spy who served the Order of the Phoenix at the personal request of Albus Dumbledore, at considerable risk to my life, for the entirety of the last war. This is also a matter of public record, confirmed by Dumbledore's own testimony, which I submit to the committee now. He produced a sealed document, Dumbledore's testimony, given under oath, attesting to Severus's role as spy and double agent. Lucius's smile flickered. I was granted guardianship of Harry Prince through legal channels, with the full knowledge and eventual consent of the Hogwarts headmaster. I have raised him in a stable home, provided him with a magical education that has produced the highest performing first-year student at Hogwarts in a generation, and ensured his physical safety in an environment that, prior to my intervention, involved starvation, physical abuse, and confinement in a cupboard under the stairs. The courtroom went still. I have the memories, Severus said quietly. Pensieve certified. The bruises. The lock on the cupboard door. The child who weighed less at 4 than most children weigh at 2. The handprint on his arm. His voice was controlled, but beneath the control was something that made several committee members look away. That was where Albus Dumbledore placed him. That was what his mother's blood relatives provided. And that is what I removed him from. He turned to face Lucius directly. I have bled for this world's children, Lucius. What have you done besides fund their nightmares? Silence. Absolute, ringing silence. Lucius recovered, he always recovered, it was his greatest talent, but the damage was done. The committee deliberated for 40 minutes and returned a unanimous verdict, guardianship upheld, petition dismissed. In the corridor afterward, Lucius passed Severus without stopping. But his eyes found Harry in the gallery, and the look in them was cold and calculating and not remotely defeated. This isn't over, he murmured, just loud enough to carry. Severus stepped between them. It is for today. Lucius left. Narcissa followed, one hand on Draco's shoulder. As they passed Harry, Draco met his eyes. The blond boy's expression was complex, shame, anger, a desperate need for Harry to understand that whatever his father was, it wasn't all Draco was. Harry nodded to him. Just once. I know. Draco looked away first. The guardianship victory was offset by a political loss. Lucius succeeded in removing Dumbledore from the school. As chair of the Board of Governors, he had the votes. The attacks provided the justification. By March, the headmaster's office was empty, and Hogwarts was operating under McGonagall's temporary authority. Convenient, Severus said acidly. Lucius removes the one person powerful enough to challenge whatever he's unleashed, and positions himself as the concerned citizen demanding accountability. Can Dumbledore fight it? He could. He's choosing not to. Which means he wants to be removed, he wants to see what happens when the board is removed from the equation. He's still running experiments. Dumbledore never stops running experiments. He merely changes the variables. Without Dumbledore, the school felt different. More afraid. The attacks continued, a Hufflepuff student in March, 2 Ravenclaws in April. Hagrid was arrested on suspicion of having opened the chamber 50 years earlier, dragged to Azkaban by Ministry orders while his enormous dog howled. The injustice of it burned, but Harry filed it away, another piece of the puzzle, another thread in the pattern. He was close now. He could feel the chamber pulling at him, the Parseltongue connection, the prince blood, the golden warmth that pulsed stronger whenever he walked the second-floor corridor near the out-of-order bathroom. Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. A ghost who died in a bathroom 50 years ago. Killed by something with enormous yellow eyes. The entrance is in her bathroom, Harry told Severus. It has to be. She was the last victim the first time the chamber was opened, she saw the basilisk directly. Killed instantly. The entrance is wherever she died. A girl's bathroom. Severus closed his eyes. Salazar Slytherin hid the entrance to his legendary secret chamber in a girl's bathroom. I don't think it was a bathroom when he built it. Small comfort. Then Daphne was threatened, and everything accelerated. It happened on a Thursday evening in May. Harry was in the library with Hermione, cross-referencing basilisk vulnerabilities. Rooster's crow was fatal to them, which explained why Hagrid's roosters had been mysteriously killed in October, when Daphne walked in. She was composed. She was always composed, it was her armor, the greengrass neutrality expressed through perfect posture and controlled expression. But Harry had spent a year learning to read her, and he saw it immediately, the tension in her shoulders, the way her hands weren't quite steady, the fractional widening of her eyes that meant she was scared and refusing to show it. She sat down. She placed a piece of parchment on the table. Harry read it. Your family plays both sides. The heir plays no games. Choose, or be chosen for. The words were written in the same reddish-brown ink, blood, Harry realized with a lurch, as the message on the wall at Halloween. Beneath the words, a crude drawing of a serpent. Where did you find this? Harry's voice was very quiet. My pillow. In the dormitory. Someone got past the wards. Hermione's hand went to her mouth. Harry's went to his wand. When? Sometime during dinner. I went to bed early and found it. Harry looked at her. Daphne Greengrass, 12 years old, daughter of a neutral family, targeted because she'd allied herself with him. Because she'd chosen to stand beside a boy the school was afraid of, and someone, the diary, riddle, whatever fragment of Voldemort was operating through Ginny Weasley, had noticed. The anger that rose in him was different from anything he'd felt before. It wasn't the hot, quick fury of injustice, it was cold, deep, and absolute. The golden warmth beneath his ribs didn't just pulse, it roared, a surge of ancient power that made the candles in the library flare and the books on the nearest shelf vibrate. Hermione looked alarmed. Harry, he breathed. Controlled it. Pushed the power back down with a clemency walls reinforced by pure will. I'm going to ward your dormitory, he told Daphne. Tonight. You can't get into the girls' dormitory, the stairs, I know wards that don't require physical access. Severus taught me remote anchoring. I'll tie the protections to a physical object you carry, a ring, a necklace, something you wear constantly. Daphne looked at him. The fear was still there, beneath the composure, but so was something else, a recognition that she was not dealing with a 12-year-old boy's bravado but with someone who had the knowledge and the will to actually protect her. My mother's ring, she said. She drew it from beneath her robes, a silver band set with a small blue stone, hanging on a chain. I never take it off. Harry took the ring. He could feel the old enchantments on it, Greengrass family protections, generations old, faded but intact. He layered his own wards on top, detection charms for dark magic, compulsion alerts, a proximity ward that would activate if anyone with hostile intent came within 10 feet of the wearer. The golden warmth bled into the spellwork. He felt it, warm and old and fiercely protective, and the wards he set were stronger than anything a second year should have been capable of. Stronger than anything he'd done before. The prince magic was rising in him, fed by emotion, by the primal need to protect someone he stopped the thought. Filed it. Later. He handed the ring back. Their fingers touched, and the wards hummed between them, a resonance, a connection, a thread of magic linking protector to protected. Thank you, Daphne said. Nothing more. But her hand closed around the ring, and something in her eyes shifted, a wall coming down, just slightly, just enough for Harry to see what was behind it. Trust. Real trust. The kind that was terrifying precisely because it was genuine. Don't thank me, Harry said. Teach me the remote anchoring variation your family uses. Yours are older than mine, I saw the enchantments on the ring. They're pre-Norman, aren't they? Daphne smiled. It was small and sharp and genuine. You want to study my family's protective magic. I want to learn everything that might keep you safe. The smile faded into something more serious. Then we should work together. Your wards. My family's techniques. The room of requirement, I know where it is, and it configures itself for whatever you need. When? Tonight. Every night, if necessary. They started that night. And every night after. The room of requirement became their training ground, a vast, empty space that configured itself with practice dummies, ward anchoring stations, and a library of defensive texts that seemed to pull from the castle's own magical memory. Harry taught Daphne the ward Severus had taught him. Daphne taught Harry the Greengrass family's older techniques, subtle, layered protections that worked through intent rather than incantation. They practiced for hours, pushing each other, correcting each other, building a shared vocabulary of magic that was part combat and part conversation. Your shield drops on the left side when you're tired, Daphne told him during their third session, lowering her wand. You compensate with speed, but against a faster caster, it's a weakness. You telegraph your hexes with your shoulder, Harry replied. You lean before you cast. I can read your attacks a full second before they arrive. They looked at each other across the practice space, sweating, slightly breathless, and laughed, the shared laughter of people who had found someone willing to be honest with them. The connection between them was undeniable. Harry recognized it with the same clarity he brought to everything, observing, analyzing, understanding. This wasn't the political alliance Daphne had offered at the beginning. This wasn't the strategic calculation of two Slytherins pooling resources. This was something older and simpler, and it scared him in a way that basilisks and dark lords did not. He didn't act on it. Neither did she. They weren't ready, too young, too careful, too aware of the stakes. But it was there, growing in the space between practice sessions and shared silences, putting down roots. The diary had to be stopped. Harry had watched Ginny Weasley deteriorate through the spring. She was gaunt, shadows under her eyes, her movements jerky and disconnected as if she were operating her body by remote control. The diary was consuming her, draining her life force to fuel its own, building towards something Harry could feel approaching like a storm front. He tried to warn her. Once, in the corridor after charms, he caught her arm and said, "Ginny, the diary, it's not what you think it is. It's dangerous. Please let me help." She'd stared at him with eyes that weren't entirely hers, something cold and ancient flickering behind the brown, and said, "The diary is my friend. He understands me. He's the only one who understands me." Who is he? But she'd pulled away and fled, and the coldness in her eyes had stayed with Harry for days. Draco came through in April. He found Harry in the common room late one night, waiting until the room had emptied, and sat down with the careful posture of someone delivering intelligence. "I wrote to Mother," he said. Carefully. Asked about family heirlooms, which ones were kept, which were disposed of. She mentioned that Father had been anxious about a particular item for years. A diary. Small, black, with the name T.M. Riddle on the cover. Harry went very still. "Riddle. Mean something to you?" Tom Marvolo Riddle. Rearranged the letters. Draco frowned, then pulled parchment and quill and worked it out. When he finished, his face was the color of old parchment. "I am Lord Voldemort. My father," Draco said slowly, "gave the Dark Lord's diary to an 11-year-old girl." "Yes." Draco stopped. His jaw was working, the muscles jumping under his skin. He knows what it is. What it's doing to her. He may not know the specifics. But he knows it's a dark artifact, and he planted it deliberately. Draco stood. He walked to the window and stared out at the lake, dark, deep, full of things that moved in the depths. His reflection was ghostly in the glass. "I am not my father," he said. "I know. Do you?" "Because sometimes I'm not sure." Harry rose and stood beside him. They were the same height now, 12 years old, standing at the edge of something that would define the men they became. "My father was James Potter," Harry said. "I never knew him." The man who raised me was Severus Snape, who my father tormented for 6 years at this school. I am not James Potter, and I am not Severus Snape. I'm the person their choices made room for. You get to be the person your choices make room for, Draco. Not Lucius's choices. Yours. Draco was silent for a long time. The lake pressed against the glass. Somewhere in the castle, a clock chimed midnight. Tell me what you need, Draco said. Harry told him. It happened on a Saturday in late May. Harry knew the moment the diary made its final move. He felt it, a wrenching in the castle's magic, a scream in the wards that only someone connected to the Prince Covenant could hear. The golden warmth beneath his ribs erupted in alarm, hot and urgent, pulling him toward the second floor like a compass needle swinging north. He found Severus already moving, robes billowing, wand drawn. They met in the corridor outside Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. Weasley's gone, Severus said. His voice was clipped, controlled, every word a contained explosion. Her brothers reported her missing. The diary is accelerating, it's draining her completely. If it finishes, Riddle will have a physical form and Ginny Weasley will be dead. The chamber entrance is in there. Harry pointed at the bathroom door. I can feel it. They entered. Myrtle was hovering near her usual toilet, translucent and mournful. She went down there, the ghost said, pointing at a sink. The red-haired girl. She hissed at the sink and it opened and she went down. She looked terrible. Like she was sleepwalking. Harry approached the sink. Tarnished copper taps, cracked porcelain, and on the side of one tap, scratched into the metal, a tiny serpent. He spoke to it. The Parseltongue came easily, naturally, the prince magic rising to meet the ancient locks. Open. The sink shuddered and sank into the floor, revealing a pipe, wide, dark, dropping into the earth like a throat. I'm going, Harry said. We're going, Severus corrected. The pipe is narrow. If there's a cave in, then we deal with it. They looked at each other. Father and son, spy and student, standing at the entrance to a nightmare. Together, Harry said. Together. They dropped. The pipe deposited them in a cavern deep beneath the castle. The air was cold and wet and smelled of stone and something reptilian, the musk of a predator that had lived in darkness for 1,000 years. They moved quickly, wands lit, following the tunnel as it curved and widened. Bones crunched underfoot, small animals, decades old. The walls were slick with moisture, and carved into them at intervals were serpents, their stone eyes watching. The cave-in happened 50 yards in. Not natural, triggered. The ceiling collapsed in a targeted section, tons of rock crashing down between Harry and Severus, separating them instantly. Harry. Severus's voice, muffled by stone. I'm all right. Are you? I'm unhurt. The collapse is too dense to clear quickly, it'll take time, I don't have time. Ginny doesn't have time. Silence from the other side. The silence of a man hearing the thing he feared most. Harry. Listen to me. Severus's voice was raw, stripped of everything except the core. The basilisk's eyes are lethal. Do not look at them. The diary is a Horcrux, it can only be destroyed by something that damages beyond magical repair. Basilisk venom would work, the irony is not lost on me. If you can blind the serpent, you can fight it. You are trained for this. I know. And Harry, I know, Severus. He didn't need to hear it. The words were in every lesson, every potion brewed side by side, every nightmare held at bay by a voice reading about Moonstone in the dark. The words had been spoken 7 years ago in a cupboard under the stairs and every day since. He went forward alone. The Chamber of Secrets was vast, a cathedral of stone, supported by pillars carved with intertwined serpents, lit by an eerie green phosphorescence that emanated from the walls themselves. At the far end, a massive stone face, Slytherin's face, bearded and stern, dominated the wall. And at the base of the statue, two figures, Ginny Weasley, crumpled on the ground, barely breathing, her red hair spread around her like a wound. And standing over her, solid, real, smiling, a boy of 16 or 17, dark-haired, handsome, holding a wand that wasn't his. Tom Riddle. He looked up when Harry entered. His smile widened. "Harry Prince," he said, and the voice was warm and cultured and rotten at the center. "Or is it Harry Potter? I've been looking forward to this. Give me the diary and step away from her." Riddle laughed. It was a pleasant sound, and it made Harry's skin crawl. "The diary? You mean this?" He held up the small black book, battered, ordinary, except for the dark magic pouring off it like heat from a furnace. "This diary has been my anchor for 50 years. Through it, I've lived in the minds of the weak and willing, feeding, growing, waiting. And now, thanks to dear Ginny's devotion, I'm almost real again." He gestured at Ginny. Her breathing was shallow, flickering. The diary was killing her, literally draining her life to fuel his resurrection. "She wrote to me for months," Riddle said, pacing with the easy confidence of someone who had already won. "Poured her heart out. Her fears, her loneliness, her desperate need to be special. She told me about you, Harry, the boy who lived, the prince, the Parselmouth who chose Slytherin. I was fascinated. I still am. I'm flattered. You should be. I don't give my attention to just anyone." Riddle's eyes, dark, sharp, ageless, fixed on Harry with an intensity that went beyond casual interest. "You speak Parseltongue. The old blood, I can feel it in you. The prince line." Harry said nothing. His occlumency shields were up, his wand steady, his mind racing through options. The basilisk was somewhere in this chamber, behind the statue, probably, waiting for Riddle's command. The diary was the target. Destroy the diary, and Riddle dissolved. "We are the same, you and I," Riddle said, and the words were a hook cast into deep water. "Abandoned children who found power. Orphans who refused to be victims. You were raised by a man who understood darkness, Severus Snape, Death Eater, spy, a man who walks in shadows. I was raised by no one, in a Muggle orphanage, surrounded by people who feared what they couldn't understand. We both built ourselves from nothing. We're nothing alike. No." Riddle's smile was gentle, almost kind. "You chose Slytherin. You speak the serpent tongue. You study dark magic, don't deny it, I can feel the knowledge in you. You have power that most wizards twice your age would kill for. And you use it, not recklessly, but strategically. Ambitiously. That's Slytherin's gift, Harry. That's my gift." "You were alone because no one could stand you," Harry said. "I was alone because someone hadn't found me yet. That's the difference." Something shifted in Riddle's expression, the mask slipping, just for an instant, revealing the cold fury beneath. He didn't like being rejected. He didn't like being seen. "Sentimental," he said. "Like your mother. She died for you, a waste of perfectly good magic. Love." He said the word like it was an insult. "The refuge of the weak. Love is the reason you're a fragment in a book instead of a living wizard." Riddle's eyes went flat. The pleasant mask disintegrated. "Enough. Let me show you what the heir of Slytherin can do." He turned to the statue and spoke, Parseltongue, liquid and commanding. "Speak to me, Slytherin, greatest of the Hogwarts Four." The stone mouth opened. Harry didn't look. He closed his eyes the instant the basilisk began to emerge. He'd prepared for this, drilled it into himself, and the discipline held. He heard the serpent, enormous, the sound of scales on stone like a glacier moving, and felt it in the prince magic, a resonance of Parseltongue recognition, predator acknowledging speaker. "Kill him," Riddle hissed. The basilisk struck. Harry dove blind. Instinct and training, Severus's voice in his head, calm and precise. Move first, think second, you have seconds not minutes. The serpent's head crashed into the stone where he'd been standing, and the impact sent tremors through the floor. He couldn't fight blind. He needed to neutralize the eyes. The potion was in his robe pocket, a modified blinding solution he'd brewed 2 weeks ago, after Hermione's research and his own planning had converged on this moment. Concentrated bubotuber pus mixed with murtlap essence, a corrosive compound that Severus had taught him was effective against organic tissue. Harry had prepared 3 vials. He ran. The basilisk pursued, tracking by vibration and scent. Harry could feel its Parseltongue presence, a vast, ancient mind, not evil but obedient, a weapon pointed by its master. "Stop," he hissed in Parseltongue, and the basilisk hesitated. Just for a second, the prince's blood speaking, the old authority, the keeper's voice. The serpent knew that voice. It remembered. "Don't listen to him." Riddle screamed. "Kill the boy." The hesitation broke. The basilisk struck again, and Harry threw himself sideways, pulling a vial from his pocket. He couldn't see the eyes, but he could feel the head. The Parseltongue connection worked both ways, predator and speaker linked in the old magic. He threw the vial at where the head would be. Heard glass shatter. Heard the basilisk shriek, a sound that resonated in the stone and in his blood, and heard something wet and terrible, the sound of eyes corroding. He opened his own eyes. The basilisk was thrashing, its massive head swinging wildly, its eyes, those killing eyes, destroyed. Milky fluid and bubotuber compound ran down its scales. It was in agony, and for a moment, Harry felt pity. This creature hadn't asked for this, hadn't chosen to be a weapon. But it was still deadly. Blind, it lashed out in pain, its tail sweeping pillars, its fangs, each one the length of Harry's arm, snapping at air. Harry needed those fangs. Basilisk venom was one of the few substances that could destroy a Horcrux, and the diary was lying on the ground beside Ginny's failing body. He moved. Low, fast, using the pillars for cover. The basilisk struck at sounds, at vibrations, and Harry was silent, trained in stealth by a man who had survived as a spy in Voldemort's inner circle. He got close. Too close. The basilisk's head was low, jaws open, venom dripping from fangs the color of old bone. Harry could smell it, acid and death. He cast the strongest severing charm he knew, aimed at the base of a fawn. The spell hit. The fawn cracked, not cleanly, but enough. It hung by a thread of tissue. The basilisk screamed and lunged. Harry threw himself backward, and the fawn, loosened by his charm, tore free and clattered to the stone floor. The basilisk's head slammed into a pillar above him, raining stone dust. He grabbed the fawn. It burned, the venom was eating through his glove, and he could feel it, acid heat on his skin, and he had seconds, maybe less. He ran for the diary. Riddle saw him coming. The fragment of Voldemort's soul stood between Harry and the diary, and his expression was something Harry had never seen on a human face, naked, existential terror. The terror of something that understood, for the first time, that it could die. And oh, Harry drove the basilisk fawn through the diary. The scream was not human. It came from the book and from Riddle simultaneously, a tearing, shredding sound, the sound of a soul fragment being destroyed, of dark magic unraveling at the fundamental level. Ink fountained from the diary like blood, black, thick, pouring over Harry's hands, and Riddle flickered, his solid form dissolving, his handsome face contorting into something monstrous. "The covenant will break." Riddle screamed, and his voice was Voldemort's voice, ancient and terrible and afraid. "What sleeps beneath will wake and you will beg for what I could have taught you." Then he was gone. The diary was a ruined, punctured thing leaking black ink. The basilisk, released from its master's control, collapsed against the far wall and lay still, not dead, but exhausted, its blind head resting on the stone, its ancient body surrendering to pain. And the golden warmth in Harry's chest erupted. It poured out of him, not destructive, but overwhelming. Golden light filled the chamber of secrets, pouring from Harry's hands, his scar, his eyes. It swept through the cavern like a wave, and where it passed, the stone hummed, the carved serpent seemed to move, and deep beneath the floor, something stirred. Something that recognized the light. Something that responded to it with a vast, patient awareness that was not quite consciousness but was not quite mindless either. The deep. Harry felt it, felt the entity the Prince Covenant contained. Not evil. Not good. Just immense, a concentration of raw magical force, older than the castle, older than the founders, older than recorded magical history. It pressed against its containment like a tide against a seawall, and the seawall, the Covenant, was cracking. The Diary's destruction had broken something. Not the Covenant itself, but a support structure, one of the anchors that kept the containment stable. The Horcrux, created from Voldemort's fractured soul, had inadvertently served as a dark mirror of the Covenant's binding magic, and destroying it had weakened the prison walls. The debt always comes due. Harry gasped. The golden light receded, pulling back into him like a wave retreating from shore. He was on his knees beside the ruined diary, breathing hard, his hand burning where the basilisk venom had touched his skin. Then Fawkes came. The phoenix arrived in a burst of flame, scarlet and gold, singing a note so pure it seemed to clean the air. Dumbledore's bird. Dumbledore's contingency. The phoenix landed on Harry's shoulder and wept into the venom burn, and the pain receded, the wound closed, and Harry understood, with the clarity of exhaustion and revelation, that Dumbledore had known. Had known about the chamber, the basilisk, the diary. Had placed Fawkes as a failsafe. Had been watching, from whatever distance his removal from the school afforded him, waiting to see what would happen. Always watching. Always calculating. Never quite willing to act directly when a child could be maneuvered into acting instead. Ginny Weasley coughed. Color was returning to her face, the diary's destruction had released its hold, and her life force was flowing back. She opened her eyes, saw Harry kneeling beside her covered in ink and blood and golden light, and started crying. "I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, he made me, I couldn't stop, it's not your fault." Harry's voice was rough. "It was never your fault. Can you stand?" She could, barely. He helped her up. The cave-in had been partially cleared, Harry could hear Severus working on the other side, his spells systematic and furious. Harry spoke to the wall in Parseltongue, asking the chamber itself to help, and felt the old magic respond. The stones shifted, ground, parted. Severus came through the gap like a man who had been holding himself together by force of will and was reaching the end of his reserves. His eyes found Harry, alive, standing, whole, and something in his face collapsed and rebuilt in the space of a heartbeat. He didn't speak. He crossed the chamber in 4 strides, gripped Harry's shoulders, and looked at him, checked him, catalogued him, confirmed with his own eyes that his son was still breathing. "The diary?" Severus said. Harry showed him the ruins. Severus looked at it, at the basilisk fawn beside it, at the dead serpent against the wall, at the fading golden light. "You used the blinding solution." "Yes." "And the fawn?" "How, severing charm." "Then I stabbed the diary." Severus was quiet for a long moment. "That is the most horrifically dangerous sequence of events I have ever heard described, and I spent 5 years as a spy in the Dark Lord's inner circle. But it worked. That is not the reassurance you think it is." Harry almost smiled. Almost. Then the adrenaline crashed and his knees buckled, and Severus caught him, the way he'd always caught him, steady and certain, the one constant in a world of variables. They left the chamber together, Ginny Weasley supported between them, Fawkes flying ahead. Behind them, deep beneath the stone, the deep stirred in its ancient prison. The Covenant held, weakened, strained, but holding. For now. The aftermath was politics. Dumbledore returned within hours of the chamber's closure, reinstated by a board of governors that had suddenly lost its appetite for confrontation. He swept into the hospital wing where Ginny was recovering and Harry was being treated for residual venom exposure, and he brought with him the particular atmosphere of a man who had been proven right and was trying not to be smug about it. "The diary," Dumbledore said, examining the ruined Horcrux with careful hands. "Tom Riddle's diary. A Horcrux, I suspected, but I needed confirmation." "You suspected," Severus repeated. He was standing by Harry's bed, arms crossed, radiating a fury so controlled it was nearly invisible. "You suspected the Dark Lord had created Horcruxes, and you waited for a 12-year-old to confirm it by nearly dying in a cave." "I waited for certainty." "And Harry did not nearly die, he was bitten by a basilisk. He was exposed to venom. He was alone in a chamber with a fragment of the Dark Lord's soul while the only adult who could have helped him was trapped behind a cave-in that was almost certainly engineered by the diary's intelligence." Dumbledore absorbed this. His expression didn't change, the man's emotional control was extraordinary, but something shifted in his posture, a fractional heaviness. "You're right," he said. "I could have intervened sooner. I chose not to, because I needed to understand the nature of the threat before I could counter it effectively. That calculus put Harry at risk. I accept the responsibility." "Responsibility without change is just guilt in a nicer suit," Harry said from the bed. Both men looked at him. Harry was propped against pillows, pale but alert, the golden warmth in his chest settled to a low hum. The diary was a Horcrux. A piece of Voldemort's soul. "You said Horcruxes, plural. How many more are there?" Dumbledore's eyebrows rose. "You caught that. I was raised by a spy. Plural nouns don't escape me." The old man studied him with an intensity that went beyond the usual. "I don't know how many. That is one of the things I'm working to determine. The diary is destroyed. That is one fewer anchor keeping Tom Riddle in this world. And the scar?" The question fell like a stone. Dumbledore's expression didn't change, but his eyes, those blue, calculating, compassionate, terrible eyes, flickered. "We will discuss the scar," he said, "when the time is right." "That's not an answer." "No. It isn't." Dumbledore rose. "Rest, Harry. You've done something remarkable today, and something that will have consequences I am only beginning to understand." He left. Harry looked at Severus. Severus looked at Harry. The silence between them was loud with everything they both understood and neither wanted to say. "He thinks the scar is a Horcrux," Harry said. "I know." "Is it?" Severus sat on the edge of the bed. He looked tired, not physically, though he was that too, but in the deeper way, the tiredness of a man who had been carrying something too heavy for too long. "I don't know," he said. "But I'm going to find out. And whatever the answer is, we will deal with it. Together." "You always say that." "Because it's always true." Harry reached for his hand. Severus took it, a gesture that would have been impossible 7 years ago, that had become natural through 1,000 small acts of trust and presence and the stubborn refusal to let go. They sat like that for a while. The hospital wing was quiet. Ginny Weasley slept in the next bed, her color returning, her breathing steady. The ruined diary sat on Dumbledore's desk upstairs, leaking ink like old blood. And beneath the castle, the deep pressed against its weakening chains, patient and vast and waiting. The summer that followed was consumed by research and preparation. Eileen Prince's journals took on new urgency. The diary's destruction had confirmed something that transformed their understanding of the Covenant. The Prince bloodline magic and Voldemort's Horcruxes were connected, not in purpose, but in structure. Both used soul anchoring. Both relied on sacrificial binding. The covenant that kept the deep contained was, at its core, a Horcrux in reverse. Instead of splitting a soul to cheat death, it bound a living soul to a containment ward to keep something imprisoned. "Your grandmother understood this," Severus said one evening, surrounded by journals and coffee cups and the particular intensity that research brought out in him. She saw the structural parallel. She was trying to determine whether the covenant could be modified, strengthened, made permanent, so that no keeper would be needed. Did she succeed? She ran out of time. Or courage. The last journal stops mid-sentence. Harry read the unfinished entry. Eileen Prince's handwriting, growing more erratic with each page, as if the act of writing was itself becoming dangerous. The covenant can be rewritten. The binding is flexible, it was designed to be renewed by each generation's keeper. If a keeper with sufficient magical resonance were to restructure the binding using a distributed anchor model, multiple magical signatures instead of one, the containment could be made permanent without requiring a dedicated keeper. But the cost, the sentence stopped. The next page was blank. What cost? Harry asked. I don't know. She never wrote it down. Harry stared at the blank page. The golden warmth pulsed. Somewhere deep beneath the Welsh hillside, connected to the manor through the old bloodline wards, the deep stirred. It knows about me, Harry said. It felt me in the chamber. When the diary was destroyed and the magic surged, it recognized me. Severus set down his coffee with exaggerated care. Define recognized. It wasn't hostile. It was acknowledging. Like meeting someone you've been expecting. That is not comforting. No. But it's informative. They worked through the summer, building understanding, strengthening Harry's acclimacy against the growing pressure of the prince magic, preparing for whatever came next. The golden warmth was stronger now, fed by the chamber's events and the diary's destruction, and Harry had to actively manage it, channeling the power through his wards, his spell work, his acclimacy practice, to keep it from overwhelming his daily life. Severus watched him with the careful attention of a potions master monitoring a volatile compound. The magic is integrating, he said. Your mother's sacrifice, the prince bloodline, the covenant, they're fusing into a single system. You're becoming more than either lineage alone could produce. Is that dangerous? Everything powerful is dangerous. The question is whether you can control it. Can I? Severus met his eyes. I've watched you learn control since you were 5 years old. You have more discipline than most adults I've known. So yes, I believe you can. But you need to understand what you're controlling. We need to go deeper into the covenant research. We need to understand the deep. And we need to understand the Horcruxes. If Dumbledore is right and there are more, each one destroyed weakens the Covenant's secondary supports. The Dark Lord, in his ignorance, inadvertently created structures that parallel the Covenant's binding magic. Destroying them destabilizes the whole system. So stopping Voldemort might unleash something worse. The irony was not lost on either of them. They sat in the kitchen of Prince Manor, surrounded by centuries of accumulated knowledge, and contemplated the possibility that saving the world from one Dark Lord might awaken a threat that made Lord Voldemort look like a minor nuisance. We'll solve it, Harry said. You sound very certain. I was raised by the most brilliant potions master in the country. If we can't figure it out, no one can. Severus made a sound that might have been a scoff and might have been a laugh. Flattery is unbecoming. Accuracy, Severus. There's a difference. On the last day of August, the Daily Prophet arrived with a headline that made Severus drop his toast. Sirius Black escapes from Azkaban. The photograph showed a man who barely looked human, gaunt, wild-eyed, his face a skull wrapped in dirty skin, his mouth open in a soundless scream. The Ministry was calling it the first-ever escape from the wizard prison. Dementors were being deployed in the search. The public was advised to exercise extreme caution. Sirius Black, mass murderer, betrayer of the Potters, servant of WHO. Harry read the article twice. He looked at the photograph, at the madness in the man's eyes, at the Azkaban number on his chest, and felt the golden warmth pulse with something that wasn't recognition but wasn't quite ignorance either. Severus. Severus was standing by the window, his profile sharp against the morning light, his hands gripping the windowsill. He hadn't spoken since reading the headline. His knuckles were white. Severus. We need to talk about my godfather. He didn't turn from the window. When he spoke, his voice was the particular flatness that meant he was holding something enormous at bay. Sirius Black was your father's best friend. They were inseparable at school, arrogant, talented, cruel in the way only boys who've never been hurt can be. Black was your parents' secret keeper, the person entrusted with the location of their safe house. He betrayed them to the Dark Lord. Peter Pettigrew confronted him afterward, and Black killed him, along with 12 muggles, in the middle of a London street. Harry absorbed this. You hate him. I have reasons. Personal reasons or factual reasons? Severus finally turned. His expression was a battlefield, old wounds, old hatreds, old pain, all of it churning beneath the surface. Both. He tried to kill me when we were 16. A prank, your father called it, lured me to the Shrieking Shack during a full moon, knowing Remus Lupin was a werewolf, knowing what would happen if I arrived. James Potter saved my life at the last moment, which Black considered hilarious and which Dumbledore treated as a boys will be boys matter. He tried to kill you with a werewolf. And laughed about it afterward. Harry's jaw tightened. And now he's escaped from Azkaban. And the Ministry believes he's coming for you. Why? Because you survived the Dark Lord. Because you destroyed the diary. Because you are the living proof that the betrayal he committed was for nothing. Severus's voice was strained. Azkaban drives men mad, Harry. 12 years with Dementors, whatever Black was before, whatever humanity he possessed, it's gone now. He's a rabid animal, and the Ministry is right to hunt him. Harry looked at the photograph again. The wild eyes. The open mouth. The desperate, clawing madness of a man who had endured something beyond human tolerance. Maybe, Harry said. Or maybe there's more to it than the official story. Severus's expression hardened. Don't. Don't what? Don't romanticize him. Don't project some narrative of hidden innocence onto a man who murdered 13 people in broad daylight. You didn't know him. I did. He was cruel and reckless and thought the rules didn't apply to people with his last name. I'm not romanticizing anything. I'm asking questions. You taught me to ask questions. I taught you to ask intelligent questions based on available evidence. And the evidence says that Sirius Black was the secret keeper and betrayed my parents. But evidence can be manufactured, Severus. You know that better than anyone. You manufactured evidence for Voldemort for years. The argument crackled between them, sharp, honest, the kind of argument that only people who loved each other could have because only people who loved each other could survive it. Severus breathed. Controlled himself. I am telling you what I know. What I believe. You will form your own conclusions, you always do, regardless of my input. But I am asking you, as your father, to be careful. Sirius Black is either a murderer or something we don't understand yet, and either way, he is dangerous. I will be careful. You never are. I'll try harder. Severus closed his eyes. Dementors at Hogwarts, he muttered. Of all the idiotic Ministry responses, surrounding a school full of children with soul-sucking demons. As if the last 2 years haven't been sufficient. He opened his eyes, crossed the kitchen, and stopped beside Harry. His hand landed on Harry's shoulder, the old gesture, the anchor. We'll face this, he said. Like everything else. Harry put his hand over Severus's. Together. Stop stealing my lines. Your lines are good. I have excellent taste in dialogue. You are the most infuriating child ever born. I was raised by you. Take the credit. They stood in the kitchen of Prince Manor, the Daily Prophet between them, the face of Sirius Black staring up from the table, and outside the window, the summer was ending, and something was beginning, something that would test every bond they'd built, every truth they'd uncovered, every choice they'd made. The debt was patient. But the debt was waking. And Sirius Black was free. Chapter 4, The Debt Comes Due. The Dementors boarded the Hogwarts Express somewhere north of Manchester. Harry felt them before he saw them, a creeping cold that had nothing to do with temperature, seeping through the walls of the train like water through cracked stone. The lights flickered. The windows frosted. And beneath his ribs, the golden warmth contracted, pulling inward, as if trying to protect itself from something that fed on everything it was. He was in a compartment with Hermione, Neville, and Daphne. They'd been talking about summer, Hermione's family trip to France, Neville's greenhouse experiments, Daphne's carefully edited account of Greengrass family politics, when the cold hit. "What's happening?" Neville asked, his breath misting. Harry stood. His occlumency shields were up, reinforced, layered, but the cold was slipping through them like smoke through a grate. This wasn't legilimency. This wasn't a mental attack. This was something that bypassed the mind entirely and went straight for the soul. The compartment door opened. The Dementor filled the doorway, 9 feet of rotting black cloth, skeletal hands, a face that wasn't a face but a mouth, a gaping absence where a face should be, drawing breath in a rattling, drowning gasp that pulled at something deep inside Harry's chest. He heard screaming. A woman's voice, desperate, pleading, breaking apart with terror and love and the absolute determination of someone who would not step aside. "Not Harry, please, not Harry, stand aside, you silly girl, not Harry, please no, take me, kill me instead," his mother. Dying. The memory he didn't have, surfacing from whatever depth the scar had stored it in, dragged up by the Dementor's proximity like a body from deep water. His knees buckled. The floor rushed up. Somewhere distant, Hermione was screaming his name. Then warmth. Not the golden warmth of the prince magic, human warmth, a hand on his arm, and a voice he didn't recognize saying words he did, expecto patronum. Silver light exploded through the compartment. The Dementor recoiled, retreated, fled. The cold lifted like a curtain. Harry was on the floor. His glasses were cracked. His scar was burning. And standing over him, wand still raised, was a man he'd never met, thin, prematurely gray, wearing robes that had been patched so many times they looked like a quilt. His face was scarred and tired and kind. "Eat this," the man said, pressing a piece of chocolate into Harry's hand. "It helps." Harry ate it. The warmth spread through him, pushing back the echo of his mother's voice. He looked up at the stranger and saw recognition in those amber eyes, not of a celebrity, but of something personal and painful. "You're Remus Lupin," Harry said. The man's expression shifted. "You know me. You were my parents' friend. You're the new defense professor." Harry pushed himself upright, ignoring the dizziness. "And you're a werewolf." The compartment went silent. Hermione's eyes went wide. Neville's mouth opened and closed. Daphne, characteristically, showed no surprise, she'd probably known already. Lupin's face cycled through shock, fear, and a resignation that told Harry this was a man accustomed to being discovered and abandoned. "Severus told you," Lupin said quietly. "He told me everything. The marauders. The map. The shrieking shack." Harry held the man's gaze. "He told me about the prank. And about Sirius Black." Something cracked in Lupin's expression. He sat down slowly, as if his legs had given out, and stared at Harry with a hunger that had nothing to do with the wolf, the desperate hunger of a man seeing someone he'd lost reflected in someone he'd never known. "You look like," he stopped. Swallowed. "You have your mother's eyes. So I've been told. But you're not." Lupin was struggling with something, and Harry understood what it was. He'd expected Harry Potter, James's son, Gryffindor, reckless and brave and familiar. Instead he was looking at Harry Prince, Severus's son, Slytherin, controlled and sharp and entirely alien. I'm not my father, Harry said. Not unkindly, but clearly. I know that's difficult. Lupin nodded. The sadness in his eyes was immense, a grief not just for James and Lily but for the boy Harry might have been in a different world, a world where Sirius hadn't betrayed them and Lupin hadn't been too afraid of his own nature to claim his dead friend's child. Professor Lupin. The Dementor, my mother's voice. I heard her dying. Dementors force you to relive your worst memories. For most people, it's abstract, fear, despair, cold. For you. He trailed off. The night your parents died left marks beyond the scar, Harry. The Dementors can reach those marks. Can I learn to fight them? Lupin looked at him, really looked, past the resemblance to Lily, past the jarring absence of James, and saw what was actually there, a boy asking a practical question because practical questions were how he dealt with fear. Yes, Lupin said. I can teach you. Thank you. Don't thank me yet. The spell is called the Patronus Charm, and it's one of the most difficult pieces of magic a wizard can produce. Harry almost smiled. I've been told that before. Usually right before I learn it. Lupin's eyebrows rose. Then, unexpectedly, he laughed, a short, surprised sound, like a door opening in a house that had been shut for years. The term began under a pall. Dementors ringed the castle grounds, dark sentinels, drifting at the edge of the wards, their presence a constant low-grade drain on the school's collective mood. Students were quieter, jumpier, prone to tears and nightmares. The professors compensated with forced cheer that fooled nobody. Severus was furious. He expressed this through his teaching, which became even more exacting than usual, and through a formal complaint to the Board of Governors about the educational implications of surrounding a school with soul parasites, which was received and ignored. The ministry is performing security, Severus told Harry during their first private meeting of term. They don't care about the children. They care about being seen to do something about Sirius Black. Do you think he'll come here? If he's hunting you, yes. Hogwarts is where you are. And Black was always single-minded, it was his only admirable quality, though he applied it exclusively to terrible decisions. Harry sat in the familiar chair across from Severus's desk and felt the weight of all the things he'd been thinking since August. Severus. I need to tell you something, and you're going to hate it. An auspicious beginning. I don't think Sirius Black betrayed my parents. The temperature in the office dropped. Not Dementor cold, Severus cold, which was in many ways worse. Explain. Harry had spent the summer preparing this argument. He laid it out with the methodical precision Severus had taught him, point by point, evidence by evidence. The official story is that Black was the secret keeper. But Dumbledore's own accounts from the war are inconsistent. In his testimony during your guardianship hearing, he described the Fidelius charm as being cast with the Potter's chosen keeper, but he never confirmed the identity directly. He assumed. Everyone assumed. Because Black was their obvious choice. He was James's closest friend, which is exactly why he was the worst choice. The obvious choice is the first target. Any competent strategist would choose someone unexpected, someone the enemy wouldn't think to look for. Severus went very still. Peter Pettigrew, Harry continued. Small, unimpressive, overlooked. The perfect secret keeper precisely because no one would suspect him. What if they switched at the last moment? What if Black was a decoy, the obvious target, drawing attention while Pettigrew held the real secret? Then Pettigrew was the traitor. And Black was framed. He went after Pettigrew in a rage, not because he was a murderer but because he knew Pettigrew had betrayed them. The explosion in the street, the 12 Muggles, what if that was Pettigrew? What if Pettigrew staged his own death and escaped while Black took the blame? Pettigrew was blown apart. They found a finger. They found a finger. One finger. In an explosion that killed 12 people but left enough of Pettigrew to identify. Severus, you've told me 100 times that the details matter. The details here don't add up, Severus was staring at him with an expression Harry couldn't read, or rather, could read but didn't want to. Because beneath the anger and the resistance, there was something else, the terrible possibility that Severus had been wrong about Sirius Black for 12 years, and that his hatred, old, comfortable, worn smooth by time, might be built on a lie. "You have no proof," Severus said. "Not yet. But Pettigrew was a rat animagus. You told me that, the marauders were all animagi, Black a dog, my father a stag, Pettigrew a rat. If Pettigrew faked his death and escaped in rat form, he's been a rat for 12 years. Ron Weasley has a pet rat. He's had it since his first year, inherited from his brother Percy, who's had it for years before that. A rat that's missing a toe." The silence that followed was vast. Severus leaned back in his chair. His hands were flat on the desk, the tendons standing out like cables. Behind his eyes, Harry could see the calculations running, the same analytical engine that made Severus brilliant at potions and espionage, now applied to the possibility that everything he believed about the marauders, about the night the Potters died, about Sirius Black, was wrong. "Scabbers," Severus said. "Scabbers. Ron's rat. Who has lived impossibly long for a common rat, is missing a toe on one paw, and was acquired by the Weasley family approximately 12 years ago, right after Peter Pettigrew's supposed death. You've been sitting on this theory all summer. I've been refining it. Hermione helped with the research, animagus lifespans, the statistical probability of a rat surviving 12 years. Daphne pulled records on the original investigation, her family's neutrality gives them access to ministry archives. The investigation was perfunctory, Severus. Black was thrown into Azkaban without a trial. Without a, Severus stopped. That's impossible. Every accused criminal receives. Bartemius Crouch was head of magical law enforcement. He was known for summary convictions. Check the records, there's no trial transcript for Sirius Black because there was no trial. Severus closed his eyes. When he opened them, they were bright with something Harry recognized, the terrible clarity of a man whose certainties were dissolving. "If you're right," Severus said slowly, "then I have spent 12 years hating an innocent man." "You spent 12 years hating someone who bullied you. That's different. His innocence of this particular crime doesn't erase what he did to you at school." "No. It doesn't." Severus pressed his fingers to his temples. "But it changes everything. If Black is innocent, he escaped Azkaban not to kill you but to find Pettigrew. Finish what he started 12 years ago. And probably find me. His godson. His godson. Raised by the man Black tormented for 6 years. I imagine he has feelings about that." Severus made a sound that was not quite a laugh. "I imagine he does." The Patronus lessons with Lupin began in October. They met twice a week in an empty classroom on the 3rd floor, Lupin with his careful patience and his chocolate and his bottomless well of things he didn't say about James and Lily, Harry with his discipline and his determination and the growing golden warmth that complicated everything. "The Patronus charm requires a happy memory," Lupin explained during their first session. "Not just pleasant, powerful. A memory so full of joy that it can shield you against despair. The Dementors feed on happiness, Harry. The Patronus is happiness given form, a guardian made of everything they want to consume." Harry closed his eyes. Happy memories. He had them, the surprise of discovering his room at Prince Manor, the first successful potion, Severus's voice reading in the dark. But when he reached for them in the Dementor's presence, they felt small, fragile, easily consumed. Expecto Patronum. Silver mist. Not enough. The Boggart Dementor Lupin was using advanced, and the cold hit Harry like a wall. His mother's voice, "Not Harry, please," he stumbled. Lupin dismissed the Boggart. "Again," Harry said, before Lupin could offer sympathy. They tried again. And again. For 3 weeks, Harry produced nothing but silver mist, enough to push the Boggart back, not enough to form a corporeal Patronus. The problem wasn't the memory. The problem was the magic. Harry realized it during their fourth session, when the golden warmth surged during his casting and the silver mist flared gold for an instant before dissipating. The prince's magic was interfering, not blocking the Patronus, but overwhelming it, flooding the spell with power it wasn't designed to carry. He went to Severus. The Patronus uses emotional energy, Severus said, pacing his office with the focused intensity of a man solving a problem. Joy, love, happiness, channeled through the wand. The prince's magic is emotional as well, it responds to your feelings, to your connections with others. When you cast the Patronus, the two systems are colliding. So I need to integrate them. You need to let the prince's magic be the Patronus. Don't fight it, don't try to keep them separate. Let the golden warmth fill the spell. What if it changes the Patronus? Then it changes. The charm adapts to the caster. If your magic has evolved, the Patronus will evolve with it. Harry returned to Lupin's classroom the next week. He stood before the Boggart Dementor, closed his eyes, and reached, not for a specific memory, but for the feeling beneath all of them. The thread that connected every moment of safety and warmth and belonging he'd ever known. The vow. The golden light. The presence he'd felt in the room when Severus swore his oath, hands on his shoulders, forgiveness, lilies growing wild. Expecto Patronum. Light erupted from his wand, not silver but gold-silver, incandescent, so bright it drove the Boggart back against the wall and made Lupin shield his eyes. It poured into the room and took shape, for legs and a long neck and a graceful head turning to look at Harry with eyes that held a warmth he recognized. A doe. Silver gold, luminous, made of everything the Dementors wanted and couldn't touch. She stood before Harry, and the cold retreated, and the screaming stopped, and the room was full of light. Lupin lowered his hand. He was staring at the doe with an expression that Harry couldn't name, joy and grief and recognition all tangled together. A doe, Lupin whispered. That's Severus's Patronus. His Patronus is a doe. Harry didn't flinch. I know. Because of your mother. His Patronus matches hers. I know that too. Lupin looked at Harry, and the last of whatever wall he'd been maintaining crumbled. His eyes were wet. He really loves you. Yes. And you love him. He's my father. Harry said it simply, without defensiveness, without apology. It was the truest thing he knew. Lupin wiped his eyes with the back of his hand and cleared his throat. Right. Well. That's the most powerful Patronus I've ever seen from a student, and possibly from anyone. The golden component, that's not standard. Nothing about me is standard, Professor. No. I'm beginning to understand that. Lupin smiled, the real smile, the one that made him look 10 years younger and showed who he'd been before the wolf and the war and the loss of everyone he loved. Your mother would be proud. So would my father. Harry paused. Both of them. The word landed. Lupin nodded slowly, accepting something he'd been struggling with since September, that Harry Prince was not a replacement for the child he'd imagined, not a stand-in for James or Lily, but his own person, shaped by a different love, and no less valuable for it. November brought Quidditch, rain, and the first confirmed serious black sighting on school grounds. Hagrid's hut, abandoned since the groundskeeper's arrest, showed signs of forced entry. Large canine paw prints in the mud around the property. Shredded food wrappers. A massive black dog spotted at the edge of the forbidden forest by 2 third-year Ravenclaws. A dog, Severus said, when Harry reported it. His voice was flat. An animagus. Padfoot. That was his name in the group. Black's animagus form is a large black dog. So he's on the grounds. The Dementors haven't caught him because they can't sense animal emotions with the same precision. Severus was pacing again. He's been living rough, surviving on scraps, avoiding detection. Which means either he's entirely mad and operating on instinct, or he's entirely sane and operating on strategy. Which do you think? Severus stopped pacing. He looked at Harry, and the expression on his face was one Harry had never seen before: Severus Snape, uncertain. A month ago, I would have said mad without hesitation. Now. He trailed off. The weight of Harry's theory about Pettigrew was bending his convictions like a tree in wind. I don't know. And I despise not knowing. Join the club. The club is overcrowded. Half the faculty thinks I should be leading search parties. The other half thinks I'm somehow involved. Are the Dementors affecting you? Severus was quiet for a beat too long. The Dementors affect everyone, Harry. That's not what I asked. Another beat. I hear your mother. When they're close. The night he stopped. Yes. They affect me. Harry hadn't known that. He'd known about the Patronus, about the doe, about the depth of Severus's feelings for Lily. But hearing it spoken, hearing that Severus Snape, the man of impenetrable control, heard the woman he loved dying every time a Dementor drifted too close, cracked something open in Harry's chest. We need to end this, Harry said. Find Pettigrew. Prove Black's innocence, or guilt. End the ambiguity. Agreed. But carefully. If we're wrong about Pettigrew, we're not wrong. But I'll be careful. You are constitutionally incapable of being careful. I'm Slytherin. Careful is in the job description. Daphne and Harry's relationship shifted that autumn, in the way that things shift when pressure is applied, not suddenly but inevitably, like water finding cracks in stone. It happened in the spaces between. Late nights in the room of requirement, practicing wards and hexes and the defensive techniques they'd been building together since second year. Walks along the lake on the rare dry afternoons, talking about everything and nothing, family politics, ancient magical theory, the particular absurdity of divination class, which they both took and both despised. Trelawney predicted my death again today, Harry said one afternoon, sitting on a rock by the water's edge while Daphne stood beside him, face tilted toward weak autumn sun. That's the fourth time this term. I'm starting to think she has a quota. She predicted my marriage to a tall, dark stranger last week. I told her the tea leaves were inconclusive and the crystal ball had cataracts. Harry laughed, the unguarded laugh, the one he reserved for people he trusted completely. The list was short. Daphne was on it. She sat beside him. Not touching, but close, the distance between them measured in inches and charged with things unsaid. The prince magic, she said. It's stronger, isn't it? You can feel it. When we practice together. The wards we build, they're stronger than they should be. Stronger than either of us could produce alone. It's like the magic, resonates. Your prince blood and my, she hesitated. Your what? Daphne looked at him. The winter sky eyes were open in a way he'd rarely seen, the greengrass armor lowered, the neutrality set aside. The greengrass family isn't neutral by accident, Harry. We're neutral because we're keepers of something too. Not like the princes, nothing so dramatic as a covenant. But old families carry old magic, and ours carries a particular gift for balance. Equilibrium. The ability to stand between opposing forces without being pulled apart. That's why your wards feel different. They're not defensive, they're stabilizing. Yes. And when we combine them with yours, the protective power of the Prince line and the stabilizing power of the Greengrass line, they complement each other. They're stronger together than either is alone. The words hung between them. The lake lapped at the shore. Somewhere in the forbidden forest, a black dog watched the castle with human eyes. Daphne. Harry turned to face her. I need you to know something. What? I'm not, this isn't, he stumbled, and the stumbling surprised him. Harry Prince didn't stumble. He was precise, controlled, trained. But this was territory no training covered. Whatever happens this year, with Black, with the Covenant, with whatever's coming, I need you to know that you're not a strategic alliance to me. You haven't been for a long time. Daphne studied him with an expression he couldn't decode. Then she said, I know. You know. I've known since you warded my ring last year. The magic you put into it, it wasn't textbook ward work, Harry. It was personal. It was you. I could feel your intent in every layer. She touched the ring beneath her robes. You weren't protecting an ally. You were protecting someone you couldn't bear to lose. The truth of it hit him like a physical thing. Does that, I'm not allying with the Prince family, Harry. I'm choosing you. There's a difference. She held his gaze. I chose you a year ago. I've been waiting for you to catch up. He kissed her. Not planned. Not strategic. Not the calculated Slytherin maneuver he would later pretend it was when Draco inevitably demanded details. It was awkward and honest and slightly off-center, their noses bumped and their glasses collided and the angle was wrong, and it was exactly right. Daphne kissed him back. Her hand found his arm, steadying them both, and the golden warmth beneath Harry's ribs surged, not with the fierce protectiveness of battle but with something quieter and more dangerous, joy. They broke apart. Breathing hard. The lake shimmering beside them, the weak sun painting everything gold. That was, Harry started. Adequate, Daphne said, and her composure was slightly cracked at the edges, and the smile she was trying to suppress was winning. Adequate? For a first attempt. I expect improvement. I was raised to pursue excellence. Then prove it. He kissed her again. This time the angle was better. December brought snow and crisis. The Marauders' map arrived first, nicked from Filch's office by the Weasley twins and delivered to Harry with the cheerful conspiratorial energy of born troublemakers. Thought you could use it, Prince. Seeing as you're being hunted by a mass murderer and all. Harry examined the map, an extraordinary piece of magic, showing every person in Hogwarts in real time, their footsteps tracked across the parchment in tiny labeled dots. He recognized the craftsmanship immediately, the Marauders. His father, Sirius, Lupin, Pettigrew. He scanned the map. Found the usual dots, students, professors, Filch prowling the third-floor corridor. Found Severus in the dungeons. Found Dumbledore in his office. Found Peter Pettigrew in Gryffindor Tower. Harry went cold. There, a tiny dot, labeled clearly, moving in the pattern of something small that scurried. In Ron Weasley's dormitory. Exactly where Scabbers would be. He showed Hermione. He showed Daphne. He showed Severus. Severus stared at the map for a very long time. Pettigrew, he said. The name came out as if it had been dragged over broken glass. Alive. In this castle. For 3 years. Sleeping in a boys' dormitory. As a rat. As a rat. Severus set the map down. His hands were shaking, not with fear, but with the particular tremor of a man whose entire framework of belief was being restructured in real time. If Pettigrew is alive, he said, each word measured, then he faked his death. If he faked his death, then the explosion was his doing, not Black's. If the explosion was his doing, then Black is innocent. And has spent 12 years in Azkaban for a crime he didn't commit. The silence was enormous. We need proof, Severus said. The map is suggestive, not conclusive. We need Pettigrew in human form, identified, and his testimony, voluntary or otherwise. There's an animagus revealing charm. Hermione found it, it forces a transformation back to human form. I know the charm. Severus's voice was tight. I can perform it. Then we go to Gryffindor Tower and what? Storm a rival house dormitory, seize a student's pet, and force a magical transformation in front of witnesses? The political implications alone, since when do you care about political implications? Severus looked at him. Since I became responsible for someone other than myself. Harry subsided. Severus was right, the approach required subtlety. A direct assault would trigger a crisis, and if Pettigrew sensed danger, he'd run. We wait, Severus said. We watch. When the opportunity presents itself, when Pettigrew is isolated and we can act without witnesses, we move. And if Black moves first, then we adapt. Black moved first. It happened on the night of the full moon in February. Harry was in the common room when the golden warmth erupted in warning, not the gentle pulse he'd grown accustomed to, but a sharp, urgent flare that meant danger, now, close. He grabbed the map. Scanned it. Found Ron Weasley's dot moving rapidly across the grounds, not walking but being dragged, pulled toward the Whomping Willow by something the map identified as a large animal. And following, 30 yards behind, Hermione Granger, running. And in the willow's roots, appearing on the map as a tunnel Harry hadn't known existed, Sirius Black. Harry moved. He sent a Patronus to Severus, the doe, blazing silver gold through the castle corridors, carrying a message, shrieking shack. Now. Bring the revealing charm. Then he ran. The Whomping Willow was thrashing in the February cold, its branches whipping at the sky. Harry spotted the entrance, a gap between the roots, barely visible, and used a freezing charm on the tree's trunk to still it long enough to slip through. The tunnel was narrow, earthen, smelling of old magic and something animal. Harry ran through it with his wand lit, following the sounds ahead, Ron's cries, Hermione's voice calling, and beneath it all, a low growling that was not quite human and not quite dog. The shrieking shack opened around him, a ruined building, furniture smashed, walls gouged with claw marks. In the main room, Ron, on the floor, his leg bent at a wrong angle, scabbers clutched in white-knuckled hands. Hermione, wand drawn, standing between Ron and the figure in the corner. Sirius Black. He was barely recognizable as human. 12 years of Azkaban had stripped him to the bone, literally. He was a skeleton wrapped in grey skin, his black hair matted and wild, his eyes sunken in hollows so deep they looked like wounds. He was holding a wand, where he'd gotten it, Harry didn't know, and it was pointed at the rat in Ron's hands. Give me the rat, Black rasped. His voice was ruined, hoarse, cracked, the voice of a man who hadn't spoken in years. Please. I need the rat. Stay back. Hermione's wand was steady. Her voice was not. Ron's hurt, you broke his leg, I didn't mean to, the dog, I needed the rat. It's not a rat. Please. You have to believe me. Harry stepped into the room. Black's eyes found him instantly. And the transformation that crossed his face, the shock, the grief, the desperate, hungry hope, was so raw that Harry felt it in his chest like a blow. Harry. Black's voice broke on the name. God. You look like, you have lilies, I know. I'm your godfather. I didn't, Harry, you have to listen to me. The rat. Peter. He's alive, he's been hiding, he betrayed your parents, not me, never me, I know. Black stopped. His mouth was open, the words still forming, and the confusion on his ruined face was almost comical, the expression of a man whose desperate plea had been answered before he'd finished making it. You know. I know about the switch. I know you weren't the secret keeper. I know Pettigrew betrayed my parents and faked his death and has been hiding as a rat for 12 years. Harry kept his voice level, his wand at his side, not raised, not threatening, but ready. I've known since summer. Tears were streaming down Black's face. He didn't seem to notice. How? Because someone taught me to ask questions. Harry looked at the rat in Ron's hands, scabbers, squirming, frantic, trying to escape. Ron. I need you to let go of the rat. He's mental. Ron gasped, clutching scabbers tighter. He dragged me through a tunnel by my leg, Ron. Trust me. Let go of the rat. The doorway behind Harry darkened. Severus stepped through, wand drawn, and the atmosphere in the room shifted like a chemical reaction, the addition of a catalyst that changed everything. Black saw him. His face contorted. Snape. Black. Severus's voice was ice and acid and 12 years of hatred compressed into a single word. His wand was aimed at Black's heart. Give me one reason not to hand you to the Dementors. Severus, Harry said. Not now. He broke into the school. He attacked a student. He came for the rat. Which is exactly what we were planning to do. Harry stepped between them, literally between them, placing his body in the line of fire, and felt both men flinch. Severus. Do the charm. The room was a powder keg. Severus and Black staring at each other with enough accumulated hatred to ignite stone. Hermione pale and resolute. Ron bleeding and confused. And Harry in the center, the only person in the room who understood all the angles. The charm, Harry repeated. On the rat. Severus's jaw clenched. His wand moved from Black to the rat in Ron's hands. He spoke the incantation, a complex, precise series of syllables that Harry recognized from their research, and a beam of blue-white light struck Scabbers. The rat screamed. Not a rat's squeak, a human scream, high and terrified. Ron dropped it in shock. The rat hit the floor and changed, bones lengthening, fur receding, a body unfolding from the impossible compression of Animagus transformation. Peter Pettigrew stood in the shrieking shack. He was small, balding, watery-eyed, with a face that was simultaneously rat-like and desperately human. His hands, one missing a finger, were raised in surrender, and he was shaking so hard his teeth chattered. Sirius, he squealed. My old friend. I can explain. Black lunged forward. Harry caught him, physically caught him, hands on the man's skeletal chest, holding him back with a strength that surprised them both. You betrayed them. You killed them. James and Lily are dead because of you, not my fault. Pettigrew shrieked. The Dark Lord, you don't understand, he would have killed me, I had no choice, everyone has a choice. The golden warmth roared out of Harry. It happened before he could stop it, the prince magic, fed by emotion, by the collision of grief and rage and the proximity of the man who had destroyed his parents, erupted from his skin in a wave of golden light that pinned everyone in the room in place. Black, frozen mid-lunge. Severus, frozen with his wand raised. Hermione, frozen against the wall. Ron, frozen on the floor. Pettigrew, frozen with his hands up and his face a mask of terror. Enough. Harry's voice was not his own, or rather, it was his own amplified by something ancient, something that spoke with the authority of a bloodline that had been commanding magic since before Hogwarts existed. The golden light filled the room, and beneath it, he could feel the deep stirring, responding to the prince magic's surge, pressing against its chains. He breathed. Controlled it. Pulled the power back, layer by layer, until the light faded and the others could move. The silence that followed was absolute. Severus was the first to recover. He looked at Harry with an expression that mixed awe and terror and a fierce, helpless pride. That, he said, was the Prince Covenant. I know. Harry's hands were shaking. I felt it. The deep, it responded. Can we discuss the ancient magical entities after we deal with the traitor? Black's voice was raw, but he was looking at Harry with new eyes, not just the godson he'd come to find, but something he hadn't expected. Something powerful and strange and clearly not the James Potter 2.0 he'd imagined. No one is killing anyone, Harry said. Pettigrew goes to the ministry. He testifies. You get a trial, a real trial, which you never had. And then we deal with everything else. He'll escape, Black hissed. He'll transform and run, not with this on him. Severus spoke a binding charm, precise, professional, the work of a man who had interrogated prisoners for both sides of a war. Pettigrew's hands locked behind his back. His animagus ability was suppressed. He wasn't going anywhere. "You," Black said, staring at Severus. You believe me?" "I believe the evidence." Severus's voice was stiff, grudging, every word costing him something. "Which is not the same as forgiving you for everything else." "I don't need your forgiveness." "Good. Because you'll never have it." They stared at each other, old enemies, old wounds, and Harry saw the moment something shifted. Not forgiveness. Not friendship. But a recognition that the world was more complex than either of them had allowed, and that their shared loss, Lily, was bigger than their shared hatred. "He raised me," Harry said to Black, cutting through the tension. "Since I was 4. He pulled me out of a cupboard where my aunt's family locked me, and he swore a magical vow to protect me, and he has kept that vow every day for 9 years. You need to understand that." Black's face was a war zone. "I wanted to, after the trial, I tried to get custody. Dumbledore said the Blood Wards failed. Severus's vow replaced them. And he did what you couldn't do, Sirius. Not because you're worse or he's better, because he was there." The words hit. Black closed his eyes. When he opened them, the rage had drained, replaced by something older and more painful, the grief of a man confronting 12 lost years that could never be recovered. "He's your son," Black said, looking at Severus. "In every way that matters." Severus's expression didn't change. But his voice, when he spoke, was stripped of its usual acid. "Yes. But he's her son too. And James is. And I won't disappear. Not again." "Then learn to knock." The doorway filled with moonlight. Harry saw Lupin the same moment Lupin saw Pettigrew, and the transformation that crossed the professor's face was terrible: recognition, betrayal, a fury so deep it had roots in 20 years of grief. "Peter." Lupin's voice was barely human. "Peter, you're alive." "All this time, Remus, please," Pettigrew whimpered. "I mourned you. I mourned all of you. I spent 12 years believing Sirius killed you, believing James and Lily were betrayed by the man I trusted most, believing I was the last one left, and you were alive. You were hiding." The moon cleared the clouds. Harry saw it happen, saw the knowledge hit Lupin's face like a blow. The full moon. The Wolfsbane potion, which Severus brewed for him monthly, which Lupin had forgotten to take tonight in the chaos. Lupin's eyes went wide. His body convulsed. "Everyone out," Severus said, his voice cutting through the panic like a blade. "Now." They moved. Severus grabbed Harry and Hermione. Black, reacting on decades-old instinct, threw himself toward Lupin, his body shifting mid-stride into the enormous black dog. Harry saw the wolf begin to emerge, bones cracking, limbs elongating, the man disappearing into the animal, and then they were through the tunnel, running, and behind them, the sounds of something that was no longer human. Pettigrew seized his chance. In the chaos, the transformation, the scramble for the tunnel, everyone's attention on the wolf, Pettigrew twisted free of the binding charm. Not entirely, but enough. He transformed, the suppression spell, weakened by Severus's divided attention, gave way, and a rat bolted from the shack and vanished into the darkness. No. Black, human again, having chased Lupin away from the tunnel, stumbled out of the Whomping Willow, staring into the dark grounds. "He's gone, Pettigrew, he got away." Harry felt the failure like a physical blow. All that planning. All that evidence. And Pettigrew had slipped through their fingers because the universe had terrible timing. Then the Dementors came. 100 of them. Maybe more. Drawn by the chaos, the magic, the raw emotion, a feast of suffering and fear converging on the Whomping Willow like a black tide. The cold hit first, annihilating thought, turning the winter air into something that burned. Harry heard his mother screaming. Heard the cupboard door locking. Heard Severus reading Potion's journals in the dark. Heard Daphne saying I'm choosing you and Draco saying I am not my father and Hermione and Neville and Ron and everyone he'd ever. The golden warmth surged. Not against his will, with it. Harry reached for the magic the way Severus had taught him to reach for it, with focus and intention and the absolute refusal to be helpless. He reached for the memory that was more than a memory, the vow, the golden light, the scent of lilies, the presence that had said yes, Sev, this one, take care of this one for me. Expecto Patronum. The dough exploded from his wand, silver gold, enormous, blazing with a light that was not just Patronus but Prince, the ancient magic of a bloodline that predated Dementors and Dark Lords and the very concept of despair. She charged the Dementors, and they broke, scattered like shadows before fire, driven back by a light that spoke of something older and deeper than anything they could consume. The grounds cleared. The Dementors fled beyond the school's boundaries, howling in frequencies that humans couldn't hear but Harry could feel. The shriek of parasites denied their prey. Harry collapsed. He woke in the hospital wing. Again. He was starting to develop a complex about it. Severus was in the chair beside his bed. His robes were torn, his face was scratched, and he was reading a Potion's journal as if the evening's events had been a mild inconvenience. Pettigrew escaped, Harry said. Yes. Sirius? Being held in Professor Flitwick's office. I convinced Dumbledore to delay the Dementor's kiss until morning. The evidence warrants a stay of execution, if not an outright pardon. He needs a trial. He'll get one. I've already sent a pensive memory of Pettigrew's transformation to Amelia Bones at the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. She's incorruptible and thorough and will not let this disappear. Harry sagged with relief. Thank you. Don't thank me. Thank Lupin. His transformation, ironically, created enough chaos for me to capture a full pensive record of Pettigrew before he escaped. Clear evidence of a living man the Ministry declared dead 12 years ago. Severus set down the journal. You produced a corporeal Patronus that drove off 100 Dementors. Give or take. The golden component was visible to everyone present. Including Dumbledore. Including Black. Including, Severus paused. The deep. Harry went cold. You felt it? I felt the wards at Prince Manor flare from 200 miles away. Whatever you did tonight, the Covenant responded. The containment shifted. I don't know by how much, but, he met Harry's eyes. We're running out of time. Dumbledore came at midnight. He brought Sirius Black with him, cleaned up, given food and fresh robes, looking marginally more human than he had in the shack. Black stood by the door with the awkward energy of a man who didn't know if he was a guest or a prisoner. Dumbledore sat. He did not twinkle. The trial will proceed, he said. Amelia Bones has accepted the evidence. The Wisengamot will convene within the week. Sirius will be exonerated. Will Pettigrew be found? Harry asked. That depends on whether he runs to his former master. Dumbledore's voice was grave. Peter is a coward, but a cunning one. He knows what Voldemort has become, weakened, disembodied, surviving on scraps. If Pettigrew reaches him, he may provide the assistance Voldemort needs to return. Then we need to find Pettigrew before, that search is already underway. But it's not why I'm here tonight. Dumbledore turned to face Harry fully. His blue eyes were unshielded, no twinkle, no mask, just the raw intelligence and terrible compassion of a man about to deliver news he wished he didn't have to. I owe you the truth, Harry. All of it. I should have given it to you years ago, but I was afraid, not of you, but of what the truth would demand. He told Harry the prophecy. The full text. Every word. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies, and the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not, and either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. Harry listened. The golden warmth was steady, pulsing with each word, as if the magic in his blood recognized the prophecy's cadence. Power the Dark Lord knows not, Harry repeated. Love, I once believed. Your mother's sacrifice. But now I think it may be something more. Dumbledore's gaze was searching. The Prince Covenant. The Deep. The magic you carry is older than Voldemort, older than Hogwarts, older than the prophecy itself. I don't fully understand it, and that terrifies me, Harry, which I tell you not to frighten you but to be honest. And the scar? The room went still. I believe, Dumbledore said, choosing each word with surgical care, that on the night Voldemort killed your parents, a piece of his soul, shattered by the act of murder, attached itself to the only living thing in the room. You. I'm a Horcrux. The word dropped like a stone. Black made a strangled sound. Severus didn't move. He'd known, Harry realized. He'd known, or suspected, and hadn't told him, and the betrayal of that stung even as Harry understood why. I believe so, Dumbledore said. And to destroy Voldemort permanently, every Horcrux must be destroyed. Yes. Including me. Dumbledore's voice, when it came, was barely a whisper. I don't know. That's the truth, I don't know. It may be that the Horcrux can be removed without killing you. It may be that the Prince Covenant's magic, your mother's sacrifice, the vow Severus swore, provides a protection that can shield your soul while the fragment is destroyed. I have been searching for a way, Harry. I have not stopped searching. But you didn't tell me. No. You let me walk into danger year after year, the stone, the chamber, the Dementors, knowing that I might be carrying a piece of Voldemort's soul, and you didn't tell me. Would you have wanted to know? At 11? At 12? Would that knowledge have made you stronger, or would it have broken you? That wasn't your decision to make. No. It wasn't. Dumbledore bowed his head. I have made many decisions on your behalf, Harry. Some were right. Many were wrong. This one, I will regret this one for whatever remains of my life. The path ahead requires sacrifice, Harry said, echoing Dumbledore's own words from first year. Whose sacrifice? Yours or mine? Dumbledore lifted his head. His eyes were bright with unshed tears. I don't have an answer that isn't terrible. The room was silent. 4 people bound by grief and guilt and love, standing in the wreckage of secrets that should never have been kept. I don't accept it, Harry said. Harry, I don't accept that the only way to destroy Voldemort is for me to die. I don't accept the binary choice. There has to be another way, and I intend to find it. How? The Covenant. Harry looked at Severus, who met his eyes with an expression that was equal parts terror and fierce, burning hope. Grandmother's research. The distributed anchor model. If the Covenant can be rewritten, if it can be strengthened without a single keeper, then maybe the same principle applies to the Horcrux. Distribute the damage. Spread the cost. Destroy the fragment without destroying the host. Dumbledore stared at him. That's not impossible. But the magical theory is exactly what I've been studying for 2 years. And I won't do it alone. He looked at Severus. At Dumbledore. At Black, standing by the door with tears on his wasted face. I'll need help. All of you. Anyone willing to give a piece of their magic to anchor the ward. You're talking about a ritual, Severus said slowly. A collaborative magical working, using the Covenant's framework, powered by voluntary sacrifice, not sacrifice. Contribution. Everyone who participates gives a piece of their magical strength, permanently. It's a cost, not a death. And the combined power sustains the containment while the Horcrux is destroyed. You can't know that will work. No. But I can try. And I'd rather try something uncertain than accept something terrible. Severus looked at him for a long time. Then he nodded. Not agreement, exactly. Not certainty. But the willingness to try, the same willingness that had driven him to open a cupboard door 9 years ago and pull a child into the light. Together, Severus said. Together. Black's trial took 3 days. The Wiesengemot was presented with Severus's pensive memory of Pettigrew's transformation, Lupin's testimony about the marauder's animagus abilities, and a devastating cross-examination by Amelia Bones that laid bare the ministry's failure to provide a trial 12 years ago. Sirius Black was exonerated on a Thursday. He walked out of the ministry a free man, gaunt, damaged, but free, and stood blinking in the autumn sunlight like someone who had forgotten what warmth felt like. Harry met him on the steps. Severus stood behind Harry, arms crossed, expression hostile. Old habits. I want to know you, Harry said to Sirius. Not the version Severus remembers from school. Not the version the papers wrote about. You. Sirius looked at him with eyes that were still not entirely sane. Azkaban was not something you recovered from quickly or completely, but in which a light was slowly rekindling. I'd like that, Sirius said. More than anything. Then come to Prince Manor. This weekend. Have dinner with us. Us, Sirius repeated, glancing at Severus. Us, Harry confirmed. Severus's expression suggested he would rather drink a cauldron of bubotuber pus, but he said nothing. Which, from Severus, was practically an enthusiastic endorsement. Dinner at Prince Manor was a disaster, which was to say it was exactly what Harry had expected. Sirius arrived clean, fed, and wearing robes that weren't prison issue. He looked almost human. He also looked like a man walking into enemy territory, which in a sense he was. Prince Manor was Severus's home, Severus's sanctuary, the place where Severus had rebuilt his life around a child who Sirius believed, with some justification, should have been his. They sat at the kitchen table. Severus had cooked, a fact that surprised Sirius visibly and which Severus refused to acknowledge. You cook, Sirius said. I am a potions master. Cooking is chemistry with inferior ingredients. James couldn't boil water. James could barely tie his shoes without an audience. That's not, actually, that's fair. They ate in a silence that vibrated with tension. Harry watched them both, two men who had loved the same woman, hated each other for decades, and were now sitting at a table eating roast chicken because a 13-year-old had told them to. He's brilliant, Sirius said abruptly, looking at Harry as if seeing him properly for the first time. I can see it in him. The way he watches, the way he thinks. That's not James. Don't say it's me, Severus warned. It's Lily. The intelligence. The precision. James was talented, but he was never precise. Lily was a scalpel. Sirius's voice was rough. And he has her eyes. He has her temperament too. The quiet fury. The improved grammar when angry. Sirius almost smiled. She did do that. I am sitting right here, Harry said. They both looked at him. And in that moment, the three of them at the kitchen table, the fire crackling, the manor wards humming around them, something settled. Not peace. Not friendship. But a détente, an acknowledgement that they were all part of the same story now, whether they liked it or not. I won't disappear again, Sirius said. I missed 9 years. I won't miss more. Severus's jaw tightened. But he nodded, fractionally, grudgingly, the smallest possible concession. Then learn to knock. And don't track mud on my floors. Your hospitality is overwhelming. I'm a Slytherin. Be grateful I didn't poison the chicken. Harry kicked Severus under the table. Severus ignored him with dignity. It wasn't a family dinner. Not yet. But it was a beginning. The Covenant crisis hit in March. Harry felt at first, a tremor in the golden warmth, like a heartstring being plucked. Then the wards at Prince Manor flared, 200 miles away, and Severus felt them too, stumbling during a potions lecture and gripping his desk to stay upright. That night, the castle itself responded. The paintings screamed. The lake churned, waves breaking against the windows of the Slytherin common room. The suits of armor rattled in their alcoves, and the staircases froze mid-swing, locked in positions they'd never held before. Dumbledore summoned them to his office, Harry, Severus, and an inner circle that spoke to the gravity of the situation, McGonagall, Flitwick, and Lupin. The wards are failing, Dumbledore said. He stood before the window, looking out at the churning lake. Not the school wards, the deeper ones. The ones I've spent 50 years studying and never fully understood. The foundations beneath Hogwarts are shifting. The Covenant, Harry said. Every eye turned to him. The Prince Covenant. The containment that's held since before the founders built this castle. The diary's destruction weakened it, I felt it in the chamber. The Horcrux served as an inadvertent support structure, and destroying it removed a load-bearing wall. McGonagall looked bewildered. Flitwick looked fascinated. Lupin looked frightened. The deep, Severus said. It's waking. The what? McGonagall demanded. Harry explained. Briefly, clearly, without the dramatic flair that the situation probably warranted. The Prince bloodline. The ancient covenant. The entity contained beneath Hogwarts, not evil, not good, but immensely powerful, a concentration of raw magical force that the Prince family had kept locked away for a millennium. And without a keeper, he concluded, the containment is failing. Each Horcrux I destroy weakens it further, because Voldemort's soul-anchoring magic inadvertently paralleled the Covenant's structure. We've been pulling supports out of a building without realizing the building was standing. Can it be repaired? Flitwick asked, his voice small and precise. It can be rewritten. My grandmother researched a method, a distributed anchor model. Instead of one keeper bound for life, the Covenant is sustained by multiple magical signatures, each contributing a piece of their power voluntarily. The containment becomes permanent. No single keeper. No single point of failure. At what cost? McGonagall asked. Everyone who participates will carry a permanent magical drain. A weakening, slight but real. You'd feel it for the rest of your life. The room was quiet. I'll do it, Severus said immediately. So will I, said Lupin. Count me in. Sirius Black, who had apparently followed them to the castle and was standing in the doorway of Dumbledore's office with the particular defiance of a man who had not been invited and did not care. The Potters died because of this war. If there's something I can do that actually matters, I'm doing it. Dumbledore looked at them all. Then he looked at Harry, and his expression was something Harry had never seen on the old man's face before, humility. I have spent my life making decisions for other people, Dumbledore said. Placing pieces on boards. Calculating sacrifices. Treating the greater good as a license to override individual choices. He straightened. I will not do that today. I will do what you ask, Harry. Not because it serves my plans, but because you asked. Thank you. Don't thank me yet. This ritual, if it works, will it also address the Horcrux in your scar? That's the theory. The distributed anchor model doesn't just strengthen the Covenant, it creates a framework for separating fused magical elements without destroying the host. If multiple people willingly contribute their magic to shield my soul, the Horcrux fragment can be destroyed while I survive. If, Severus said. If, Harry acknowledged. I don't like if. Neither do I. But I like inevitably fatal even less. The descent began at midnight. Harry led them down. Not through the Chamber of Secrets, that was Slytherin's addition, relatively modern by the Covenant standards. The true path was older, hidden behind the stone walls of the original castle foundations, accessed through a passage that responded to Parseltongue and Prince Blood. Harry placed his hand against the ancient stone and spoke in the serpent tongue, and the wall opened like a wound, revealing stairs carved from bedrock that spiraled down into darkness. They went down. Harry first, the golden warmth blazing in his chest like a torch. Severus behind him, wand lit, expression carved from granite. Daphne, because Harry had told her and she had refused to be excluded. Draco, because he'd overheard and had planted himself in their path with the simple declaration, "My father helped cause this. I will not be him." Hermione, because Hermione had never in her life stayed behind when knowledge beckoned. Dumbledore. Lupin. Sirius. Each carrying their own light, their own reasons, their own willingness to pay a cost. The stairs went down for what felt like miles. The temperature dropped. The walls became rougher, older, carved with symbols that predated any known magical language. Harry could feel the deep, below them, vast and patient, pressing against the failing covenant with the casual, unconscious force of an ocean against a dam. The chamber at the bottom was not what any of them expected. It was beautiful. A vast, domed space carved from living crystal, the walls translucent, faintly luminous, veined with threads of gold that pulsed with the same rhythm as the warmth in Harry's chest. The floor was inscribed with runic circles, hundreds of them, concentric, spiraling inward toward a central point where the light was brightest. Bone-white pillars supported the dome, each one carved with the intertwined serpent crest of the Prince family. And at the center, where the circles converged, a rift. Not visible exactly, but felt. A place where reality thinned, where the magical world met something older and deeper, and through the thinning, pressure. Immense, patient, aware. The deep, pressing against its cage, testing the weakened bars. God, Hermione whispered. Not quite, Harry said. But close enough. He walked to the center. The runic circles recognized him, the golden warmth flared as he crossed each ring, the prince blood activating ancient enchantments that had lain dormant since Eileen's death. By the time he reached the central point, he was glowing, golden light pouring from his skin, his scar, his eyes, and the deep was looking at him. Not with eyes. Not with consciousness in any human sense. But with an awareness that was vast and old and, Harry realized with a shock, grateful. It had been caged for 1,000 years, not because it was evil but because its power, unconstrained, would be catastrophic. It wanted to be contained, not because it chose imprisonment but because it understood, in whatever way an elemental force understood things, that its freedom would mean destruction. It wanted a keeper who wouldn't run. "I'm here," Harry said. Not in Parseltongue, in English, in his own voice, speaking to something that didn't understand words but understood intent. "I'm here, and I'm not running." The deep pressed closer. The rift widened. The covenant's remaining bonds groaned, and the dome trembled, crystal dust raining from the ceiling. "Harry." Severus's voice, sharp with fear. "The containment, I know. Everyone, take your positions." The outer rings. They moved. 8 people, spreading around the chamber, each taking a position on one of the major runic circles. The magic recognized them, not as princes, but as willing, which was what the covenant had always required. Not blood. Not lineage. Choice. Harry pulled Eileen's final journal from his robes. He'd memorized the distributed anchor model, the theory, the incantation, the precise architecture of the revised covenant. He'd practiced the magical framework with Daphne and Severus for weeks. He knew what to do. What he didn't know was whether it would work. "When I begin the incantation," he called, "I need each of you to push your magic into the circle you're standing on. Not a spell, raw magical energy. Intent. Will. The circles will channel it toward the center, and the covenant will redistribute it as containment." "And the Horcrux?" Severus asked. "When the covenant stabilizes, I'll use the new framework to isolate the fragment. The distributed anchor should shield my soul while the fragment is destroyed, like a filter, letting the poison through while holding the clean water." Should, Severus repeated. Will. Harry's voice was steady. It will work, Severus. Because you raised me to be precise, and Eileen designed this to be possible, and my mother died to protect me, and I am not going to waste any of it. Severus held his gaze. 9 years of shared silence and potions, journals and nightmares held at bay, all of it concentrated in a single look. Then do it, Severus said. Harry began. The incantation was in the old language, pre-Latin, pre-Celtic, the tongue that the first prince had spoken when she made the covenant. Harry didn't know the language consciously, but the prince blood knew it, and the words rose from his throat like water from a spring, ancient and clear and sure. The runic circles ignited. Golden light blazed up from the floor, connecting the 8 positions in a web of power that hummed like a struck bell. Harry felt each person's magic as they fed it into the circles, unique signatures, distinctive as voices. Severus, dark and precise and fierce, the magic of a man who had learned to turn pain into protection. His contribution was enormous, everything he had, held back only by the biological need to survive. Daphne, steady, balanced, the greengrass equilibrium magic complementing the prince's power like a harmonic frequency. Her magic stabilized the circle, smoothed the transitions, held the framework together where raw power alone would have caused fractures. Draco, bright and brittle and brave, the magic of someone choosing to be more than his upbringing. It cost him visibly, his face went white, his hands shook, but he didn't stop. Hermione, brilliant, structured, intensely focused. Her magic had a quality of clarity that strengthened the runic framework from the inside, shoring up the theoretical architecture with sheer intellectual force. Lupin, warm and wild and wounded, the wolf's magic layered beneath the man's, not destructive, but primal, connecting to the deep on a level that purely human magic couldn't reach. Sirius, raw, reckless, burning. 12 years of Azkaban had not diminished his power, if anything, the suffering had compressed it, diamond from coal. He poured it out with the abandon of a man who had nothing left to lose and everything to give. Dumbledore, ancient, vast, controlled. The most powerful wizard alive gave his magic with a precision that matched Severus's and a volume that dwarfed everyone else's. And beneath the power, something Harry hadn't expected, humility. Genuine humility. The offering of a man who was, for the first time in decades, not the one in control. And Harry himself, the keeper. The prince. The vessel for Lily's sacrifice and Severus's vow and 1,000 years of bloodline magic and a golden warmth that was, he realized now, love, not the romantic kind, not the sentimental kind, but the foundational kind. The love that made people walk into dark rooms and pull out children. The love that made people swear oaths they couldn't keep and then keep them anyway. The covenant rewrote itself. Harry felt it happening, the old single keeper binding dissolving, replaced by a web of connections, each person's magic becoming a permanent thread in a tapestry that was stronger than any individual strand. The deep pressed against the new containment, tested it, pushed, leaned, and the web held. Not rigidly, not brittle, but with the flexible strength of something designed to bend without breaking. The rift narrowed. The pressure eased. The crystal dome stopped trembling. And the scar on Harry's forehead began to burn. He'd known this was coming. He'd prepared. But preparation and experience were different animals, and the pain that tore through his head was beyond anything he'd imagined, white-hot, blinding, as if someone had pressed a branding iron directly into his brain. The Horcrux fragment was fighting. It knew what was happening, the fragment of Voldemort's soul, parasitic and desperate, could feel the distributed anchor closing around it like a fist. It thrashed, it screamed, it clawed at Harry's mind with the panicked fury of a trapped animal. You cannot destroy me. I am part of you. Kill me and you kill yourself. Harry's occlumency shields held. Barely. He could feel them cracking under the assault, the fragment was strong, powered by the darkest magic in existence, and it was fighting with everything it had. Harry. Severus's voice, distant, desperate. Hold. Harry screamed back. Hold the circle. He reached into the distributed anchor, the web of shared magic surrounding him, and drew on it. Not taking, asking. The magic of 8 people who had chosen to be here, who had volunteered their strength, who loved him in their different ways and for their different reasons. Severus's precision. Daphne's balance. Hermione's clarity. Draco's courage. Lupin's primal strength. Sirius's reckless fire. Dumbledore's vast, humbled power. His mother's sacrifice, woven into every thread. He turned it on the fragment. Not like a weapon, like a filter, exactly as he'd described. The distributed anchor surrounded the Horcrux fragment, isolated it from Harry's soul, and squeezed. Not with force, but with the patient, inexorable pressure of a containment designed to hold something far larger and more powerful than a single dark wizard's broken soul. The fragment screamed. Fought. Thrashed. And then, like a splinter drawn from infected flesh, it came free. The pain was indescribable. Harry screamed, actually screamed, a sound torn from the deepest part of him, and the golden light flared brighter than it had ever been, blinding, filling the chamber with a radiance that was not light but magic, raw and pure and clean. The fragment dissolved. Not with the theatrical death of Riddle in the chamber, but quietly, a dark thing exposed to overwhelming light, burning away like mist at dawn, leaving nothing behind. Harry fell. Severus caught him. He'd broken from his position the instant the fragment shattered, crossing the chamber in 3 strides, and Harry landed in his arms with the boneless collapse of someone who had just been hollowed out and rebuilt. Harry. Harry, talk to me. I'm here. His voice was a thread. It's gone. Severus's hand was on his forehead, where the scar had been. His fingers found smooth skin. No scar. No mark. Nothing. It's gone, Harry. Harry opened his eyes. The chamber was settling, the golden light fading to a warm glow, the runic circles dimming, the covenant stable and strong and distributed, no longer dependent on a single keeper. The deep was contained. The Horcrux was destroyed. The scar was gone. Around the chamber, 8 people who had given a piece of their magic stood in a circle, breathing hard, leaning on each other, connected by invisible threads that would never fully dissolve. Draco had his hands on his knees, gasping. That was adequate, Daphne said, and her voice shook, and she was smiling. Adequate? Draco looked at her incredulously. We just rewrote a 1,000-year-old magical covenant, destroyed a piece of the Dark Lord's soul, and saved the world from an ancient magical entity. That's adequate. It's Prince Standard, Harry murmured, and Daphne's laugh, real, unguarded, bright, was the best sound he'd ever heard. Hermione was crying. Lupin was crying. Sirius was grinning with the manic joy of a man who had finally done something that mattered. Dumbledore stood quietly at his position, his hands folded, his expression one of profound peace. And Severus held Harry, and didn't let go, and for the first time in 9 years, his face was unmasked, not the professor, not the spy, not the former Death Eater or the potions master or the man who hid behind contempt and precision. Just a father, holding his son, alive, together, in the light. Sirius's trial was the beginning, not the end. With Black exonerated, the political landscape shifted. Pettigrew's survival proved Voldemort had allies still at large. The Ministry, embarrassed by 12 years of wrongful imprisonment, launched an investigation that Amelia Bones ran with the tenacity of a bloodhound. Lucius Malfoy found himself under renewed scrutiny, the diary's origins were being traced, and the questions were getting uncomfortable. Draco dealt with it in his own way. He returned to Malfoy Manor for Easter break and had a conversation with his father that he never described in detail. When he returned to Hogwarts, something in his posture had changed, straighter, harder, the posture of someone who had drawn a line. I told him I knew about the diary, Draco said to Harry, very quietly, in the common room late one night. I told him what it did to Ginny Weasley. What it nearly did to the school. What did he say? He said I was young and didn't understand the complexities of the situation. Draco's jaw was set. I told him I understood perfectly. I told him I'd seen the Covenant chamber. I told him what it cost us to fix what he'd broken. He paused. He didn't say anything after that. He just looked at me. Like he was seeing me for the first time. And I think he was afraid. Not of me. Of what I might become. Which is. Draco looked at him. In his grey eyes, Lucius's eyes, Narcissa's eyes, the eyes of a family that had chosen wrong for generations, something new was burning. Better, Draco said. The end of term came soft as a breath. Harry sat by the lake on the last day, the water calm, the sky cloudless, the castle rising behind him like a promise. Daphne sat beside him, her shoulder against his, her ring warm against her skin where his ward still hummed. So, she said. You rewrote an ancient blood covenant, saved the school, destroyed a piece of the Dark Lord's soul, got your godfather exonerated, and emotionally resolved your father figure's decades-long feud. It was a busy Tuesday. I expect next year to be even worse. Undoubtedly. She took his hand. Her fingers were cool and strong and certain, and the connection between them, magical and mundane, the prince warmth and the greengrass balance, hummed like a plucked string. Harry. The scar is gone. Voldemort's fragment is destroyed. But Voldemort himself is still out there. I know. And Pettigrew is still free. And the remaining Horcruxes, however many there are, still need to be found and destroyed. I know. And the deep is contained but not gone. The Covenant will need maintenance. You've built a distributed system, but systems require upkeep. I know, Daphne. She turned to look at him. The winter sky eyes were steady and clear and filled with something that was not fear but its more useful cousin, resolution. I'm staying, she said. Whatever comes next. I'm staying. Harry brought her hand to his lips and kissed her knuckles. I know that too. The train left Hogwarts the next morning. Harry watched the castle shrink in the window, turrets and towers and 1,000 years of magic, sheltering a secret beneath its foundations that he had bound with his own blood and the love of people who chose to stand with him. Severus was waiting on the platform at King's Cross. Not in the crowd, off to the side, in shadow, arms crossed, robes black, expression set to its factory default of mild disdain. He looked tired. The permanent magical drain from the Covenant ritual had settled into him like a low-grade ache, and Harry could see it in the lines around his eyes, the slight stiffness in his posture. But he was there. He was always there. They walked to the apparition point in their familiar silence. Sirius was meeting them at Prince Manor for dinner, a weekly occurrence now, awkward and prickly and gradually, reluctantly becoming something like tradition. Good term? Severus asked. I destroyed a Horcrux, rewrote an ancient covenant, learned to produce a corporeal Patronus, and started dating Daphne Greengrass. I asked if it was good, not comprehensive. It was good. The scar. Harry touched his forehead. Smooth skin. No lightning bolt. No dark fragment. Just himself, whole, clean, free. Gone, he said. Really gone. Severus nodded. Something in his expression shifted, a tightness releasing, a held breath finally exhaled. He'd been carrying the possibility of the Horcrux since Harry was 4 years old, since the night he'd pulled a child from a cupboard and felt the dark magic pulsing behind a lightning-shaped scar and chosen to love the boy anyway. You're going to tell me the scar's absence doesn't change anything, Harry said. It changes everything. Harry looked up at him. Severus met his gaze, and in his dark eyes, those guarded, wounded, fierce, unwavering eyes, Harry saw exactly what he'd seen in the mirror of Erist 4 years ago, a family. Not the fantasy. Not Lily's ghost standing behind them. The real thing, imperfect, scarred, built on grief and guilt and a love that neither of them was comfortable naming but both of them would die for. Severus. Harry. Thank you. For all of it. The cupboard. The vow. The potions journals at 3 in the morning. The lacewing flies and the acclimacy and the everything. Thank you. Severus was quiet for a long time. The platform was emptying around them, families reuniting, children chattering, the ordinary chaos of ordinary lives. In the middle of it, two people who had been through something extraordinary stood still. It is the only thing I have ever done, Severus said, and his voice was rough and low and absolute, that I am certain was right. Harry nodded. The golden warmth, quieter now, settled, permanent, pulsed once, softly, like a heartbeat. They brought home. Prince Manor rose from the Welsh hillside in the late afternoon light, stone and ivy and too many chimneys. The wards recognized them, both of them, father and son, bound by magic older than either of them understood, and hummed in welcome. They went to the potions lab. It was their place, the room where they'd built their relationship, ingredient by ingredient, lesson by lesson, silence by silence. Harry set up his workstation, which was no longer child height. Severus set up his own. They began to brew, not anything particular, not anything urgent. Just brewing. The rhythm of chopping and measuring and stirring, the shared focus, the quiet satisfaction of getting it right. The cauldron simmered between them. Steady. Warm. Carefully tended. Outside, the sun set over the hills. The wards held. The covenant held. And deep beneath a castle in Scotland, something vast and ancient and patient rested in its renewed containment, bound by the willing magic of 8 people who had chosen to carry its weight, not because they had to, but because a boy had asked them to. The debt had come due. And it had been paid not in sacrifice, but in love. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.